when you judge me, know that I'm not support. Don't judge me on basing this. Not supporting the T-shirt movement or anything like that. I'm just making uh, my argument.
No, you're perfectly fine. I really appreciate the back and forth. Thanks for that.
I appreciate it.
That was some debate club 101 strategy right there, Octavius.
Thanks. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I appreciate it.
Well, we explain here. Yeah, I definitely want to come in and judging on this. So I have to say that as Steel men may want to lash out in extreme ways when in order to express their masculinity because they've been told otherwise throughout their lives. Am I getting that correct?
Well, actually, I was saying that men are actually turning trans because they can't express themselves other than being purely masculine.
Oh, yeah. On the later conversation, there was a moment where Octavius actually granted you that idea, but then also asked if you can make a stronger argument that maybe it's because of there is no like generational education from like intact families, fathers, the elders that would be able to direct their masculinity correctly, and you conceded that on that point, and that's the reason why I'm going to have to vote in Octavius because of that concession.
Okay.
All right,
So your vote is
that.
your vote is Ticky Tack.
Okay.
Oh, so my vote is for Octavius.
Okay. Chairman.
Yeah. So in the openings, both Octavius and the Steelman were awarded a point because Octavius made a good consequentialist argument that was based on dangers related to both biological and learned behaviors, but he added a slippery slope argument at the end of it, so I took a point away. So Octavius got a 0. The Steelman got a 1 for adequately defeating Octavius's argument in his opening. I counted a total of 2 additional fallacies for Octavius. One was an appeal to nature, and one was a straw man. The appeal to nature was related to a point that I gave him for making an argument, and same with the straw man, which was the finale where he basically straw man the steel man's final position related to trans. So I actually gave Octavius 0 points because of his positive and negatives. I gave the Steelman 4 total points with no negative, no 3 total points with no negative points, because he was able to adequately agree with his opponent's position and then turn it around and do some verbal jujitsu to make his points. And he made an argument. He made the most valid argument. So Steelman won.
Okay, and who's my third judge? Because I don't see Glenn.
Glenn's here.
Oh, I'm right here.
Oh, there you are. Oh, you okay? Never mind. I see you. All right, Glenn. Where are you at?
Mind you, I'm supposed to be a debater this time, but okay, judging harshly here. Octavius won.
Okay. That was
All right. Well, good job, Octavius, and thanks, Chairman and everyone.
Oh yeah, thank
hang
you as
around
well.
and see if somebody else buy you back in. You did do actually a really good job. I was very pleasantly surprised at the lack of spurging and ad hom. It was pleasant. Thank you.
And as both of us were coming at it cold, I just really do got to stay a steel man. I think you did a good job. This is also something that's new to me, and I appreciate doing it with you.
Thank you, guys. I'll be listening.
We like it. I like it when everyone at least can see something of the other side. All right. So we already have our next 1v1. That is going to be Beth and Luke, and the subject is going to be IP. That's going to be great. Evan O'Brien has made it to the stage. We'll get back in touch with you in a few minutes, brother. I promise.
Yeah, no worries, man. I'm here, man. It's listening is fun.
All right, good deal. All right. In the meantime, back you all go. Why does it keep doing that? There we go. You have to stay, but you go. How did I miss? Oh, there it is. That's why. There we go. All right. Luke, you know the rules?
Kinda. I've been watching.
All right. Well, we'll go over them really quickly. All right. So you get 1 minute timed per side. You get a minute. She gets a minute to make your positions. Once that minute expires, for each of you, we go in the 5 minutes, and that is where you debate. At the end of it,
Kinda. I've been watching.
you
All right. Well,
you come out ahead or behind, one of the two. I am a moderator, and I'm here basically to keep you from talking over each other and yelling at each other, and otherwise, doing weird stuff. Hopefully, you guys will have a really clean debate. I anticipate that it will be, but we'll see. You never know. Who is going first? Who has the affirmative? All right. So first of all, let's talk about the IP. Kissy Cat, I need to know which version of the IP argument you want argued, which topic, because I made several. Do you want IP rights enforce digital companies from preventing you from owning your games and software? Yeah, I understand that argument as well. Should IP exist?
yes.
The idea that you can own a thought.
We should do that one.
Yes.
That one's pretty. Yeah.
All right,
Can I
ready?
take
You
the
guys
pro?
agree with that? Okay.
Can I take the pro on that?
Yeah, you can. Are you taking the negative, or you want the pro?
I said yes first. Sorry.
Oh, what a female thing to do.
Hey, not my fault.
Luke, can you do the neg?
Probably. Let me get my thoughts together for a second. I was prepared.
I'll let her go first, which was unusual, but we'll let her go first, and then you can catch up. How about that?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, Beth, 1 minute now.
Okay. The idea that people can own intellectual property as far as logos go and the way things look or function, I think that you absolutely should be able to, including, this is not my thing. So sorry, guys. I think you should be able to sue people if they're biting off of your idea. There's plenty of room for people to grow an imagination and make something that is better or different in some way. And if they can't be imaginative enough to do that, then they probably don't belong creating things to begin with. Done.
All right. That was easy. We have 15 seconds left. How about that? You ready, Luke?
Yeah, sure. Okay.
1
It's
minute
pretty much
now.
pretty much like a devil's advocate argument, but pretty much the way the IP law works now, it's so vague that it pretty much just applies to companies that intentionally make these patents very vague to exploit the patents themselves and extort money from innovators that are trying to innovate through our economy, through art. So it has no real contribution to society. It's pretty much just benefits the companies that can afford to constantly apply for these patents. I think studies show that it can cost the U.S. economy up to $80 billion annually from having these court these litigation costs. It's like $80 billion annually, so it's costing us. There's no real benefit, and it really just benefits the rich people.
Okay, with 10 seconds left. Awesome, perfect. All right, we've got 5 minutes on the clock. Are you ready? Set. Oh, by the way, you've heard about moderation, right? I'm not going to interrupt you unless you're beating each other up. Okay. All right.
Okay, so if I have a trademark, what gives anyone the right to make something that is super similar to it?
Just the general benefit to society. Most patents come from pharmaceutical companies, and pharmaceutical companies pretty much have a monopoly over these patents and just try to apply for as many patents as possible. So other companies can't make generic products based
You
on
can't use the
pharmaceutical companies.
pharmaceutical companies. Let's look at what happened with the C19. Okay, you had multiple companies all making the same kind of stabby jabby, and yeah, no, you got to pick something that's more. I don't know.
What do you mean?
What you're saying
Pharmaceutical
is
company is the
unrealistic.
biggest
Those
industry.
patents aren't as focused as what you're even talking. Not even as vague.
Pharmaceutical company is the biggest industry for intellectual property. So not focusing on the pharmaceuticals at all would just be wouldn't benefit our argument. So if we're going to focus on the largest industry of intellectual property, I think pharmaceutical companies would be a good example of this. They don't allow the big pharmaceutical companies don't allow.
I don't think so. You don't see pharmaceutical companies suing each other all that much, do you?
Yes. Yes.
How many? Prove it.
Do you want me to find a study to show that pharmaceutical companies don't sue people?
I said sue each other over patents for
yeah, it happens all the time. Yeah, it happens all the time. It happens all the time.
What I said was, when I started out, I'm challenging the idea of logos and general builds of things like that, like making a computer with an apple on it.
Well, it's called intellectual property. That's the debate prompt. I know you want to try to focus on one thing that might benefit you, but I'm focusing on the most important aspect, which are patents and copyright infringement.
And those patents, dude, you've got they're not as limited as what you're putting it out there to be, and that's why we see all these drug companies making the same medications to treat the same things, and the only difference is one ingredient is just a smidgen more than another. So it really doesn't apply.
No, because even if that's true, even if a company tries to pass off a drug like that, and it's just a little bit similar, they'll tie the company that's bigger will tie them up in litigation for so long.
Nope, not even.
Yeah, because it takes 5 to 8 to 12 years.
You had 5 to 12 years migraine medications all come out at the same exact time with the same exact ingredients. Just simply
because that's after
one being a little bit different.
That was after the patent ran out.
Thing with the C19 shots.
No, that was after the patent ran out for the migraine drug you're talking about. Is after the patent ran out. See, that's the patents only last 20 years, so that's why it doesn't really. Yeah, it's only patents only last 20 years. It's in the Constitution actually. The Constitution, article. Yeah,
I agree
Article
with you
1,
that
Section 8.
Out, but this was not because they weren't producing these kinds of medications 20
2
years.
minutes.
They weren't in existence.
Yes. This is actually like a large.
If you want to talk pharmaceutical companies, seriously, let's go straight for the most recent thing. And with those injections,
there's things all the time. It's so big that there's
drug companies all producing the same exact vaccine with just a tiny bit different.
Yeah, because there wasn't patent on that. You're kind of proving.
There wasn't a patent, so that
you're kind of proving my point. That there doesn't have to be a patent to have these pharmaceutical.
You're trying to tell us that the pharmaceutical company are the ones that have the most or the most IP issues here. And
not in every single instance is there a drug going to have a patent that can't be contested. So just
you want to talk about stomach medications, because that one too they weren't making it 20 years ago. And you've got multiple companies all making the same exact treatment.
Like Ozempic? No, it's not exactly the
same. No.
1 minute.
I'm talking more like omeprazole and things along those lines.
Yeah, none of them are exactly the same. They don't use the same active ingredient.
Most of them do use the same active ingredient.
That's not
it's
true.
Just yes, it is. Trust me, it is.
So since we can't prove it in a minute, we're gonna throw the argument out. If you don't want to talk pharmaceuticals, I'll go straight to your branding argument. Like I said, there's no actual benefit to society for saying that, Apple has a patent, a monopoly on using this apple as their branding. How does that benefit society besides Apple being able to sue anybody for using an apple?
When you're associating a logo with a specific product, okay, that is,
how does that benefit society?
What?
How does that benefit society at all, having this patent? You can sue people for using an apple.
It's really So it's not even about benefiting society.
Well, it is. It
This
should
comes down-
IP
this comes down
exist,
to
so
corporate.
it's about
No,
society.
this comes down to corporate law.
That's time, ladies and gentlemen. That is time. This was excellent. I like this a lot.
Yeah, I'm more pro, so this is kind of hard for me.
I didn't like that. That wasn't nice.
Before the, well, I'm gonna let the judges render their verdict, and then I have a position on this. I think it's very interesting. Let's go with let's just continue the trend. Ticky tack. You lead us off, man.
So Beth, you're right. Omeprazole is the active ingredient that is used across multiple pharmacies. However, I think that Luke bringing up the argument of what is better for society and presenting the example of the IP on pharmaceutical companies pulls at the heartstrings more in emotional aspect, and that's where I feel that Luke has the better arguments on this. So I'm going to have to judge towards Luke of the winner.
Chairman.
All right, I counted 9 points for Beth, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minus 3, 2 for Luke, and that was because of some of the fallacious arguments that Luke used. He started out saying that he was going to have difficulty debating the topic because he wasn't comfortable with it, but managed to be able to do it quite well. And I think it was because he basically looked up on an AI what he needed to do at the very beginning. And so I definitely deducted a point for that. So, yeah, I'm going to give this one to Beth.
It's so bad.
And finally, Glenn Lawrence. Glenn,
do you have the wrong Glenn up?
It's the only Glenn I got.
Nope, I'm here. I'm right here. Beth won.
Oh, interesting. I had that actually the opposite way. Beth arguing that pharmaceutical companies are not the best example is insane. Literally, they sue each other over patents more than any other industry on the planet.
Yeah, that should have ended the debate right there, to be honest.
And the idea of I don't know what points Anson was deducting, but you're lucky I'm not a judge because you'd be going home. There was a really bad argument on your part, and when you watch this, break it down, Luke, you did excellent, man. I hope somebody buys you back in. To be honest, for a position, I know that you're going to be a lawyer, so I understand that you're using this as a primer sorts to practice your arguments. And I think you did exceptionally well, to be honest with you. And which I don't normally do. Normally, I don't like Luke's arguments. Normally, are not that good.
Jared, this is not seriously. This is not my thing. So I was shooting from the hip. I know.
No, thank you. Thanks for having me on.
Our deal, right? Remember our deal.
Hey, thanks for joining, Luke.
Yeah, man.
Luke, thank you.
Yeah, we'll get to pay Beth.
No AI next time.
No, I was just looking something up. I wanted to make sure I had this.
I saw you reading as you were.
Yeah, because I wanted to see how much it cost to taxpayers.
I didn't look up anything. I just literally.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't deduct points for Luke looking up what it costs taxpayers. Yeah. Research is part of it. At any rate, Darko, if you're still here, please report to the stage. Luke, I hope somebody revives you.
Luke, I agree.
Because you deserve it.
Sorry,
you did very well.
Have a good night.
Otherwise, man, sorry, you got to go.
Somebody revived him already, Grid. You didn't see that?
No, that was Darko.
Oh, Darko. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, Darko. Somebody reach out to Darko.
Might be sleeping.
Yeah, he might be sleeping. If he has not, we'll ask ZD about reviving Luke, because Luke did excellent there. I really do believe that he won that, Beth. I think it's your feminine wiles on Glenn that got you across the board there.
I just went at it aggressively, and look, like I said, this kind of thing is not my field of knowledge.
I understand, but anytime we talk about intellectual property, the idea that somebody can own an idea in and of itself is somewhat insane, and it's a legal issue. And so, it's when it comes to legal issues, none of it makes sense usually.
Yeah.
Like it literally, like people that shouldn't win all the time with legal issues. Ben, if you keep spurging, I'm going to time you out for 30 minutes. I'm not kidding.
I think it's broken. There's a lot of different things that have happened in copyright law that are just completely whack.
We have a little bit of cope here from Imperius. It's not a lot of cope, just a little bit. Don't read too much into it. Reminder that Flo is a felon drug dealer and deals now. I don't think he deals anymore. I think he's...
I think he's just spurging. I don't know why he's spurging that much.
Can you get Shroom? Steelman, what's up with you, man?
ZT, then you should have revived Steelman. He was a better arguer and definitely a leftist. Darko was like below mid. Come on now.
Darko spurged a little bit, to be honest.
I like Steelman.
So, what's that?
I like Steelman too.
I think Steelman is entertaining. He's definitely an opposition.
Steelman at least has good positions. I mean, they're not good. They're not correct positions, but correct and good are two different things.
No, we kind of agree on the interpretation of the constitutional rights, him and I. We just don't agree on like what exactly enforces that, what grants us rights. I think that's where our delineation is.
Okay, so I think that did we have because I'm a little behind the times because I was in and out there for a little while. Did we have somebody already I know that we had like $20 towards a debate. Did we ever get that patched up into another debate?
I think that debate that was just had was part of that.
Okay.
No,
wait, no, the one before that was.
That was the Octavius versus Steelman, I think it was.
Yeah.
No, that was Octavius versus Steelman was Kissy Cat, and she paid $50, which was $10 over the 40 that was needed for the debate.
That was
$20. You did $20 to start Tiki Tac, so that's $30.
No, that was Old Joe and Darko.
How about this? So Kissy Cat has been donating a lot last stream and this stream. Do we just want to grant her like 1v1 at her choice?
I mean, I'm good with that. Darko, welcome back, sir. You've been revived.
Hello. Thank you very much to whoever did that. I appreciate you.
ZD Den. We do not live in an echo chamber here, Darko. So we appreciated you being here. So, there you go.
Can I get a mic check real quick? Mic check.
Yep. Mic check's good. Maybe turn volume up a bit.
We cannot hear you at all whatsoever. I don't know what you just said.
We can hear you, Cleaner.
Try again.
Mic check.
Check 1 2.
That's better. So I just want to announce, Kissy Cat, you have a free 1v1. We're just waiting on your word.
Yeah.
And somebody else needs to drop $40 in that dono for another 1v1 after that. Kissy Cat's gotten her free bonus there, but y'all need to loosen them pockets up and get the grip going. we need that blood. We need that blood. And someone needs to fix the emojis in the chat, because every time I drop tons of blood, I get kicked out of there. I don't know if you got your chat set on too strict or whatever, but
well, I have to say that Kissy Cat is proving Darko's point over here that the men need to catch up. It's like the women are winning here. They're the most donating to the stream right now. And men, you gotta open up your wallet.
Women do send men to war more often than men send.
Well, thankfully, we're not in wartime right now.
Like, I'm sorry. What was the?
That was good.
President in the U.S. Who sent men to war?
I'm sorry.
Who was the woman president who sent men to war in the U.S.?
Well, I'm speaking globally. When women are in power,
gotcha.
they send men to war much more.
Oh, okay.
Regular. Yeah.
Much more often than men send men to war.
Yeah.
We must
oh,
not
okay.
know about,
Gotcha.
like, when queens are in power.
Let them have their cake.
I like cake.
We need another 20.
What do you have against cake?
Oh, cleaner. Come on,
So
man.
Kat just put something in the chat for what she wanted.
Are
Cake said
Emmett
carbs,
cleaner
and
or
carbs are
George
bad.
liberal? No, they're all cool dudes.
Oh, there we go. Steelman's back. All right. Is this really Wade Boggs? Because that'd be amazing. I'd like to talk to him about some of his.
$60 from ZD Den. Steelman, you were back in.
Hey, Evan. No one asked.
ZD Den is a savage. Thank you, ZD Den. That was
Hey,
see the
Darko,
blood.
don't be sassy.
Hey, listen. You can
Hey,
cut
it's
off all the
okay, be
genes you
sassy.
want.
Okay.
I'm still not cool.
What?
You can be sassy. It's okay. You can be sassy a little bit. Not too much, though. Don't let it get out of.
That's what I said. Don't be too sassy.
Hey, listen. I'm here to bait people into paying for me to go away.
No, you're here to do this.
I'm triggered so I can hear Jim Jordan. That's funny. I don't know how to trigger him, ZD Den. You're gonna have to help me with that. So.
Wait, where's? I thought. What's it? I was back.
Sports versus Emmett. All right, that's her choice. She has that. So.
George versus Emmett. All right, I don't even know who Emmett is. Oh, there we go.
All right.
It's the antagonist from Delocated.
Good luck, Kat.
That's funny.
Good luck.
Good luck, you folks.
No, you're a little younger, I guess. I guess you're not as old. So.
Maybe.
No, you're definitely not as old. That dude, I think he's in his 60s. You're not even close to that.
So what kind of stuff would you guys like to debate tonight? What are you feeling?
Are you pro or against tariffs?
I guess since the rest of the world is pro tariff, I guess it's a free for all for me.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I mean, if we're gonna say that somebody's gonna charge us, 104%, something like that, and we're just supposed to just sit around and just twiddle our thumbs, and be like, yeah, no big deal, that's all good. I mean, I'd say,
just charge us more. Yeah, it's fine.
Well, charge us more for a moment, right? I mean, I think I think that people don't think the long game. I think that there's a long game that goes on in life, not just that short.
Are we doing tariffs?
Yeah, I mean, if that's what he wants to do, yeah.
Who's doing the positive,
I was
who's
asking
doing the
if you're...
negative, and let's roll with it. I like this. This is good.
I think we have the same position. He's pro tariff, but he's not against it, and I am not against it.
You're neither of you guys are against it. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm not against it at all. I think that if the rest of the world can do it, why can't we? So.
I was trying to figure out if he was pro, he was against
we may have
it.
to. So I need a judge. Ladies and gentlemen of the chat, I'm going to need a replacement judge. Glenn Lawrence is going to come in as a contestant. I did promise him that since Anson came up, normally I have Agrippolus, whatever. I have him as my third judge, and I forgot that tonight, and I was so distracted earlier. So let's make if Agrippolus, if he is in the chat, please come and be a judge for me, so that Glenn can take his rightful place and do battle on all of the degenerate topics that he wants to fight about so badly.
He does like that. That's for sure.
Yeah,
I love
he
it.
really wants to fight on the degenerate topics. Please, somebody come and save Glenn, or not somebody. One of my judges, please come and save him.
Glenn, I love you, dog. You're funny, man.
Where is Wicked Wally? Is my question.
He's probably hanging out with Eternal.
He was all set. He was hot to be here tonight. He was messaging me. I bet he's asleep.
Yeah, he was messaging me too. He didn't say anything about the show tonight though. So.
Do you have any topic you want to debate?
Dude, it's up to you, man. Pick it. I could care less. I don't.
Evan's a debate. Like a veteran.
I get kicked off this stuff all the time because of my presuppositions, but I'm willing to debate anything you want to talk about.
He is in it to win it. How about let me give you some. Can feminism address male loneliness effectively?
Feminism can't address anything, so no, I'm gonna say
Okay,
no.
all right. Well, all right. Good. Now, both of you guys are going to be on the same side on that.
Feminism
Okay.
needs to be.
Yeah. All right.
What about how much
Does
redistribution?
anthropology expose or erase cultural roots?
I think if we're gonna go off of fake numbers, then yeah. Otherwise, I think anthropology is something that we need in society. But if we're gonna go off of fake things and saying that they understood something that happened 150 million years ago and it didn't happen, I think it's silly. But
Where are you at on that, Emmett?
I don't. I think they're using fake numbers too. Most of anthropology is fake. It's just stories.
Yeah.
That they make up.
Okay.
How much redistribution is fair to address economic gaps without stifling?
I think you guys are.
Well, hang on. What are you saying?
Redistribution
Redistribution as in like the government subsidizing people?
Yeah. Do you think there should be redistribution to address economic gaps?
No, because I believe in equality, not equity. I think equity is a silly thing.
So you're like against all economic? Well, just as a clarifying.
Yeah.
You're against all economic welfare, for example.
No, I wouldn't say against all of it. No, I think that there's people that deserve it. Absolutely. You have widows, you have orphans, you have things like that. I think that those people need to be supported. I think, though, that if a woman leaves a man or a man leaves a woman for whatever reason, I don't think they should have some economic
okay.
foreverance money from the government for no reason. Why is it? Why are we being subsidized by that? Why would somebody need to be subsidized by the government? I think that's silly.
Evan, let me ask you. How about this as a topic? Should marriage lock couples into shared debt?
Okay, well, here's my thing with marriage. I think that marriage should only be between somebody who has a covenantal marriage. I think secular marriage needs to be abolished. So what are we talking about? We're talking about covenantal marriage? Or are we talking about
you
secular
guys are
marriage?
both going to be on the same side because Emmett's a covenant marriage guy too.
Yeah, I don't think that secular marriage should be a thing.
Guys, this is going to be tough. Give me a second. Going through stuff. You guys are really close, really close.
What about school lunches? Are you against or pro school lunches?
I'm against governmental schools in any way, shape, or form. I think they should be abolished.
We really have the same.
You guys are really close. Is toxic masculinity a real problem or an unfair label?
I think, in no offense, I think it's GHEY. So.
All right, there we go. Wow.
Fair label.
Okay. Online piracy. Are there circumstances where it should be permitted? Have you downloaded software that you knew was pirated and didn't?
No, I've obviously downloaded like TV shows that I didn't have. Like I shouldn't have been able to watch because I downloaded through like LimeWire or something like that. But I don't think that stealing software helps anybody in any way, shape, or form. Now, I think shareware is a great idea. I really think that we should move in that direction. But I don't think that stealing software is a good idea. But that's up to me. That's up to
What about you, Emmett? Where are you at? On that?
Yeah, I think I could probably argue that piracy is not the same as stealing something. If you want to go that way.
Well, what's the definition of piracy?
Specifically online piracy, because I know that everyone within the sound of my voice has downloaded that jacked up copy of Windows or something.
Not me, man. Never. I've always paid for it.
You?
Ever.
Really?
Like I said, I've music or like a TV show I have or like a movie, but I've never ever taken software from anyone. Okay. I even think it's hilarious when someone pirates a game and like they put something into the software in and of itself, like when you play the game and it knows that it's pirated, and then like they can make fun of you in the game. It's pretty awesome. Like I don't know, I kind of like it.
Okay.
It's like don't steal from people. It's not that cool.
In that same boat, or are you on the other side?
Well, as I said, I have mixed feelings about this. I think in some cases it can.
Some cases it's okay.
In some cases, it can be grayed out. Not necessarily the best thing you do, but it can be grayed. So,
all right,
we can argue that one.
Right, I think you guys are a little. We'll come back to that one. How about this?
Oh.
Where do you guys stand on Ukraine's reaction to the U.S. currently?
I care less what Ukraine or Russia or anybody thinks about America. I'm more of an isolationist than I'm anything else.
I think Ukraine are a bunch of
Okay.
A bunch of pussies that doesn't.
All right. What about the borders? Open borders, kind of open borders.
No, I think
sealed
there's. I
off?
think that just like property lines and just like firmaments for a house, I think that you shouldn't be able to cross a certain line. I think that at that point you're a criminal. So.
I think you're wasting your bombs on Ukraine, and you should be directing them at Mexico.
Okay.
Oh shit!
And he's
Oh
Mexican.
shit!
Like,
Sorry,
I
excuse
think
my
you're
language.
just wasting them in Ukraine. You should just
All right.
go ahead and see. Oh, there's
That was
a
savage.
pickup truck with
I
a
know, that's
50
right,
pounds.
right? That's savage. All right.
That
What
was
about
savage.
this? Are traditional gender roles a biological default or a cultural relic?
Can you say that one more time?
Are traditional gender roles, male and female,
Yeah.
are they a biological default? That's just who you are, what you are, your brain works that way?
Okay.
Or are they a cultural relic?
So where I
Meaning
might
that you
differentiate
can
from
choose
somebody,
it.
I would say my presupposition is that God is the creator of the universe, and so that's the normality would be male female. Outside of that, I don't have. If people want to mess around with gender and be weirdos and ruin society, I mean I don't think it's a good idea. But if they want to, go for it.
I think the idea of them being a relic is just ruining society. But
Okay, yeah, we'll see.
Man,
So
you
this
guys
guy,
are so close on
who
this. This
put
is
us
rough. This is
together?
rough.
Like this
I mean,
guy's
you've
like my
gone-
homeboy. Like I don't understand what's going on
I
right
know,
now.
right? Like you guys are
This
gonna go out
guy's
for
like my
beers after
homeboy.
this.
Like I don't understand.
You guys are gonna go out for beers.
I think we
and,
can
like,
go into
like,
the
maybe
piracy
do a
one.
bar-
We could,
I
yeah,
think
the
they
piracy,
can.
yeah, because I think that we're gonna have a different. We're not gonna completely unagree, but we'll.
All right,
So-
let's do
Yeah, I can
piracy.
take a
Who's
pro,
taking the pro? Who's taking the neg?
I'm gonna say
I
negative. I'm against piracy.
yeah, his
He's
negative,
against
I will
piracy.
take
Even though I've
the
done it,
pro.
and that's the saddest part is that I've done it.
Well,
Not
I-
software
I-
though. Not software, but
I got you. All right,
I've done
Okay,
it too, so I
all
cannot
right.
be like completely against.
that was rough. That was rough.
yeah,
We
I'm
gotta
sorry,
get
Grid.
some-
I'm sorry,
we
Grid.
gotta
You
get
know
a
me. I
better
have like
quality of
I have a
lube
very
in here, I'll tell you
strict
what.
line that I draw in the sand in my life. So
All right. Okay, and we're gonna have to talk about this bombs in Mexico thing later.
yeah, I gotta hear about this too. Yeah, I gotta listen to that.
We're gonna do that. All right.
I'm just
that'll be
saying, like,
that's
why
that's
waste them in
another
Ukraine?
topic.
No, but we gotta hear why. Let's do the piracy
All
thing
right. All right. So Emmett, go with your proposition that piracy is okay.
Okay, so before we start, real quick, we're talking about piracy in like the software where you're
Yeah, software, operating systems, games.
not the kind you would do. If
What
you
about
didn't
for
have
music or
the
movies?
rights.
What about that?
Yeah, I would also say movies, music. You
All right.
know, what do they call? What we used to jailbreaking your iPhone so you can use
Mhm.
custom apps and shit like that. You know,
Right.
stuff where the manufacturer and or owner has a license to prevent you from doing it, and yet you do it anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
You ready? Start
I'm
now.
ready. Okay, so I would go ahead and say the piracy has a lower limit when it comes to morality. In my sense, the reason why is because you're not taking from anybody. Most of the time, what we're doing is a person goes on, share it with another person, and I think that is, in a sense, a valid way to go ahead and like get something copied and share it with somebody else. So if you had like a book, you could go ahead and take it, it's yours, and you can share it with somebody else so they can read it and nobody would be losing anything.
Okay. All right. Evan,
Okay, so I'm not
your
gonna
time starts now. 1 minute.
I'm not going to
on the
concede to anything, but I'm going to say that I would agree with him with sharing things like that. I think that music, movies, television, I think that does help people, especially like smaller people. I mean, you can look at bands, as it were. Obviously, now we're in a different generation, but Napster, I think, helped out a lot of these bands, even though Metallica was really pissed about stuff like that. But I do think that it helped out people because without that, many people would have heard it, right? A CD would have cost you $15 to $20 depending on where you went. I think though with software, I think that if you have something designed for something and if it isn't shareware, I don't think it's okay to just take a $10,000 program and share with anyone you like because that person spent their time doing that thing and it's not boosting anyone's anything. It's just making sure that the person who pirates it doesn't have to pay. So.
Yeah.
All right, you had 12 seconds left. That was great. Awesome. Good job, guys. All right, so 5 minutes on the clock. I'm here as a moderator only to prevent you from actually drawing blood. Otherwise, you guys have at it.
I would go ahead and say that most of the time, when you have like, especially when it comes to software, and especially when it comes to high-end software like Maya that costs $5,000 license, stuff like that, what you want to do, and even what Maya has been doing, is give it to people to learn it and share it, so that they will, at the end of the day, be able to sell the licenses when you're working on companies. So I don't think it's wrong for people to be able to share those kinds of software that even get the same kind of benefit that you would get when you are using like music, or sharing like music or movies or anything like that.
Okay, so what I would say is this: you have two things, right? You have alpha and you have beta testing, right? So you have alpha testing, which is the people who are creating the item itself and they're looking into it and going and finding bugs and things like that. And then you could send the beta thing too. So if you have the beta, which is people who are outside of the people, propagating the product, that can look into the product and they could say, hey, this is a great item. Everybody should buy this thing. Like I said, when I was arguing with music and movies and television, I think that there's a difference, because you can say this. You can say, hey, I heard this great band. You don't have to share the song with them. You can just say, hey, it's a great band. But if with software, if somebody's beta testing something, they can say, hey, man, look at this. I got this item. Like, I got to test it. It was, let's just say, like, something like, gosh, what is that? Photoshop back in the day, right? When it first came out, like everybody talking about that, going, you created a big hype. You don't.
Have you ever used Photoshop?
Yes, I've used Photoshop. Yes.
Okay. How are you proficient at using Photoshop?
I'm not very good at it. So like when I did use it at the time that I was using it, it was when they moved it to, you could either buy the whole software or you could do like a monthly program, and I did the monthly program for a little bit. I'm not proficient in any way, shape, or form because I'm not really a graphic artist, but I do know people who do use that thing, and it's easy just to say, hey, this item is great. I mean, you can look at what's the software for music that everybody uses on Macintosh. It's one of the best ones. I can't even think of what the stinking name is right now. Anyways, you have these things, and if you're beta testing something, you can talk about that thing. And
okay, just let me go ahead. Like, if you have, let's say you have Photoshop and you pay for it.
Yeah.
How long do you think would it have taken you to be proficient at it?
Oh, quite a while. I mean, I wasn't. Yeah. Right now I use GIMP, so I learned a little more on GIMP than I did on Photoshop, because it's something I can use for free, and I can kind of get all into it and then go back to Photoshop if I need to. But I mean, it's as easy to just go to my buddy's house and using his Photoshop on his computer.
Why don't you go ahead and ask your buddy to get you the software? It's like you go to your house, but
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I would go to his house and I'd hang out and I'd use his stuff and he'd teach me something on it. But like where I got my basis, like my elemental, right? Like my elementary part of it would be I used GIMP to try and figure out that, and that's a free shareware product.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is like, most of the time, and I know a lot of people, and this is true as well for Photoshop. I know artists that have the license for Photoshop and they use the pirated version, simply because it weighs less. It doesn't have to be connected to iCloud. That is completely dumb, and they just want to go ahead and use the actual product as it's supposed to.
Is your argumentation that it just because it costs more money, so then don't?
Well, no, they pay for the license, but they just use the other one because it's just better. Like even on that argument, it's like,
wait, hang on. They pay for the license for Photoshop, but they use a pirated version, which is better.
Yeah, they pay for it because they don't. They're like professional artists, so they can get sued, so they have the license just in case.
So I don't understand. So if they've already paid for it, what are they pirating?
1 minute.
Because it's like, as I said, it has. Right now, Photoshop is filled with bloatware that when you download it directly.
Of course, yes. It's
so
become, yes, I agree on that, yes. I'll
when you don't want any of that, you just pay for the license, but use the pirate version. And what most of the artists do is that they want to get proficient at it, and maybe it takes years for them to get actually good at it, and they don't have especially some artists don't have the money to go ahead and get it like license, get the proper license for it. So what they do is just they get proficient at it, and most of the time when they are proper artists, they will pay for it.
No, and I understand. That's what I'm saying, though. You can use something like GIMP, which is shareware. It kind of introduces you to that whole thing, and then you can get yourself the license once you understand how to use the program. I mean, GIMP. I've done tons of stuff. Like I've literally there was like a website where it was Dodger games and the end score, and I put like a character on the screen, like two opposing players, and like the score and all that stuff. So it's like you can use that to understand it and then pay for the software instead of pirating it. Like I said, it's not the same thing because you can't. It isn't like music. It isn't like movies. It isn't like television. It's something that you have to. It's you're taking someone's intellectual property almost. I mean, it's not that I'm agreeing with intellectual property, but I think it's not cool to take thousands and thousands of dollars away from a company.
Wait, so is stealing okay or not okay? Just curious.
I don't think stealing's okay. Have I stole?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you're against pirating.
Right. That's what I've been arguing.
Yeah, he's on the side of against.
Oh,
Emmett is
well
on the
then.
side for. All right.
You're for, right, Darko?
I mean, I think pirating is stealing, and you shouldn't.
No, Darko and I just have a past, and he doesn't like me, so he's gonna jump at me every time.
That's okay.
That's unrelated.
That's unrelated. That's okay.
I hate him for unrelated reasons.
I didn't know you guys were a couple. Oh.
Yeah, we're cute. We're a cute couple for sure.
You guys are cute. Yeah.
We do the whole arm linking thing and skip and jump.
Arm linking.
And do this all the time.
All right. Anyway, judges. Starting with Glenn Lawrence, who, by the way, I
thought Glenn wasn't judging this one.
Well,
I tried putting feelers out. Nobody's bought yet.
Yeah, a grill. Normally, I have a grill opus, and however I say it. Normally, he does. He's my third judge.
George won.
He is. I don't think he's in the chat right now. I think he.
I rendered my verdict, Grid.
Glenn is right there.
Yeah, Glenn's right there.
Cleaner, where is your flaming skull thing? What's going on?
He's gay now, so he doesn't have that anymore.
Oh, Cleaner. So if he's on, if he's on like a, there's something about. Sometimes it won't show up, or it'll take a little bit of time to show up because of the software or not software, but the system that he's on.
Okay.
It's just the way it is. I don't know why.
It's because it only uploads the GIF file one time and then stops after that, so Streamlabs doesn't continually upload.
Okay, so you believe it's GIF and not GIF. Okay. Yeah. All right, yeah. I like that.
Gotcha. So, Glenn, did you already make a judgment?
He's muted.
Yeah, I said Jorts. I said Jorts won.
Okay, cool.
Jorts. We got one vote for Jorts. Ticky Tack.
I have to admit, this is a great argument on both of your sides. Emmett, I completely understand the argument that you were making. Evan, you were navigating around the argument very well not to concede any points towards him. So, honestly, I'm at a 50-50 shot here.
Okay.
Got to flip a coin?
I really don't know.
Yeah,
it's almost a coin flip here.
Yeah. Hey, flip a coin. I don't care if I lose. If it's a coin flip, do it, man. I'm all about that.
Flipping coins are gay.
Oh, come on.
So I'm going to cater to bias here, and I'm going to have to go to Emmett.
There you go. All right.
Okay. So we're one up.
All right. So I saw that there were two different deontological-based thinkers here. Emmett said that piracy is not taking from anyone. George said that it's taking without compensation. They were both concerned with the ethics at the start and not the conclusion, so they're not consequentialists. George, you conceded the argument that Emmett made in his opening without conceding it by saying, I'm not conceding it, but I agree with it, which is conceding. So I also noticed that you did a lot of word salad, failed to really land your plane on any arguments, and just sort of talked about software in general. So I scored you at a -4, and George, I scored you at a 4. You attacked your opponent's positions. You made an argument, and so Emmett won that.
All right.
Emmett won, and George did not.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, that's terrible, Evan. Tell everybody about yourself and
There's nothing really to
Where
tell.
they can find you if they want to.
I'm just a guy. I have presuppositions, and I like talking to people and having fun. I think Emmett and I agree on more than we disagree on, so I think I made a new buddy. So I'll follow you if you have some kind of channel or something, man. So hit me up on my YouTube and let me know, and I'll follow you up.
I'll probably
Let 'em
gonna
know.
start.
Suck your dick.
I'm gonna go ahead and start a channel that's called State of Gaming, and I'm gonna be talking about the state of the gaming industry more than
Oh,
anything.
nice, and you're a nerd too, to boot. I like that.
All right.
All right. So for me, it's I wear jorts. The I is an L. The O is a 0. You can find me anywhere on any platform.
And he's a cool dude. And he's a good
So.
debater, and he's a good faith debater, which is awesome because that's not always the case. I would like to get a judge before we move into the next round. If anybody would like to step up for that, that would be great. Looking at you, Paige, Wade Boggs.
I'll be a judge.
Boggs. Paige, looking at you.
Are you in the channel? Are you in the Discord, Jorts?
Yeah. Of course. I'm in the Discord and like everybody's
By the way, I have
channel.
like 200 people. I didn't realize I had 200 people in my Discord.
Nice. Congratulations.
I was the other day. I'm like, why are there so many damn people here? I mean, nobody ever talks. It's just me.
Grid, you got all these people on your grass. Are you mad?
I
Why
know
are you
they're all
here,
on my
people?
lawn, man. They're all on my lawn. Anyway.
Get off my lawn, and I'll get off your lawn now, Grid. Okay? Kick me off your
All
lawn.
right. Well, have a great rest of your night. And
You
if
too,
you
brother.
want to, if you want to,
Great
hang
argument,
around, we'll
Deb.
see if somebody buys you back in.
All right.
The Kissy Cat sends
Cheers.
$2 and says, "Did those guys just become best friends?"
I like Emmett. Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah.
Go to General and send me a DM.
Paige, I would like you to judge if you feel up to it.
A hit was also called
Who?
in.
Yes, we have our next debate. I'm sorry, guys. I did get a Cash App from Mr. our truck driver, who does not always have the best signal, so he tends to use Cash App anyway. So let me just make sure that I get this right because I don't want to mess it up. Darko versus Cleaner.
Ooh.
Spicy.
Ukraine war.
Right.
One of you pro, the other anti.
Is this habanero or ghost pepper spicy?
Ghost peppers are spicy. All right. Yeah. Mr. is he's on it.
Intervention and anti-war versus non-intervention and pro-war is my understanding of what he wants to hear.
I would agree with that as well. So, let's get our judges sorted out. Paige, are you good? If you want me to judge, I can off cam. Yeah, it's off cam. That's fine. Lawrence isn't cammed up.
Is Jess debating, or is she coming in to help judge?
ZD, well, just to judge, ZD Den makes a good point. Old Joe, if you're available and would like to judge, I could go with Old Joe or Viking Paradigm. If he might work out.
Hey, Grid, I got to run, but I just want to thank you for having me on, and I hope you have a great rest of the show.
Well, Octavius, was that Octavius? It was.
Yeah, that was me.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Honestly, it was great having you on. I know that you've got a lot going on. If you would tell everybody a little bit about yourself, I know you've got a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, I hop around Discord and do the single dad things. I'm working on building a publishing house business for authorship and also sponsoring a YouTube channel and some other things regarding to that. A lot coming in the future, but
They have the topic. You guys ready for who's opening and who is not?
Sure. I'm pro, so I'm opening. They're muted, so I don't know if they're trying to say.
Yeah, which side are you taking?
I'm pro.
Pro war
Ukraine war.
or
Yeah,
pro
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 war,
intervention?
pro Ukraine war for sure. Absolutely.
Pro Ukraine war. Okay.
I mean, sure.
So I'm taking the intervention and anti-war side.
No, I'm taking the intervention and pro war side, which is what you had said before. I'm pro intervening in the Ukraine war. I don't know what you're like. Oh well, we should just let Russia take over Ukraine.
I think I understand what you're saying. That's fine.
For sure. Or,
Yeah, I'll take the oppositional side.
Cool. Yeah.
Okay.
So
All right,
borders are good.
All right. So when you're ready, Darko, let me know, and I will start your minute.
For sure. So borders are good. We should have some sort of recognized borders as we have for the past like century. People shouldn't be just allowed to, encroach on those borders, including Russia, including the U.S., including Mexico, including countries in Africa. I don't think states should be allowed to secede from the Union in the same way that I don't think Russia should be allowed to take over parts of Ukraine. That's all I got. Sorry.
We had 25 seconds left. Alrighty. When you're ready, Cleaner.
So I'm not really sure whether he's saying we should intervene in that or whether he's saying we should leave them alone to fight it out. It didn't really.
Or sorry, to be
really
super clear. Sorry, should I answer that question or it's his minute to respond? I'm trying to not
Super
be
chat. Add 4 minutes.
An asshole here.
Well, it's his opening, so he's not asking
Okay.
any questions yet. He's
For
making a statement. So
Gotcha. Okay.
Go ahead, Cleaner. I'm sorry. I'll back you up. And I'll see if I can't give you a few extra minutes here. Okay, go ahead.
I'm not really sure with that statement whether he's saying we should be intervening or just letting them duke it out and us stay out of it. So I don't see how that gets involved or doesn't get involved. As far as the Ukraine itself and whether or not we should get involved, he said he was going to take the side of us getting involved. So I'm going to take the opposite side and say I'm against us getting involved because I believe that us not getting involved is pro-war. War bolsters economic growth. Russians have been wiping out Russians for a long time. The rest of the world shouldn't really give a shit if Russians decide to kill other Russians. Just leave them alone and let commies kill commies. Every man in the world benefits from the women of the Ukraine fleeing the Ukraine to other countries, i.e., there are more wives available. I'm done. Next.
That was actually about right at 5 minutes. So it was kind of perfect. All right. Your time starts now, gentlemen.
All right, cool. So you're pro immigration then? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, that's not what I said at all.
Or no, well, I mean, you said that like people fleeing Ukraine is good for other countries because then like people who are, useful will go other places, right?
Right. I didn't say whether I was pro-immigration or anti-immigration.
Well, I mean, if you're for people fleeing that could be useful to other places, like that is like people leaving other countries and like going to other places where there will be more productive is kind of necessarily pro-immigration.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with you there. It's pro.
Sure. Okay, wait. So are you like pro borders, or are you pro like borders, or are you an open borders person?
No, I'm not. I'm not okay with open borders at all. I believe everybody should migrate legally.
Oh, okay. So like when a country encroaches on another country's borders, you would say that's bad, right?
Right. So all the guerrilla warfare the Ukraine was doing to Russia for the past 30 years before the war actually started, I think that was a bad thing, and I think Russia actually had.
Okay. So you think that the Ukraine had borders like a few decades ago, and they've been pushing past those borders.
Yeah, they actually have. There's a lot.
Oh, they actually have. Okay. So Ukraine was not a recognized country with recognized borders like several decades ago.
Russia for years before this started.
Yeah,
This has been going on for a long
yeah.
time.
Sure. Yeah. The USSR broke up a long time ago, and then Ukraine had a set system of borders, and you don't like those borders? Like you think those borders are able to be argued?
Do you think that this all comes down to just simple borders? Is that what you're saying here?
Yeah,
It all
absolutely.
comes down to borders.
Yeah. I think the U.S. has defined borders. I think Canada has defined borders. I think the Ukraine has defined borders, and Russia has pushed those and encroached on those.
Yeah, we've all defined borders. So if you believe this is all about borders, then you probably believe that the Ukraine should keep within their borders and Russia should keep within theirs, right? And maintain.
Sure, and Russia has not done that.
Well,
Russia has not done that.
Like, you're defeating your own argument there, because Ukraine literally took territory away from Russia after the agreed upon negotiations were
they
done.
did not.
Both sides agreed where the border was at.
Demonstrate that.
That's in the accords. They've already agreed on
what
it.
accords?
That's why it was set.
What accords?
That's why the border was set by the rest of the world and understood by NATO.
I'm sorry. Where was Crimea with respect to those borders? In the accords.
I'm not familiar with the exact.
Okay, so if South Texas was taken over by Mexicans and they decided to secede to Mexico, you'd be super fine with that, right?
Decided to attack Russia and take part of Russia for themselves. This was
so Crimea attacked Russia first. So Crimea attacked Russia, and so Russia just responded and took Crimea.
And Ukraine decided to invade part of Russia and take part of Russia for their own. You're still not. You're still not arguing against.
You just don't. You just believe in open borders, which is okay, dog. You can just say that. You can just say that you don't believe in borders. That's
dodging away
fine.
from all 3 points that I started in with, and only focusing on the borders, which, I mean, you've already.
You didn't make any points. You didn't make any points.
Yeah,
You're
I
just
did.
like, oh well, Ukraine has borders, but like
out other Russians shouldn't be a problem for the rest of the world to get involved with, and every man in the world benefits from the women of Ukraine fleeing the Ukraine to other countries. 3 valid points.
Oh, okay. So now it's women, Ukrainian women fleeing from Ukraine. That's the benefit, right? Eastern European women
the rest of the world, yes.
spreading out to the rest of the world. Yeah. Eastern European women have the best genetics, and we should just let them go wherever the fuck they want.
I didn't say they have the best genetics. You're strawmanning my argument. My argument was just that it benefits the rest of the world. There's more mate selection for us.
Why did they? Oh, okay. So you're pro race mixing then?
I don't really have anything against it.
Are you pro race mixing or are you pro open borders? Like you gotta pick one, dog.
What? If
you want to let Eastern European women go wherever the fuck they want, you're pro open borders.
Come over legally is anti-race mixing? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that if you think Ukrainian women should just be able to go wherever the fuck they want, that's pro open borders, right?
No, that's not pro open borders. I already said I believe they should be migrating legally. There is refugee status that they can attain for a limited period of time in some other states around there, and then they can apply for citizenship to other places to get away. They should do it legally. I believe I've already answered this question. Why do you keep trying to run away from any of the points that I've made?
I'm not trying to run away. I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck your argument is about,
You've
dog.
already defeated your own argument with the whole.
No, I haven't. No, I haven't.
They
no, I haven't.
literally.
You're just like, oh, Ukraine should exist unless Russia wants to take them over, and then the rest of the world can just take in that country's immigrants or refugees or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, so you can conflate 2 topics and make them sound like they might have something to do with each other in some remote way. Anybody can do that. That doesn't mean that you're actually right in any way, shape, or form.
So are you pro refugees or against refugees?
Refugees, I have no mind about. If someone.
Okay, so you're okay with refugees coming to America?
And I'm trying to answer your question. You can either allow me to answer the question, or you can just spurt the fuck out like you're doing right now.
Yeah, I have autism. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, sure. So
I don't
you're
care what you have. You asked a
pro
question,
refugees
allow
coming
one
to
answer.
America.
Yeah, I don't have anything against refugees being in an area to get away from a war for a
Okay,
limited
so
period of
you
time.
think
However,
America should
that
accept
period
refugees?
of time is done. They should be extradited out of that country.
Oh, okay. So you think refugees are okay, and then after they're done being
For a
refugees, we should
limited
just
period
deport
of
them
time,
elsewhere?
someplace they can
And
go
they
that's
should
safe
be trying
while
to
they're
find someplace
refugees.
they
Yeah,
can go
I don't
that's
What the
safe
fuck do you
while they're
think a
refugees.
refugee
Yeah,
status
I
is?
don't think
What the
there's
fuck
anything
do
wrong
you
with
think
that.
a refugee status is? Like,
It's literally a refugee status. That's what a
okay,
refugee.
so refugee status is you can come hang out here for a while, and then we're gonna deport you afterwards
Someone is
somewhere else.
fleeing a war-torn country so they do not get killed.
Okay, so
what you're saying
refugees
is
offered
value.
citizenship?
Let's see. Oh, JS has a response. He says, no, you're
So what
just
is bad faith? Is bad faith keeping somebody on the subject of the debate, or is bad faith trying to bring up about 12 different other fucking arguments that have nothing to do with the argument that you're having? Like, look, man, I don't care what you think about if I'm bad faith or not. I'm not being bad faith towards you.
about the whole Unitarian thing, I think. Oh, here's Evan. Hello, Evan. What's up? Hey, we can't hear you for some reason.
It's this. Is it double? Doing it? Wonder why.
Which is the
based on
same
what you read about
what I've
Orthodoxy.
learned so far. What I've learned
Yeah.
so far.
What is this? The hell? YouTube.
Both sourced from the same place. God. the authority that God gave man to write down.
Let's see if this works. Hello. Settings. Okay. Camera. Audio. Hello.
Testing your
Hey.
speakers on StreamYard. Sounds like they're working.
Which one has higher authority?
Did that work?
Which one?
Yeah, that works. Whatever you did, there we
All right,
go.
there it
Perfect.
is. All right.
Thank
That was weird.
goodness, 'cause
I was just
whatever
on.
that was.
I was just on
Ugh.
Grid Show and I didn't have a problem, so I don't understand. This stupid mic sucks.
Well,
So.
well, Grid.
What?
I don't know. It could just
Turn
be
off your camera because
StreamYard.
you're like cutting out a lot too.
It could just be StreamYard because Grid uses what's it called? Streamlabs.
Oh,
So it
interesting.
could just be StreamYard. It's giving.
Am I cutting in and out though? Like Elder said?
Yeah, you're roboting. You're roboting and cutting in and out.
What the farts? Let me try this. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Let me try this. Okay.
Running a line is.
Yeah, I
How's
ran
this?
my line on you.
How's
and then
that?
you tried to escape my line of question by
Oh,
going to a different topic that had nothing to do with what I was talking about.
Is that better?
Yeah, I think that's better. Yeah.
There we go. All right, what's the conversation? I just saw James was on. I was like, oh shoot, I got to see what's going on.
Oh, well, we just been talking about whatever, you know, because it's just a chill stream. I did put this prompt there. I said how do men lead in a romantic relationship at first, but then I had to want to change it to marriage because it makes more sense to go with marriage because I was thinking romantic relationship and marriage is like the same thing when I made up the title.
Well, I think that most people should have a romantic relationship unless they're going to have a covenantal marriage, and then if you're not going to have a covenantal marriage, there's no use for marriage. So.
Yeah, well, true, but from my worldview, marriage will be the thing, though, because I believe in God and the Bible.
Oh, absolutely. I think I'm not saying marriage should be a
mean-
thing. I'm saying secular wise.
Yeah, secular-wise, yeah, but I'm not a secularist, though, so.
No,
I'm the
either
one
am I.
who's
Either am I. Yeah, no, absolutely. I have the whole, I got the freaking marriage certificate and all that crap. Like, I'm just saying that if you're not going to have a covenantal marriage, you're not going to have anything behind that thing that you said yes to, then
Yeah, of
it
course,
doesn't really
yeah.
make sense to do. It's like just have your, I don't know what the hell you'd call it. I guess
I guess living
relationship.
together in the secular way, just living
So,
together and just
yeah.
being together.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not. Maybe it's me that's fucking lagging because now everybody's cutting out.
No, everybody's cutting out? Oh, no.
No, you're not cutting out, Elder. I hear you.
No, he said everybody, as I'm like, from his end.
Oh,
he's saying
dude, where'd you get that
everybody's cutting out.
picture, James? That thing's sick.
Oh, I got that from CT's channel because a guy named EAE made them, and CT emailed it over to me.
Yeah, it's cool, man. It looks freaking
But
awesome. I love it.
I'm trying to get the other ones, though, because EAE made more as well to AI.
Yeah, I like it, bro. It's freaking sick. Like whoever the artist is, like that's a good freaking job. I like that.
I think it's through AI. I think he did it through AI. EAE.
Even through AI though, that's pretty freaking good. I like that. That's
Yeah,
that's cool.
EAE's the guy that hangs out over there on CT's channel, Chaotic Truth Live channel.
So Elder,
got
you
the
still hate
little-
me tonight? What's your deal tonight? You still want to like kill me and shit?
No, man. When I drink, I usually center in on one person, and then I go after them, and I try.
I
to
wasn't
get in the
upset. I just
fight.
want to make sure if you wanted to kill me, it's...
Well, that was kind of one of the reasons, not the only reason they're Sweater. I don't know why I said Elder, because we're talking about Elder line, and for some reason I said Elder instead of Sweater. That was one of the reasons Sweater was over the whole Trinity thing, but that wasn't the only reason.
Yeah, but Orthodoxy believes in Trinity, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, I I don't. I believe in the Godhead.
Okay, so you don't believe in the triune God.
Yeah, I'm more like Unitarian.
Okay, interesting. So you're like a monotheist?
Yeah, I'm a monotheist. Yeah.
All right, that's interesting. So what was your background? What were you raised up in?
I was raised in Protestant, Pentecostal Protestant.
Well, that doesn't help. Everyone's speaking in tongues. People running around, going crazy.
Yeah, doing all that wild stuff that you
Yeah.
can't make sense of. And
I'm not a
I couldn't
charismatic guy,
understand
I'll tell
that
you.
Either. And I couldn't understand the whole getting rid of the law, like whole thing, and thinking it's all bad and evil. And
Yeah, charismatic, I can't do. I grew up in that kind of church. It was Calvary Chapel. I don't know if you know what that is. It's like a non-denominational. But just like the whole thing, like be sitting in church and someone's like, the music stops for a moment. Somebody prays. There's someone in here who's having a really hard time. And God says, it's like, shut the heck up. Of course somebody's having a hard time here. You freaking idiot. Everyone's having a hard time. Like, don't give me your weird... I couldn't do the whole, or they'd be like, blah, 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 blah. And then and there'd be no interpretation for it. I can't do that whole... The charismatic thing, man.
That's so improper, biblically speaking.
It was so irritating. I couldn't do it. And then if you question them, you're all of a
can't
sudden not a
interpret
Christian.
it,
You're all of a sudden not a Christian. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
So you believe that everybody should get married, even if they're not, they don't want to covenant
I believe
marriage?
only religious people should get married. People.
Well, what's religious though? So like Buddhist, it's okay for them to get
People
married.
that believe in that believe in the Bible or in from their worldview some sort of religious text, because it's a religious sacrament as far as everyone's religious.
So hang on, are you Unitarian or
Sounds like
you a
idolatry.
Universalist? Are you
But I'm not saying I agree with their.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
not
that's
saying
what
I
it
agree
is,
that
well,
these
so-
other religions are religions, right?
Okay.
But I'm
Alright.
saying that they obviously from their worldview see it as a religious sacrament. So if they want to get married, then I guess they should get married based on their worldview. I'm not
Okay.
saying that they're legitimate religion.
Yeah, I guess I can't really argue with that. I just think that if you're not gonna have a covenant to marriage, because if I've gone from my presupposition, I'm gonna say that God created marriage, and in that's the only way to be married if you're married before God and made a covenant before Him. But I mean, I understand what you just said, but yeah.
Yeah, because I'm not just gonna, because I'm not trying to force the Bible down someone's throat.
No, I'm not. I'm definitely not a theomist. So.
Because that doesn't go well, trying to force it down their throat.
No, look at Islam. As much as it's the biggest religion in the world, it's also killed the most amount of people. It's kind of stupid. So.
Well, yeah, that's part of their religion.
Well, I know. That's what I'm saying. And everyone always says, "Oh, well, it was the Crusades." Well, the Crusades were actually an answer to
the
jihad. So
the jihad, yeah.
I'm not saying that there wasn't part of the Crusades, because I'm not a Catholic in any way, shape, or form. But I'm not saying there wasn't a part of the Crusades that didn't have probably their own ideologies. Like, hey, man, we're big and tough.
Oh,
and we'll
it
take
did
you
have
out.
their own.
Absolutely. But what I'm saying is that
Catholics went around taking people out. They just didn't believe in
right.
Catholicism.
Well, I know, and that's what I'm saying. But most of the time, it was
they
an
attacked the
answer
Orthodox
to
Church in that one.
Islam in and of itself, and that's why it's kind of
A
misrepresented.
lot of the groups that were spurred on by the Catholics were also riled up and seen as Catholicism being the only truth or the truth.
Right.
I shouldn't say the only truth, but they were the truth.
Right.
That they could basically do whatever they wanted to anybody they can't bother them that wasn't Catholic. So they
Right.
attacked the Orthodox in the same way. They attacked the Jays in the same way.
Which is weird, because that doesn't even make any
was the
sense.
Templars.
Catholicism and Orthodoxy is not even it's not even compatible, really. You're not going to find an Orthodox person praying to Mary. So
no,
or doing Hail Marys, or you know what I mean. Like, you're not going to find that in Orthodoxy. They have that one thing that's strange. What's it? The liturgy, which is it's only strange if you've never been to something. The first time you go, you're kind of like, what is this? But it's not any more interesting than going to some mass and some dude reading Latin that no one understands anyways. So.
But I hear you, JS. You'll be up here in a minute. I hear you. Yeah, I'm sorry, Sweater. I just can't believe in the Trinity. I tried to do it in blindly faith, just trying to follow it, but I just can't.
So what is your argumentation against the Trinity, James? If I can ask you.
Well, there's the problem with God can't be a man, right? I mean, like.
So you don't believe Jesus is
God is a
was
spirit. I'm not saying that Jesus isn't divine. I'm not saying that. He can still be divine, but doesn't mean he's the Father. Doesn't mean he's God, I guess you could say, depending on how you would look at the. Because technically, the word El would denote power, like the highest power, and then like Elohim would be like a council, basically from a.
Well, I have a lot of refutation for what you just
Are you
said.
coming from Elohim? Are you coming from we're
going to do a debate about that.
Are you coming from the LDS perspective?
No, I'm think I'm more coming from the Messianic perspective than the LDS.
Okay. So what again? What is your
my understandings of the whole thing from the
This is what catechumenism is about, though. It was about helping you heal from those heresies. So when you find something that you bump up against, and you just run away from the whole thing just because you found one thing that you just can't accept, you have to give it time. You can't just hear a couple of arguments or a couple of explanations and not be able to understand that explanation and then just run away.
Hold on a minute, GT. I'll let you up here in a minute. Give me a minute. I don't think GT's ever been up here. GT. I don't think he's ever been up here, so I'm gonna go and put this up.
Oh, nice. That looks sick. I like that. That's cool,
Hello,
James.
GT. Well, it's just the basic one that you get with.
Yeah, but it still looks freaking cool. So.
But hello, GT. How are you today?
Hey, bro. Good.
Whoa.
Hello.
Sorry, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
What? Yeah.
How are you today?
Sorry about that. Oh, hold on. Let me mute up. Yeah, good. Just trying to figure out how to get into the chat.
What do you mean getting to the chat? Like,
You're already in the chat, yeah.
You mean like where you can chat bars the YouTube
okay.
stuff?
All good. Yeah.
Yeah, I give up on Orthodoxy, King. Yeah, I couldn't believe in Trinity, but
See, I don't know. I don't know enough about Orthodoxy. I know it's completely different. I know JS set up, a couple of things. They hold her in very high esteem, but they don't pray to her. They don't do, all that stuff. So.
Yeah, I would say that she's probably,
is Orthodoxy,
if not the greatest saint. It has to be in the top percentile of the greatest saints.
I'm not even worried about that. I'm just saying, like, if Orthodoxy believes in the Trinity, correct? So you have like the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. That's what. Okay, that's what I thought. I was okay. I just wanted to make sure. I was like, wait, I'm pretty sure they thought that. Yeah. Okay. All right. So what is your contention? I want to hear your contention against the Trinity.
Well, the thing is, though, that the Elohim is not necessarily, if I'm understanding the Hebrew correctly and everything, it's not necessarily indicating that it would be talking about, like, the Most High God, like, because Elohim is talking about the council of the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
Because Elohim can refer to prophets, it could refer to judges, it could refer to anyone within the council of the Most High. Because the Most High has a council in heaven.
So then how do you contend?
So wouldn't the Trinity be the council?
Well, the thing is, though, that I'll explain this.
Yeah, no. I'm here to listen for sure. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how to explain this because it's like the Trinity wouldn't be the council because the Trinity's trying to say that Jesus is God and the Father is God.
Yep. The Holy Spirit's God.
And all that, but yet they're not all each other, and it's three entities and
in one person, right?
in one person, but that's weird. How do you get one person out of three entities? That's the part where I can't wrap. That's one part I can't wrap my head around. Is like, how do you get three persons?
So if
in
I
one
have
entity?
let's say that I have
So
an
like a
entity.
modalism or something. I mean, like,
Yeah, I mean it sounds like you could be that direction. Yeah.
because that'd be the only way I think you could do that. Is like some sort of modalism when it comes to like trying to get three persons into one. Like, and then
Yeah, you're literally talking about earthly, worldly, human claims that have nothing that apply to God, like not even a little bit.
Right.
well, but the word Trinity appears nowhere in the Bible.
Of course it doesn't. Yeah, but either does abortion. Do you believe
Concept
that
does,
abortion
though.
is
The term
is
Godhead appears twice in the New Testament.
do you believe in abortion? Do you believe abortion is okay?
No, I don't believe abortion is okay. That's murder.
But that's not. It's not mentioned in the Bible.
Yeah, but it's murder though. It's life. It's already talked about in the Bible.
Sure.
It's not literally talked about. Yeah, but the thing is, Godhead is actually literally talked about, where Trinity is nowhere in the Bible.
Right. But do you recognize the fact that like let's just go like to Matthew, right? And when John the Baptist is in the wilderness, and Jesus comes and sees him, and John, does his deal with John, right? And you have the Father saying something, you have the Holy Spirit coming down, and you have Jesus, and they're all in congruence. Do you understand that happened?
Well, can't they all still be in congruence or like on the same page, and yet he not be yet they not all three be one person in the Trinity? Because how does Jesus not know his time of his second coming, yet only the Father does? How does that work in a Trinitarian?
Wait, so can you give me the scripture and the verse to look it up? I don't know. I don't know what the verse you're talking about.
It talks about in the Gospels, I'm pretty sure.
Well, of course, yeah. We got 4. Do you understand the difference between the Gospels, like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John? Like who it's talking to and why?
I think Mark was writing to the Jews, if I remember right. He was.
No, that'd be Matthew.
Jews. Or is that? Or yeah, it was Matthew.
Yeah, Matthew was talking to the Jews. Yeah, that's why he had the lineage.
Yeah. But I'm also trying to remember the verse that I was trying to tell you about too.
JS says it's in Revelation.
Revelation.
That's what JS said. Yeah.
Did he say what part of Revelation?
He just says it's in Revelation. So, and also, do you take Revelation literally? Are you a oh wait, hang on, never mind. JS said it's wrong. Do you take that literally, or do you think that Matthew 24 speaks to
Matthew 24? I thought it was in the Gospels.
Oh look, JS said Matthew 24 as I did. That's funny.
24
36 he says. Matthew 24
36. Yeah, I thought it was in the Gospels. I gotta figure out about GT real quick, and then I can show you 36.
No, for sure.
What's going on with you, GT? Are you okay there? You good? Hello?
I think his dog was barking. He didn't want the dog to be barking.
I'm gonna go ahead and put you in the back for now, GT, because I don't know what's going on with you. I don't think you've ever been up here before. So now I'm gonna throw this down, that way you can see. Hold on, JS, I'll get you up here in just a minute. This is the King James version of the Bible. But of that day and hour knoweth no man, no, not the angels of heaven, but my Father only. See, only the Father knows, but yet if they're all three, one person, how on earth
of
is it
that
just
day,
the Father that knows?
hour knoweth no man. No, so no man, right? So
No,
even
no
though
man, no
Right.
angel either.
But
of
hang on a second.
heaven.
You got to
But
understand
my
that
Father
God came
only.
down as he was fully God and he was fully man.
Yeah, but
So
he said, "But my Father only," and he speaks to the Father separately all the time in the Gospel.
Constantly.
He always refers to
Sure.
the Father as the
Because we're two
one
different persons.
that should be the one that is directed towards far as your prostration or your
and,
worship.
sorry, that's so small. What the heck? God, I'm blind
Let
as
me
hell.
make it,
What's the translation that you got going on too?
King James, just a King James one.
Okay, you only do KJV. Okay.
Well, no, I could do other ones. It's just that's the one that always pops up when you go to Blue Letter Bible first.
Okay,
That's
all
the
right.
first one that pops up. I
Yeah.
got other options. I can go NKJV, NLT, NIV, ESV, CSB. I mean, I got like tons of options. I could go
So,
to Hebrews names one.
Yeah. That's like the So yeah, let me look it up real quick. Yeah, where's my freaking phone? Okay, there we go. So it was Mark 24:36. Okay. So and also, do we take that verse out of context as a whole, or do we think that the entire scripture of Matthew 24 is more important than just one
I'm taking it in the
verse?
complete context. How
I
on
believe the
earth
whole
can you-
Bible is what James is saying.
Well, no. What I'm saying is like this, right? So like let's just look at Proverbs. Okay. So 1 through 10. It's literally the chapters 1 through 10 is going through something, correct? And then after 10, once it starts at 11 all the way to 31, 31 has its own, it's the proper way that a wife should act, right? But if you go through the rest of it, right? So 11 through 30, it's just going to be little quips. It isn't like a whole to where like Proverbs 1 through 10 is all like in congruence with one another. And then same thing with Proverbs 31. It's all in congruence with one another. The rest of the Proverbs is sort of just like a mishmash of,
wise
that's why they
sayings,
call,
just saying
that's why they
it's
call
the
them
book of
Proverbs, right?
wisdom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. It's like when I it's like if you can go to Romans 1 and look at it, and you could pick a verse out and go, oh, well, da 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 da. But it's like I think that in context it makes more sense. Oh, you know what? The best example, John 3:16. If without 15 and 17 and the verses before each and after, it just sounds really nice. It sounds really fancy, but it says, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. It doesn't say that God saved the world, right? It says that for God so loved the world. Of course, he loves
and also
his
'cause he
image.
saved, you have to believe. Like in order to be saved, you have to believe. So that's also.
But you have to read John 3 in context is what I'm saying. It has a lot more to say than just.
James.
You have a question, JS?
Yeah. So, like, I've there's a guy on YouTube. His name's Common Sense Christianity, and you should check out his channel if you're like kind of thinking you're into Unitarianism.
Well, it ain't my first time being in Unitarianism. Because I was Unitarian back when I was Messianic.
He calls it biblical Unitarian, but the one thing, do you believe that Jesus was created?
He was begotten. That's what Scripture says. He was begotten.
Do you think so? You think that he wasn't there with God for all time, before time? He was created later. by
Well,
God.
I'm considering that that the concept, the idea of him was there, and he may also have been the angel that was the angel of Yahweh, the one that led the Israelites and went before them, and his name was Yahweh's name was in him.
Yeah, that's the part where I disagree with the Unitarians, because I agree with a lot of the stuff they say, but they say that Jesus was created. I believe he was always with the Father for all uncreated. He was always there. But there's verses in the Bible that they say like Christ was the first of all creations. So,
but what about just John the first verse of John?
In the beginning was the Word.
Yeah, and the Word was God, and the Word is with God.
But that's a delineation between two words. So in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. So that's the Word, which is God.
But who is the Word? I mean, look at John the Baptist.
And
who is the Word?
The Word was with God, and that's Christ.
And
right.
plus
So there's
the
God
Word
and Christ. They're both the Word.
Yeah, that's
and
what I'm
there's
saying.
the word that is
But-
God and the word that is with God, which is Christ.
Right.
Plus the word that's used for God there, it could either be talking about the
It's
Father.
logos.
But why would it
Or
say
could be
in the
talking
beginning was the
about,
Word, and the Word was with
or
God,
the
and the Word
council,
was
'cause-
God? He was in the beginning
Yeah,
with
I'm
God.
flipping it, but
Because it could either be denoting El or it could be denoting Elohim, because they replace the word El or Elohim with the word
New
Theos
Testament is
all
not
the
in
time in the
Hebrew.
Septuagint.
Okay, so what
And
about?
in
Well, it's
Greek,
in
period.
Hebrew,
Right,
Greek, and
Greek.
Aramaic. But yeah, it's
It
what
was
about
not
the
originally made in Hebrew?
right? So it's Aramaic. What I don't understand Aramaic and Greek and,
Greek.
and right. It's
yeah, they
you
were
can say
writing
all
in
three.
Greek at that time.
Or
They
in
would have been
Greek.
speaking it in
Yeah.
Aramaic.
Yeah. I don't understand. What does that mean, Elder? I don't
The only
understand.
one, what I'm saying,
Elohim
he
is
was
Hebrew.
trying to, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
What? What is it?
Well, El and Elohim are two words that they use to translate as God in the Hebrew.
Okay, and the New Testament was not translated from Hebrew.
Yeah, but the thing was though, whenever they
The only one that you could
translated-
actually make an argument for that is
but when they translated
one?
things from
Make
the
sure.
Hebrew to the Septuagint, they always translated from what I've seen. I've not combed through it all to be
Yeah, the
fair, but-
Septuagint is the Old Testament,
Yeah, that's what I'm. But this is that. Yeah, I know. That's my
but
point.
the claim was about the New Testament.
But my point, though, you have to understand what my point is. The
'Kay.
thing is, hold on, let me finish, please.
No, we're all listening. You're good. Yeah, go.
The point is, the word that they translate is they always translate El and Elohim as is the word Theos, which is the word I think it's like Theos, something like that, as far as the Koine Greek for the term that they would translate as God in the Koine Greek. It's always that word, Theos.
Okay.
From what I've seen in the Septuagint. And that word Theos in
Yeah, 'cause Theotokos is the mother of God, and then theology is like the study of God.
but that word could be either in the New Testament referring to El or it could be referring to Elohim, which I would say are two different things because El I would say is the Father. And Elohim is the it could be referring to the council or it could be referring to just the Son. as
Well,
being
wouldn't El
Elohim.
just be the?
Well, Elohim really just means God, but it could be
Nah,
lowercase.
Not really from the perspective if you're looking at the older.
It could be
understanding of
lowercase g or it
Hebrew.
could be uppercase g.
I-
So there's a verse where it says
Because-
Moses was made God among men.
Yeah, but
And the word there is Elohim. Moses
But
was made
Elohim-
Elohim among men.
but Elohim also refers to judges and people like that
Right.
too,
Right.
and
That's
prophets and everything.
yeah.
It doesn't
But it's
necessarily
calling
just-
them lowercase g's. So they're basically they have power from God. They become gods among men. Lowercase g's. And
They're
that's
like
what that's in
representatives.
John 10 when Jesus said, when they say, why do you call yourself to or do you call yourself God? You make yourself to be like God. And Jesus says, did you not read the scriptures where it says you are gods?
They're Elohim,
Lowercase
yeah, because
g.
they're representatives. Because that's what the idea of Elohim is like, referring to the idea of the council. And they're
And he says,
representing.
nothing that I do is of myself, but only of my Father. So when I say that when I say I'm one with God, I'm saying you should be one with God too, as I am one with God, because I do everything through my Father. Everything is from my Father. When you see me, you see my Father.
Well, and
He's
also
always
if we
referring
look in
to the
what is it?
Father as if he's like completely separate from him, not that they're one person.
Is it
No,
John?
I agree with you on that. The only, I pretty much agree with you, James, except for the only reason I disagree with Unitarians is about I don't think Jesus was created. I think
No, he wasn't.
Uncreated with his Father for all from before time, like outside of time. But I do believe that he sits beside God on the throne. So
Yeah, on the right hand, at the right
Right.
hand of God on the throne, on his own throne.
so it is a
which basically
separate.
just him claiming he's the head of the council.
He's the head of the council. Yeah, he's Yahweh Elohim. He's the head of the council.
Yeah.
What
and
about
he
what
is
about John
divine.
14, right? Where it's John 14:5. Thomas said to him, "Lord, we do not know where you are going. How do we know the way?" Jesus said to him, "I'm the way and the truth and the life, and no one comes to the
No
Father
man
but
comes
through
to
me.
the Father except
So
through me.
how can you say that there's not separate entities in a sense? Because how would you get to the Father but through him if it's
Implies that
uni,
there's-
right?
right.
Uni means one.
One God. There's one Father, and you only
Right.
get to the Father by going through the Son.
Right.
Now, if Jesus was God,
Oh,
why wouldn't he
GTGT
just
wants to
say-
come in now.
why wouldn't he
James,
just
heads up.
say,
Okay, I'm gonna. hold
I
on,
am
let
the
me get-
Father? Like,
Let me
why
get
wouldn't he just-
GTGT up here for him. Okay, you're up here now, GTGT.
Okay, thanks, bro.
Okay.
But there are some there. I have, it's a tough concept, and that's why I kind of leave it as I'd rather just say I don't know.
Okay, but JS,
I don't know
which
the-
is a
the
tougher
essence of
concept,
God.
creationism or the Big Bang? Which
Creation.
which one requires more faith?
I think like what's the book? I don't have enough faith to be an atheist.
You talking about Dawkins' book?
No, it's a Christian. What's his name? Not Kent Hovind. He's Frank Turek, I think. Yeah, it's a book. Anyway, it's I don't have enough faith to be an atheist because
Yeah.
it takes more faith to be an atheist than to believe in God.
Well, I think it would. That's what I'm saying, right? It's like you have to have way
To
more
believe in the
faith
Big
to
Bang,
say, yeah.
You know.
And
just
this is
believe
why
that something
I
came
believe
from
that
nothing
atheists are
randomly,
their
it just
own religion in
happened.
and of itself. Like it has to be a religion. It doesn't make any sense otherwise. Why are all these people gathering together saying the same thing if they're not? They don't have some sort of faith. It's like I don't understand it. Because if you look at a building, right? Who made that building?
The builder.
Right. If you look at anything we look at, it can't just have happened from nothingness. That makes no sense. That's chaos. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm not saying that these people are evil for thinking that thing. Well, they're anti-Christ, yes, but I don't think in the sense of like evil, I think they're misinterpreting the world around them. That's what I would say. So
What
Yeah.
happened to King? King left.
That's why I do. My favorite arguments for God are fine-tuning arguments.
Which is what? Can you give one?
Like intelligent design, I guess.
Like
That's what
basically
it said, yeah.
everything in the universe is so impossibly the variables for like life on Earth to be sustained or the
It's
galaxy.
implausible, not impossible, but it's implausible. I wouldn't say it's
yeah,
impossible.
but it's like impossible to the level of winning the lottery every day for the
Okay,
for
sure.
100 years.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay,
it's
yeah. If
Great.
you-
It's like 10,
Yeah, okay.
10 to the power of 130, like
Okay.
10 with 130 zeros.
All right.
You know,
If you want to do it that
or-
way, then sure. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, it's so
But-
implausible that you might as well just say it's impossible.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's a good argument. I like that.
Or like if a tornado blew through a junkyard, could you ever get a Corvette landing on the other side of the tornado? No. But God could.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. Like that's why they think
the
we have
watchmaker
delineations, right?
argument.
That's why I think words are important, right? So you have improbability, you have impossibility. Like you have words that delineate things and say, hey, this is A, this is B. And
But it really would be impossible to get a Corvette on the other side of a tornado because a Corvette's not going to be able to weld parts together
Well,
and
of course.
screw in pieces and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
Or,
So you're basically talking about like quantum mechanics.
I don't know about that, but it's like if you had a bunch of scrap metal on an anvil and you took a hammer and you just started smashing it,
right?
Could you ever get a Rolex? No.
Right, but that's what they'll say. So it's like that joke. Have you heard that physics joke?
Which physics joke?
So there was a physicist, right, that went to an ice cream shop every single day. Okay, and every single day he ordered the same thing. He ordered two of them and sat one next to him, hoping that the chair next to him would it would sprout this thing, right? Because he's thinking in quantum mechanics, right, inside a vacuum. And so eventually, like the guy scooping the ice cream goes, "Hey man, you're in here every freaking day. You know, you're waiting for some girl to just poof show up out of nowhere. Why don't you just ask a girl, you know, to sit next to you and order her an ice cream?" And he goes, "Yeah, but what's the probability of that happening? It's the same thing. You know what I mean?
The
probability is
Just
the
as
same
much
thing.
probability that
Yeah.
one's gonna magically appear
Yeah,
here.
that you and your dorkness is gonna get a girl to come talk to you. It's like it's the same exact thing. So that's what I. Sorry, go ahead,
Hey,
James.
hey, are you there, GT?
He said he was.
Yeah, I'm here.
Earlier I didn't get you to cam up, but could you cam up just for a minute so I can see you and make sure you're a person and make sure you're cool?
Oh, yep.
I think I've seen him in other streams before. I just can't remember exactly which ones.
I think I may have.
Yeah, I've seen him on Speak's show.
And Elderline, the reason I was asking you about cessation, if
So
you would have just said
seen him
no,
before?
if you would have just said no, I don't believe in cessation, I would have stopped. I wouldn't have went on with the line. But if you said yes, I do believe in cessation, that the spiritual gifts ceased after Christ.
go.
Then I would say, do the apostles of your church, of the Orthodox Church, have the ability to prophesy? Can they do prophecy? So
And see, this is my point though. None of that had anything to do with what we were arguing about.
it does have to do with what we're arguing. We're arguing church authority versus scripture. So I believe that the men who wrote the scriptures were divinely inspired and prophets.
Wait, so
But
JS, sorry,
don't
I don't know
believe there's
that
modern prophets.
JS, are you a sola scriptura guy?
Prophecy doesn't even necessarily mean that you can see the future. So it's not.
No, prophecy. No. Hang on, stop
Misconception.
with that. Hang on, JS, are you sola scriptura?
When you say that, and this is why I bring up the other solas, like it's not just, you know, that it's not just sola scriptura.
I'm just asking you your ideology. That's it.
I believe the Bible is the most important documents that we have about.
Dude, I'm not arguing with you. I just wanted to understand your thing. So, Edeline, are you anti sola scriptura?
Yeah, just the Bible. Yeah.
Okay.
See, that's the problem. That's the problem. Sola scriptura does not mean just the Bible. That's what people don't understand.
But sola scriptura does mean that. It means it's that's literally
and this is why the solas are. I don't like the idea of the 5 solas because there's 5 of them.
Are
So
you
how
a
can
Calvinist?
They all contradict
JS?
each other.
Well, no, it's the 5 solas of the Protestant Reform. So I think
Are you a Calvinist? Like, are you 1689 or?
I agree with a lot of Calvin stuff, but I wouldn't say I'm a Calvinist.
Yeah,
I
me
don't believe
neither.
in total
I'd say that
I don't
there's
believe in
only
total depravity.
four part of tulips I can agree with. The other one I can't. So
total depravity.
It's not total depravity for me. It's the fact that God chooses, like it's some kind of like lottery.
The elect.
It's the you're a Christian, you're a Christian, you're a Christian, you're a Christian, you're a Christian. I think that you have to have faith.
It's undeniable grace.
So, right. I think that you have to have faith. Right? I mean, look at Abraham. What does it say? Talk about with Abraham, right? Why was Abraham saved?
Because of his faith.
Right.
He trusted God. He followed God.
So it wasn't like this chosen thing.
He
it
followed
was
somebody. Faith was his
But do you
act.
believe God? Do you believe God is all knowing and outside?
Absolutely.
Of time?
I mean, look at. Let's just go to Nebuchadnezzar. Let's use that as an example, right? Let's look at Moses, the Pharaoh, right? So God can do as He pleases. I'm not saying He can't do that. I don't believe in free will. I'm not a free will guy. I think God does as He pleases.
So
but
then how can you not believe in the elect if you don't believe in free will?
Because I don't think God just it's not some like lottery game that He's playing. Like, let's spin a wheel.
It's not a lottery. He's chosen His children before.
But why did He
knows who
choose
his
them?
Children are before
Why
the
did He
beginning
choose
of
them?
time.
Because of their faith.
But He chose us. It says we were chosen before the world was formed.
Of course. Because of our faith.
Okay.
He knew that we would have faith.
But that's what the irresistible grace is. We have faith because we can't resist it because we've been chosen.
Oh, of course we can. Listen, the people who talk about the whole like, hey, I said a prayer. Oh, Jesus, will you come into my heart? That stuff's gay. That's gay as hell.
Right.
That doesn't
agree.
work. I'm not saying
Yeah.
that. What I'm saying is that
Like when
God
people
knew
say
who
you
would have faith and who wouldn't, and that's the chosen.
Yeah, but when people tell me you chose God, no, I didn't.
No, you didn't.
In fact, no, I didn't choose God. God
No.
chose me.
Yeah, you didn't choose
Yeah.
God. I understand that. That's what I'm
And that's
saying.
what
There's a
irresistible grace is.
delineation though between that whole God just spun a wheel looking
I
thing.
actually spent years trying to. I would read the Bible
Right.
and try to find things that contradicted. And
Me
try
too.
to find
Yeah.
errors and try to
Yeah.
find.
And you know
and it
why?
just ma- it-
Because when I
it
had
made me
questions in my
stronger.
church would tell me to shut up.
Yeah.
Because Calvary Chapel's evil.
So I was like, you know what?
So-
I'm gonna find out why this is wrong. And so
Yeah.
I spent like 3 years just trying to dig
Yep.
into it and find the problems in it.
Yep.
And it made me stronger in my faith.
I know. That's
So I was
what I'm saying though
choosing
is I'm
to
not
deny God, but I couldn't do it.
right.
Like-
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you can deny God, but what I'm saying is that you can't accept God either, right? So you can't accept, you can't deny. But what I'm saying is that I think that because God is who He is, He's Alpha, He's Omega, He's the beginning, He's the end, right? The faith is the reason behind that, and just because you have faith, you know what does it say about the demons, right? They know everything about the Bible, correct? They know every single word, but they don't believe. There's no faith, right? And that's what delineates us who are quote unquote chosen.
Yeah, well, I think faith and belief are different. Like Satan believes in God.
But faith has as an aspect of belief. You have to believe to have faith.
They don't follow him.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is that without faith there is nothing. There's no anything.
And that's why
Well, actually, without works, there's
So-
no faith, because faith without works is dead.
That's not true either though. Because
Yeah,
listen,
I
if
actually,
I
that is true.
why I
Faith
had a
without
hang on,
works is dead.
listen,
Literally.
James.
I don't agree with
If
that.
if I have faith in Christ, but I can't even get out of bed in the morning, does that mean I'm not a Christian?
Right, like you're paralyzed or something.
Yeah. I
It's-
can't do anything. I can't spread the gospel.
Man. Whoa.
But James, I think that
Exceptions
this is
don't make the rule. I mean, that was
this
the
is
whole point
how-
of the
I
free
understand. Yeah,
control.
Elder, I get it. Yeah, that's a good point. You're right. That's a good point.
You can do
the way
works
I've
as a
learned it is
paralyzed
that
man.
James, it also says that all your works are as filthy rags, and so
Right. And do you know what filthy rags are, James?
So the way I understand it, James, is when you have faith, you will inevitably do the works. If your faith doesn't lead you
To do works, right?
to have the fruit, then it's not really faith.
But the
Right,
fruit
it's dead.
comes forth
It's,
from
it's
God,
a fake
though.
faith.
The fruit comes forth from God.
No, the fruits come from your faith.
Right. You have faith in God, therefore you do the works.
Right.
It's not you do the works and then you get
Faith.
you get grace and
Yeah.
you get, these things, but you have the faith and that leads you to do the works.
Right.
If
But
it's
God's
not
the
leading
one
you to
that
do the
actually
works, it's
does
a
the
dead faith.
works.
It's a false
But
faith.
God's the one that actually does the works through you because of your faith.
Yeah, that's fine.
But you're not changing the argument. You're not.
Yeah. That's
arguing
kind of
anything.
going against what you said,
Yeah.
James.
But the thing is, no, it's not really, because
What is? Yeah.
because without the good works, it doesn't. It shows that you don't have faith. So
That, like I said again,
Right.
if you're a
Yeah.
paraplegic
I think we're
and you
saying
can't
the
do
same
anything,
thing.
what is it?
so you have to have the good works in order to have faith. They'll go side by side. They're not contradictory.
But you don't think you can do
They're
good works to like work your way into heaven?
God
with
has to do
faith,
the
or-
works in you. He has to put the He
Right.
has to put the heart in you in order to do the good works.
The heart in you.
Well, the heart isn't like the mindset, because the idea of the Hebrew.
There's a lot of atheists that do a lot of good work.
Yeah.
Mindset.
And
But
what
that
does it
doesn't
say in the
necessarily-
scriptures? I don't
Whoa.
remember what book, but it talks about that I did many good works in your name, and God says what? I never knew you.
I'll never know you. Yeah, I never knew you.
Where
You
does
went
it
around
say
casting
that?
out
Where it says
demons.
I think
many
it's
good works in
Revelation.
your
I think
name,
maybe.
And I never knew you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it says you cast out demons.
Yeah.
And you did all these things.
Whoa,
and
that's
when I see you, I'll
prophecy
say I never
and-
knew you.
But that's prophecy and doing things.
But
like,
James, you understand what
that's not
prophecy
demons and
is?
stuff.
Prophecy is literally like, listen, if you want to hear prophecy, read the word of God. It's prophetic. Look at the entire Old Testament.
Yeah, but that's talking about like false teachers and stuff.
But look at the entire Old Testament, right? It's an advent for what?
But see, that's one of my problems with the church authority and the apostolic succession is that I don't believe there are modern day prophets.
I'm not
That's where
saying
we
that. That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm saying in response to where I was going with Elderline last night
got it.
is that's the point I was trying to make.
You don't think there are modern day prophets, JS?
No, not at all.
The thing about that is,
That's what
even
Joseph Smith
with
said
that
he was.
idea-
That's what Muhammad said he was.
There's
where
no
all
new
the-
revelation.
Okay,
But I
so
don't
prophets
get
are
where
not somebody
does
that
this
just see
show
the
that it
future.
cuts
They're
off
the
though? The
people
prophet.
Hang on.
that
Hang on.
serve God.
Let
People
Elderline
don't.
cook. I want to hear Elderline.
Prophets aren't necessarily people who can see the future. They're people that serve God. The idea of prophecy that you have now is a modern Western concept.
Yeah. Just like eschatology, right? The eschatology of that the world's
I'm
going to
willing
end.
to
And
hear more about that.
But what Bible verse says prophecy cuts off though? Like at a certain point.
it sort of does talk about it in the New Testament with Peter, Paul, James, like everybody talking about it. It basically was. There's a verse, and I can't remember what book it's in, but it speaks on how God used that thing for a moment, and that was it, right? It was just it was done after that.
Oh, you mean?
And then he also talks about seeking these gifts out with all your heart.
You can have a gift. I'm not saying you can't have a gift, dude.
I also
Never said
wouldn't die
Wait a
on the
minute,
hill.
Wait a minute. So what do you do about
Possessionism
when
is not
Paul
is
talks
about the
prophets?
rejection of the gifts.
Wait a minute. What do you do about when
Well, it's the
Paul
idea
talks
that the
about some
gifts
prophets,
cease
though?
after Christ. But then
Wait, hang on. James
Revelation
just
was
asked me a
written-
question. What did James say? What did you say, James?
Paul talks about some were called to be prophets. Though.
Yeah. What is a prophet? It was John the Baptist a prophet?
Yeah.
What did he say? All he spoke about was what God was going to come and do, what his son was going to come and do on this earth. That's all it was. Prophetic just. But you can prophesy by reading the Bible. That's what I'm saying. Prophecy is just reading the Bible in general and telling it to others. That's prophesying. It doesn't mean you can tell the future.
Is a prophet someone that God speaks
Well,
through?
you're saying, yeah, but y'all saying prophecy's cut off though. The gift of prophecy is
No,
cut off.
prophecy wasn't cut off in the fact that prophecy is just reading the literal words of God. That's prophecy.
That can be many people then.
What's that? Sorry, GT.
Wait a minute. So Isaiah wasn't a prophet?
Is that what I said?
Isaiah was a prophet.
I never said he wasn't a
How can
prophet.
it just be just reading the word of God and that's it?
Okay, go to Isaiah. How often does he quote something earlier in the Bible?
But he also talks about having.
I didn't say that he didn't. Hang on a second. You're moving the goalpost. I'm saying that if you look at like a Bible, right, like NASB 1995, you'll find that when everything's in all caps, that they're referring to something earlier in the scriptures, right? And Isaiah does that quite a few times. That's prophetic of him to say, hey, here's the advent of God, and here's what's going to happen in time. Just because he's just because it seems prophetic or some kind of magic, it's not. It's him reading into the scriptures and speaking the scriptures aloud and showing what's going to be happening and what did happen. Like I said, the entire scriptures from Genesis to what is it?
It's not
Hosea.
magical dreams. There's nothing magical about dreams that he sees to get his.
I didn't say. What I'm saying is that people look at it as magical. I don't mean it's actually magical. What I'm saying is that it's God speaking to someone. I understand what you're saying, but the revelation, once he wrote Revelations, I think it was just sort of done. It was over with. You're not. There's none of you. There's none of you that go.
I also don't.
Go ahead. Yeah, JS, go. Yeah.
So I've always said revelation does not mean prophecy. Revelation is something. A revelation is something you get from what's happened. You see from
Right.
what's happened, and so this is like the.
It's almost like an
preterist-
epiphany, yeah.
preterism. Yeah, it's. I don't think Revelation is a book of prophecy.
I don't think it is either. Yeah.
I would say there's some prophecy in it, but I don't.
Well,
say
what
that
I'm saying is that you got to have an eschatology,
prophet.
right? Well, I don't have an eschatology, but I don't care if it's Revelation or if it's Matthew 24. I don't care. but the eschatology, you know, got that Left Behind series, and what's that one from the 80s? Something
Rapture,
Darkness. It's like I don't think that is actual reality.
What's gonna happen?
Yeah,
I
I
agree.
think that it already had, and it was just talking about it. Like, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm probably like a partial preterist. I think some of it's happened, some of it's always happening.
Yeah.
Wait
So,
a
like,
minute. So
I mean, look at
wait-
abortion. Good lord.
Yeah, that is the logical conclusion to preterism.
Yeah.
It's not something that could be all or nothing. It's,
Right.
You have to
No,
be
it
at
is.
least
Well,
partial preterist.
the
with
Orthodox
certain-
Church believes in partial preterism. And
Yeah,
I
I know.
agree with that. So it's not total. There's total preterism, which is a heresy, which is that everything in Revelation already happened with the sacking of Jerusalem in 70 AD and all that stuff. Then partial preterism says some of it happened, some of it's always happening and will inevitably keep happening forever. So like the Antichrist, I believe there's always an Antichrist.
Yeah, look at
Because
atheism.
Satan doesn't.
That's an Antichrist. They're
Yeah,
Antichrist.
Satan doesn't know the day, so he always has to be prepared. He always has to have an Antichrist.
Yep.
On Earth.
So the partial preterist.
I think he has a bunch of them.
Or
He has a
multiple
bunch of
antichrists.
So
them.
partial preterist doesn't believe that the second advent has happened yet.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
they
hang on.
believe Some of it's happened and some of it.
It's again, eschatology is a really really difficult subject.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
Let's get it.
No
So
joke.
and if we're gonna get into it, you know what's funny is that the like, you know, like the Calvary Chapel, the non-denominational version of Revelation, that happened around the same exact time. Guess what else happened? Socialism and feminism. Those three things all happen at once. So it's very interesting to go, and the Big Bang Theory. It all happened around the 1800s.
Yeah.
So
I think the apocalyptic thinking and stuff is dangerous. That
I think it
leads
is
to
too.
A lot of cults.
Because then you have that whole hippie thing, right? That's like, what is it? What's that stupid bumper sticker? Always look busy, God's coming back, or whatever it is. Like, it's stupid.
What if Jesus came back and saw you doing this right now?
And not only that, I remember seeing this sticker like a couple years ago, and I made this post about it. I can't remember what I said on the post, but the sticker said, try God. If you don't like him, Satan will always take you back. Yeah, like there's some kind of trial period for Christ. It's either you have faith in Christ or you don't. There's no trial period. Like, this is just stupidity that we spout out from this, our weird feministic, like, I don't know what our ideology is, but it ends up being Antichrist, like he was just talking about. It just ends up being stupid, dumb, and not against, and it completely against what God would say that we are. So it's like, do we all believe that we're all made in the image of God? Is that a thing we can agree on?
I believe every human person is.
So
I think we kind of misunderstand what that means. Like, a lot of people will say, so like when I was debating Mosman about free will, he's like, well, do you believe God has free will? And I said, yeah, of course.
Sure.
And he said,
Yeah, he
well,
does.
you're made in the image of God, so why don't you have free will?
Because we're not God.
And I said, well, I'm made in the image of God, but I can't create a universe.
Right. The only thing you can create is what God allows you to create. And if he doesn't want you to create something, you can't create anything.
Doesn't mean that I can do everything God can do.
Right.
And he knows, he knows what you're going to create. So he knows what you're going to create, and he knows what you're not going to create.
Knowledge
So I
doesn't
don't feel like
imply
he knows what
action.
you're going to choose. He knows all the choices that you're not going to choose. Like, so he is literally. I mean, if you believe in God, then he is literally the definition of free will. So how could he bestow that honor to anybody else if he's all-knowing and knows everything? Like, that's where I keep
Okay,
getting
so
hung up on the free will.
So Blackout, here's my argument with the free will thing. I think that we have free will. Do you know why I believe that?
Why?
Because I believe that our free will is always geared towards sin. I don't believe we have free will to choose Christ. I think Christ chooses us. So our free will generally comes at selfishness. That's our free will.
So you do believe in irresistible grace?
Yes
See,
and
that
no.
would-
Yes and no.
Yes
How
and
no.
How could we have only free will for the bad?
Because
Like,
that's who
I
we
don't-
are. We're sinners.
Yeah, but then wouldn't our nature inherently be what's then guiding our will? So
Yeah.
it wouldn't be free.
Why is there so much evil in the world? Because when people have free will, they choose it, and it's a bad thing.
Yeah, you know what? I would almost concede that if Satan is your daddy, you do have free will.
Yeah.
Because
You can do whatever he says. You can do
as
something.
thou will. That's why Crowley said atheism is do as thou wilt.
But then hold on. But then Satan is influencing.
I gotta
your
piss. I'll be right back.
Or your decisions.
Right?
So,
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so it's
and
actually
that's not free will. Like
right.
It is
then
free will.
You're just,
That's actually
another,
where I lean.
It's another supernatural force in influencing your choices.
Yeah.
It's just a supernatural choice of evil versus a supernatural choice of good.
Yeah, that's actually what I believe. But that's why I said I can almost get on board with if somebody said what I just said, then I can kind of see that. But yeah, I would still say what you just said. You're still influenced by evil.
Well, we all have. We can all be influenced.
That's
Exactly.
what John 8 Jesus talks about.
So
that.
okay, guys.
We have complete free will.
There's no way.
We don't have
complete free will. Here's the reasoning behind it. Like I said,
No, because
when we choose will, right? When we choose will, we choose ourselves.
Yeah, but we can choose to not take in that influence too. Whether we.
How?
Yeah, we
Why do we
How is
always
that
end up
so-
choosing ourselves?
But how do you, right, James, you there's not one choice or one decision or one thing that you can will that wasn't influenced by something either from your past or your present or your future. If you make any choice, hold on one second.
All thoughts into captivity.
Yeah, because your thoughts are lies.
Captivity. Paul said, "Take all thoughts in captivity." So clearly, you have.
No,
free
your
will
thoughts
to
aren't
take
lies.
those
Your
thoughts into
heart
captivity.
is a liar.
So you have the free will to take in all things into captivity.
Your mind is the liar.
No, it says in Jeremiah, right? It says that above all else, the heart is deceitful. So, when we believe in our heart something, and our minds can change, our heart doesn't change, and that's where the difference between, like, you know, God coming into your heart, he doesn't come into your mind. He doesn't go, hey, I come into your mind. He comes into our hearts.
From Hebrew perspective, your heart is the mind.
I think maybe that's just two different understandings of the same concept.
But if you look at the Greek and the Hebrew and the Aramaic, it's not. It talks about the literal
Paul
heart.
talks more about the thoughts. He says, take all thoughts into captivity.
Yeah.
When they talk about.
But why is that?
God,
Because
you
we
put on
do
the
that because
helmet.
the heart is deceitful above all else.
But the heart is.
The helmet protects your thoughts.
Yeah.
Because
The heart.
Yeah.
thoughts
the
are
heart
fiery
being-
darts from Satan.
Yes, of course.
Whispers into
That
your ear
that
through your
leads to
mind.
our heart. That comes from our heart.
But your heart being the heart, though, that's a Greek idea. But the heart being the mind is a Hebrew idea. 'Cause it's-
Wait, whoa.
the
Where's
heart is
this from?
already-
What are you talking about? I haven't heard this.
Well, that could explain maybe if the Hebrews in the Old Testament thought of the heart as like the mind, maybe that's why Jeremiah said it that way. And then later, when things got more modern, we started separating the mind and the heart, and they just thought of it differently. I don't know. I'm just.
Because the heart is where the actions come from. It's where the abundance of the actions come from, according to the Hebraic understanding, from what I understand. I heard that when I was looking at the Messianic movement.
Well, okay, so James.
A lot of my theology comes from the Messianic movement because I learned a lot there.
Okay, can you explain? I'm sorry. What's the Messianic? Were we talking about like the Templars?
They believe in Jesus, but they follow
The
Old
Torah.
Testament.
They follow the Torah.
They follow it. You believe that all.
Oh,
the
like a
laws of the Old
Messianic
Testament
Jew.
still stand.
Sorry, I didn't realize what you were saying.
Yeah,
Okay.
Jew. Messianic.
Yeah.
Jew,
Okay.
Basically, you
Jewish
follow
people,
everything
okay.
the Jews
Got it.
followed in the Old Testament, but you
Got it.
believe
And
Jesus is
and
the
Yeshua.
Messiah.
Okay, got it.
Call him Yeshua HaMashiach.
Okay.
Yeshua HaMashiach.
I was thinking about the
that's
people
like
who have that
one of the very
weird-
first heresies that were taken
Templar.
out by Paul. So
What was it? Say it again, Ellen.
Oh.
it was one of the very first heresies that Paul himself refuted.
Well, they would argue that Paul didn't talk.
Yeah,
against the
because
law.
they're coping. That's why.
No, they're not coping actually, because Paul couldn't have talked against the law because.
Didn't Paul say there is no more Jew or Gentile?
Right. He said there's no
it's
male,
the
there's no
law,
female, there's.
But he couldn't have been talking against the law though.
And he said
because-
also that Gentiles did not have to follow the Hebrew laws.
Well, no, he never
That
said
were
he
not
didn't have to
just-
follow the Hebrew laws, right? Because God came to what? He came to fulfill the law, not to destroy it.
Jesus followed the law.
And
the
plus,
Old Testament law.
also Jeremiah says,
He also grew up as a Jew.
and it also says in Jeremiah 31 that it talks about how the new covenant or the renewed covenant, because it would probably be better translated as the renewed covenant. It talks about how
So-
the law will be inside of your heart and inside your mind.
Again, but what I said earlier, that's why the Old Testament is an advent to Christ.
But if you're a Jew and Jesus comes and you see Jesus and you live in that area and you see Jesus and you decide to follow him, you're still a Jew. You're just believing in, and I actually think that all the true Jewish people from the Old Testament would also be Christians.
Right.
Because they knew the prophecy, and then when
Right.
Jesus came, if they saw it, they said, "This is the guy that was."
This is the Advent.
This is the guy
Yes.
that was talked about.
But this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm trying to say. Is that what Paul says is that the Jews that continue to want to follow those Jewish traditions can, but they cannot force it on the Gentiles.
Of course not. Yeah.
That's
Absolutely.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So the Messianic,
I agree with that.
church is kind of.
But so
stupid.
then, why would the Messianic Church be a heresy? They say they need to follow it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they teach that that it's the laws that he's referring to is like the traditions, or at least the ones that
Right, the traditions. But what is the law, James? What is the law according to the scriptures?
the law. The Torah is the first 5 books.
Okay, now what is the law?
The first 5 books of Torah.
The law would be
The law is the Torah, the
Leviticus
first
and
5
Deuteronomy.
books.
Right.
Genesis through Deuteronomy is Breshik.
Leviticus is the book,
Shemot,
is the law book, and then Deuteronomy is the second law.
And what does Exodus do?
And then the New Testament law would be
The
love your
Exodus.
neighbor
What
and
does
love God.
Exodus do, though?
Shemot, Exodus or Shemot. What are you talking about? What does it do?
Exodus
What does it
is
do?
The journey. What does it
What do
do?
you mean, what does it do? Then it
Wait,
goes
what
to-
does it do? It shows us in like a macro sense, right? Like a macro sense instead of like a giant. It says, "Hey, here's 10 things. Do this." You don't.
Yeah,
Yes.
It's more of a narrative about the journey of Israel out of Egypt and
Sure.
then how
But
Moses
do,
came.
do you
to get the
believe?
10
But JS, come on.
Commandments.
Do you honestly believe that because Christ came that you could now murder?
No.
Right.
Where did you get that at?
I'm just saying, like, a lot of people will go what you guys just said. That it's Deuteronomy and Leviticus, but then Exodus, it sort of like puts it kind of like in a tight ball and says, "Hey,
Wait a minute. What are you getting at? Whoa.
But if God is the moral lawgiver and God tells you to kill somebody, that's not murder.
killing's not murder. That's 2 different things."
Right. That's why I said
Wait a
kill.
minute,
Murder
Where's
is
this
is
idea
is
that I thought-
killing
wait a minute,
with intent and malicious intent.
Whoa, wait a minute. We gotta back up. What did
Okay.
you think I was trying to say? What made you question about me talking about murder that you thought I was
Wait. You said hold on. You said murder was killing with malicious intent,
Right.
I would say an
or would
unjustified
it be just
killing.
an unjustified killing?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So sorry. Yeah. That's a better.
But
That's a
if
better
God
way to say
is
it. Yes.
justice,
Yeah,
and
okay,
God
okay,
says
all
murder,
right,
or if
sorry.
God is justice and God says kill this person, that's not murder.
Right. It's not murder.
But it is.
So when they say they
It isn't.
murdered all the Amalekites, no, they killed all the Amalekites because
Right.
God told them to,
It was war.
because that was the
It
just
it
thing
was
to do.
justice. It wasn't.
It was war.
Necessarily. It was just,
Yeah, but justice on who though?
justice on the creator made
yeah.
justice.
And what happened to
But
all
the creator,
babies?
the creator is the ultimate judge. He's a supreme judge.
What's
Well,
up, Kieran?
instead of getting, thrown in a giant pot or into a damn furnace to sacrifice to their god, they got
Yeah, those babies probably had a
taken down. So,
yeah.
Get
And
that-
instead
if
of
God
being
is
raped
What's
constantly and used as sexual playthings,
if God is
were
outside of
just-
time and we want to go into possible worlds and stuff, God might have known that those babies, 50 years later, were going to do way worse things than their parents were doing.
Well, they probably
I mean,
were
just
going
a
to do
few
probably
years,
worse
just
things
like
because the way
I
they
think
were
like
going to be
10 or
raised.
10-ish years later, They are the ones that kill Saul. So.
Well, I mean, the way they were being
What are you talking about,
raised,
Saul?
the other two probably worse.
Which Saul?
Because the way you get raised determines a lot of
And
how you-
also, they didn't even kill all of them. Like it says kill every man, woman, child, animal. But then, like a verse later, there are survivors. So they didn't kill all of them.
What's up, Bricky?
Yeah, Saul kept some of them allowed some of them to live so he could parade them around and show how cool he was.
Yeah,
That's pretty much
yeah.
He stole and took
Everything
money
is
from
always
them
about
and
God
stole
and
not
his
from them.
his
So if he had done what
omnipotence,
he
his
said to-
omniscience. It's always about that. Like I mean,
And
look
it's
at
not
look
gonna
at
be
the
like
look at
the
the look at
covenant
the manna, right?
that I made with
It's like
them
don't collect it, don't
when I
collect
brought
it,
them
don't
out
try
of
to
the
store
house,
it,
when I brought them out of
because
Egypt.
why? God's like, I'm gonna bring it to you tomorrow if you
I'm gonna give you
do
more
that thing.
They're gonna obey. They're gonna obey the
So,
covenant.
yes.
Under the new covenant, they're gonna obey the covenant that they got.
Both. You had to obey it both times.
Previously, they're gonna obey the Torah. They're gonna obey the
The
Torah.
God of the
like
Old
they
Testament
did
is
when
not
the
a
covenant
different
they
God
made
from the New Testament. There's no difference.
No.
Well, I never
Gnostics
said that
believe
there
that,
was.
But a lot of people do. They'll say like, "Oh, the God of the Old Testament was angry." It's like, no, he wasn't.
Oh, he's angry in both. What are you talking about? Like in Revelations, did they?
I don't like the word angry.
Did you
I
not
think
see that
that's
Sorry, that's what
Revelation
people will
part where
say
he
though.
was
So
slaying all the people?
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
like
Wrath. God's
a lot of
wrath is not the
Yes.
same as man
No.
as feminine anger.
right, God's wrath is absolutely acceptable.
Yeah.
It's like what is the thing that
Where does God's wrath come from?
from his
Where
justice?
does
From him.
him being just.
Yeah, he's just.
From
So
being
everything he
unjust.
does is his wrath. That's anti what?
So that's going against him. Anything you do to go against him.
Right.
Yeah, it was what brings his wrath. Yeah.
Right, it sounds like somebody
like
who's
how
angry.
how the
What are you
how
talking
the,
about?
the
Wait,
hell-
what,
Like,
King?
If you want to say God was angry, it does say God was angry. He was wroth.
He was
within,
jealous. It said everything. Yeah.
Jealous God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have no problem with that. I'm just saying it's not our anger. It's a righteous
Right.
anger.
It's a righteous
I,
anger.
I
Yeah.
like to say wrath because when you say anger, people compare it to human
Yeah.
anger.
Exactly.
All right,
It's
okay.
like what's his head?
Usually
What's his
not.
head? That Australian guy. He says it best, and I don't even care for him that much. What's his name? Living Waters guy. But he says that the
Dave,
greatest
or-
Oh,
sin.
I know who
Ray.
you're talking about.
Ray.
Yeah, Ray Comfort. Yeah, the greatest
Comfort,
sin
yeah.
of the Western world is this: that we make God in our image when we were made in His, and that's the greatest sin.
No, I didn't know that. Oh.
So,
And that's one of my problems with free will.
right,
I think we're
Right.
trying to make ourselves to be like God.
exactly. And what does that do? That deletes us from being anywhere near God when we do that.
How does
Yeah,
free
so-
will make us try to make ourselves like God?
Because we're pretending as if we get to be the arbiters of everything around us. God is the arbiter.
Yeah,
He is the Alpha. He is the Omega. He's the beginning. He's the end. He's the Lord. He's the King.
how can
He's the
you
Judge.
choose
He's all
God?
those things.
James,
How
do
can
you think?
choose God then without
James,
free will?
You
How
don't
can
choose God, James. That's what everybody's been saying this whole time.
Yeah.
You don't choose God.
You don't
God
get to choose
chooses
Him.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then how is
I don't
that
choose
love?
God.
How is that
God
love?
didn't
You
choose
can't
you.
choose God. He's gonna choose
Exactly.
people.
Exactly, James.
He's gonna
It's not
choose
love.
people to go. He's just gonna choose people that are deemed to go to hell or
Yep.
the grave.
Yeah. What does it say in Romans? It says that He makes vessels of for greatness and vessels for wrath. That what does it say? It says that the pot doesn't ask the potter, why did you make
This
me
is
this
what
way?
Yeah.
That
this
doesn't
is what I
work.
was This is why I was. When I was talking to Easy last night, I was trying to This is what I was trying to explain, that some people are just made to do evil things.
Yes.
And it's hard to.
Right.
It's hard to wrap your mind around, and it
Yeah.
sounds bad.
It sucks.
Well, exactly. Because easy.
Sounds pretty bad to me.
The biggest problem was that
Unitarians.
Easy wanted to
anti-free will
twist it
people are
around and
constantly
throw it
more
into like, so then it's God's will that babies get raped, and it's like, well, that's not necessarily His will, but that's His plan because it happens.
Yeah,
we live in a
And
microcosm.
it's like, and although it sounds really bad, and then it was like, oh well, then you're saying that your God is this horrible God. It's like, no, but that's what according to what everybody said, everybody's belief in God is like you can't believe that He's only does good,
right?
And He doesn't do any evil. Like how can He's not just a
Well,
one
it's
thing.
evil
He's
according to us, though,
If you don't believe
right?
in
It's
free will,
evil
that's
according
the
to
inevitable
us.
thing. That's the inevitable thing.
Exactly.
If you don't
What
believe in
we
free
would
will.
find evil. Exactly.
Right.
It is. It is
It's
inevitable.
what we would
but
what we would consider as evil, but it's all part of His plan. Because then the thing that I had mentioned was a lot of those same people will then say, well, God gives you what you can handle. So then if you experience the death of a child, how would you not consider that
God's
evil?
not good.
If God gave it to you and
God's not good, man.
That doesn't make
Exactly,
sense.
James.
And that also
God is
is
just.
talking about things that could have been caused by a whole bunch of
You,
other
you,
things.
what you're
It doesn't
James? What
necessarily
you're doing is
be God directly
convoluting.
doing it.
You're conflating convoluting good in human sense, and then
Yes.
good in God sense.
Yes.
God created good, not you. This is what I just said. That Ray Comfort, which is I don't agree with everything he says, but I think when he says that we create God in our image, that's the evil of the Western world.
So here's an example.
No, but you're saying God commits evil, though.
He commits
James,
evil
Which is
according to
inherently
you.
impossible.
James,
It's
listen.
inherently impossible.
James, listen.
Ow,
If he is the
Satan-
good, if he is the good,
Satan does
he
the
can't do evil.
Right,
Satan
exactly.
does the evil, not
You
God.
know the 10 plagues of Egypt.
Did God
right?
create Satan?
But did he create
He
Satan?
created him.
Did he create Satan to necessarily be evil? He gave
Yes,
Satan
he did.
evil.
Yes, he did.
Gave
He
Satan
did.
the ability to be evil.
That's
Where
exactly
does it
what
say
he
that he
did.
created him
Because
to
he,
be
James,
evil?
because he knew Satan was gonna then take over the
Knowing
evil.
does
Like
not imply
he knew that
that
Satan would
he did
fall
it.
from grace. Like
He
he knew all
didn't
this.
make a choice.
God knew all this.
He
This
didn't
was
make
all
Muslim
part
then?
of the plan.
Okay.
You can't sit here and say that God
Yeah,
is
that's
omniscient, God is omnipotent, and God
Dude, don't
knows
even
all
talk
and is
about
all,
Muslim.
and at the
Your
same
views
time
are
then
way
say that
closer
he
to
didn't
Islam.
know that that was
No,
going to happen.
somebody in
to
my
Satan.
chat just called me a
Oh,
Muslim.
I was about to say, don't come at me sideways.
No, Elder, you're not a Muslim. I'm not thinking that at all. No. Okay,
No,
listen,
like,
James.
I wasn't
calling
Again,
anybody a Muslim.
again,
I was just
James.
saying my
I
chat.
love you,
Somebody
dog.
said I'm a Muslim.
But here's the
Well,
problem.
that's the thing. If you did call me a Muslim, I would be offended. by
But
that.
you're not a Muslim, so
You are
it's
a
not.
I don't
That's
think
not
you're
what
a
we're saying.
Muslim.
So,
Oh,
James,
Joe.
you're
It's
coming
just
at this
Joe,
from
bro.
you're coming at this from a very like what is the term? Like like an intelligent human being point of view. I don't know. I'm sorry, my brain is fried tonight.
Intellectual view?
Like an intellectual view, yes.
I think that's where you're trying to go.
Yeah,
with
it's like intellectual. Like did you create God or did God create you? Are you creation or are you the creator?
But he created me with a brain to think. Right?
But here's the thing. You can create things, correct, James?
He created me with a brain.
James, can you create things? Can you create things?
Can I create things?
Yes.
I can create.
Okay.
a computer
But are you
that
the
will-
creator?
What the heck? No, I'm not. I'm not.
Okay.
God.
So, like I said, we
Muslim
got to
is
stop
it.
coming at it from a point of view where we're like
God?
looking at
What
that
the heck?
God as like he's some human being. God is not a human being. He was before time.
That's what I've been arguing the whole time. God's not a human being.
No,
What are you
not
talking
that.
about?
Jesus came down as a human being. Gosh darn it. Freaking James.
God is not a human being.
He came down as one.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
How did he not?
No, the Son of God did.
That's
Son of God.
God.
Jesus. Oh, yeah.
Oh, so hang on, wait, King. You're also a Unitarian, like a monotheist.
King's.
I don't believe in God at all.
Oh,
I'm just listening and learning.
what are you, an
And he's
agnostic or an
probably
atheist?
hearing all this, and he's probably like.
So I grew up a Lutheran.
Okay.
I went through all the Lutheran faiths. I
Yeah,
went through
yeah.
catechism. I was all through the.
Yeah.
And then I started exploring religions, and once I started exploring different sects, I realized that they're all saying the same thing, except they're all gatekeeping, and it forced me out of religion.
But what's the history?
That
So
and
if
then
you go,
some
if you
other
hang on,
licensed circuits.
what about? Do you believe in
Yeah.
history?
Sure.
Okay. What religion has the most history behind it?
I have no idea.
Christianity. God.
Okay. Great.
Jesus. I mean, we're talking about great
But history
philosophers
history
like
itself, But hold on, history itself outdates religion. So
That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is like people seeing Jesus. Like we have great Greek philosophers, we have great Roman philosophers, we have all kinds of people who know and saw that he was a man that walked this earth, right?
no,
And
we have people who represent that they did, but I feel like that all could be also persuaded by the Christian faith.
What does that mean? Sorry, can you explain it to me? Like, can you like
Well,
elaborate?
by the books in general. Like it's always been this ancient, I guess, story that's passed through time. So you can't tell me that through time that story isn't manipulated or changed.
So okay, right, okay. Let's grant that, right? But when was like, let's say like the Big Bang? When did that become a thing?
I honestly don't know.
The 1850s.
Okay.
So
That's science. Well, I guess
that's
it's
what I mean.
Historical science.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say, though. Is like what we're doing is like Christianity can be backed up by history and science and all kinds of things. When science, in and of itself, this consensus, which I'm sorry, I have a really hard time with anyone who says that science is consensus, because that doesn't make any sense.
Right. But can I just take a leap of faith here and say that
absolutely.
I don't know, and I'm not going to pretend to know where we came from.
So you're agnostic. You're agnostic. You're agnostic.
Something that really wanes on me. I don't really give a shit what a human came from.
Are
the
you
fact
comfortable?
is that we're here now.
Are you comfortable with me saying you're agnostic?
Agnostic.
I'm not really sure what that is, but I mean, say whatever you want. I don't really.
He's not agnostic. He's agnostic means you don't know if there's a God or not.
Right.
But you're not going to say there's not a God, but you're not going to say there is a God.
Right.
Right.
By
Okay.
that
Yeah.
definition, I'm agnostic also.
Wait, what was that,
Basically
GTD?
a fence sitter.
Fair enough. Yeah. When it comes to
GT,
this,
what'd you say? Hang on, I want to hear
honestly,
GT. Shit.
I was just saying by that definition, I'm agnostic.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll say I'm
Also.
agnostic, meaning. But see, I hate the word saying atheist, because to me atheism is just another form of religion. And
It is. It's another religion. That's all it is. Yeah.
Right, and I'm against all forms of religion. And like me, that it seems so crazy.
Dude, so King, have you ever read the Bible?
Bits and pieces.
Okay. Do you know what God calls religion?
No.
Okay. So he says that religion, right, is taking care of orphans and widows. That's religion. So religiosity is a silly thing. We can argue about whatever we'd like, but I would say I have no religiosity. There's not a bone in my body that's religious. What I would say is this: I have faith in Christ. That's it.
Yeah, fair enough.
I have no religiosity about me.
I don't share that same blind faith, and the reason why to me it's blind is because when I tried getting when I tried getting a basis and tried to get an idea, I was pushed away. Like that's what I mean. Like I was always giving more questions and no answers.
Yeah.
So I can't make the leap into blind faith personally.
Yeah.
I just can't.
But
Blackout.
I don't think faith is blind. I don't like. I mean, maybe I see why you're saying for you it would be blind faith because you haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
But like, faith is evidence of things hoped for and proof of things not seen. So
Boom!
It's evidence
Freaking Paul right
and
there.
Proof.
Yeah, that was Paul.
So, I have evidence. The things that I hope for, I've seen the evidence, and so maybe.
And here's the thing: I'm gonna go off of religion right now, King, and just say something. Do you know who Rush Limbaugh is?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's obviously gone now, but his whole ideology was like, I know about the world because I have intelligence guided by what? Experience. And through that, I think that's where we find faith. Is that yes, it can seem blind at sometimes, absolutely. It could seem ridiculous even, right? It's just silly. It's what is this thing? But the difference is that I can come to you, like obviously I can't do right now because I don't have it all up on my computer, but I can pull all of my stuff up and show you the history of who Christ is, all these things, and people, even people who don't believe in Christ, agnostic, atheist, all of it, knew who he was, saw him die on a cross, and then can't explain that all of a sudden he wasn't in a tomb.
But see, that's where I get lost. There's so many other things that could be explained to why he wasn't in a tomb, especially
Can
due
you?
to the fact that he had especially due to the fact that he had such a high following of people and servants that would follow every word. Like, how can you say that they wouldn't have moved his body in 3 days?
He had a lot more people who hated him and
Yeah.
wanted to debunk him that were
Way
looking
more.
for his body and couldn't
Way
find it.
more.
A shitload of Roman soldiers looking out for people to come do
Yeah,
that.
they were scouring
Right.
everywhere to try to find this
Right,
body
but who took his body
for
away?
centuries.
But who took his body away?
What do you mean? Who took his body away?
Nobody took
The
his
Romans.
body away. He walked out of the tomb.
Oh, sorry. In that sense, sorry. I thought you were saying who took him from the cross to the tomb. It was the Romans, but.
Right? Yeah, no. That's what I no. See, I don't know.
And King, listen. I hear you, dude. I grew up in like the charismatic church.
Okay, I'm back.
I'm totally on
That's
your
why-
side. It was like
That's why people will say Christianity is not falsifiable. It is falsifiable. All they have to do is find the body. And they've never found the body, and they've been looking for it for 2,000 years. Now,
They
I'm
also
a
know
Damn,
little worried
Jesus.
because in modern days with DNA technology, they might one day just be like, look, we found the body of Christ and we did DNA tests and it turns out this is, and when that happens, I'm going to be like,
it was
no,
some monkey,
I've said-
right?
Is there a way to prove it's Jesus' body that we find?
Well,
Like,
probably
if-
not
if-
anymore.
Again,
right, even back then, if let's just go with me here for a second. If a bunch of his followers took his body and they removed his body because they're like, this is not right. We're not going to let him die in this tomb. We're going to go give him whatever our own respects, and they put him
They
into.
gave him the tomb that he was in was donated by a rich man. Jesus was poor. He was just gonna be thrown in a pile somewhere. And
Right.
John of Arimatheus or something.
Yeah.
Donated the tomb to him.
Right.
And that tomb
Was
is
that-
still that tomb. We
Right,
still
well,
know
so
where that tomb is.
The person who donated his tomb, was that a follower of Jesus?
No.
Yeah. Well,
No, he
it was
wasn't.
a rich guy. Yeah.
Well, that's my point.
At
is
that
the
point, he
followers
was
of
not.
Jesus-
At that point, he
the
was not.
followers-
A follower of him.
Yeah.
But he
The
was.
followers of
yeah.
Jesus are the ones that would have moved his bones or his body. They would have moved his body to a different place. They would have given him a different ceremony of some kind. Let's just say a Christian burial. I don't know what they would have done back then exactly.
No.
I don't
You have
know,
to
I'm not
understand. Hang on.
That's what they
King.
did.
King.
They put him in the
There was
tomb
no
and they
such thing
wrapped
as
him in the
Christianity when
cloth
he died.
and they-
There was no such thing as Christianity.
Talking about
Okay, sure.
maybe
So,
100
yeah.
people
So-
in comparison.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't agree with
Whatever
that.
they would have equated, whatever they would have equated as a Christian
Being
burial
buried
now,
in a tomb, you
back
get
then-
wrapped up. You have the
Right, back then,
perfumes.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
done by
incense
his
and the-
own people, and then as they would have died, who's to say that they wouldn't have been like, well, put me next to my savior, and then it just becomes a collection of bones. How can they tell who Jesus is in a collection of bones? Do they have
He
DNA
wasn't.
testing or any way
It was
to
3 days.
identify
Hang
it?
on, King. He resurrected in 3 days, so there
Right,
would have been
that's
no.
all they had. Evan, all they would have had to do is move the body.
No, but what I'm saying is that there's no collection
In
of
3
bones.
days, they would have, if they would have moved his body in 3 days,
Well, he's
and
saying a hypothetical,
and
Evan.
his followers hidden his body because they knew
hypothetical.
that his body was being searched for,
Yeah.
and his followers were the one who hid his body. And as they died, they said, "Put me next to my savior," and then then it becomes a big mass grave. How can they tell which Jesus? Like, how can they tell that first body was Jesus or not? They wouldn't. It would just be bones. By the time anybody found it, it would just be a pile of bones.
Okay, so what about
So you
the?
can't
Okay,
tell me that.
what about
It wouldn't decay
outside of
that
just
quick,
like?
I
What
mean-
about outside of just of the apostles? But you have people like was it Plato? There was some Greek person who saw him after he had died, We
Well,
have
500
500
people.
witnesses. There's 500
500
witnesses.
people saw him on Pentecost.
It's a hypothetical, Evan. Follow the hypothetical the king laid out.
I'm trying to, James. What I'm saying is that we also have witnesses outside of just what he just said. 500 of them.
So
Right, I
500
know, but
people witnessed
again,
him on
yeah,
at
but
Pentecost.
again, those witnesses. Yeah, but I don't. Eyewitnesses to this day are you can't count them for shit. So you're gonna tell me that back then those people just magically.
So King, can I ask you a question?
100% knew that it was Jesus.
King, have you seen any species turn into another species?
All right, so this is the thing I was talking about. There was 120 people gathered.
No,
in
no, I've
Jerusalem.
never seen it.
Hold on,
I've
I want
never
to say
seen
this
one species
because
turn into another
something was said.
Have you ever seen? Have you ever seen anybody look
Hang
like
on,
somebody
hang on,
else
hang on.
from the
If you've
side
never seen it,
profile or from
does
behind?
that mean that evolution isn't true?
No.
Okay. Well, this is what I'm saying. You're going off of arguments that have nothing to do with like actual reality, right? Like, do I believe evolution happens?
No, because
Sure.
if you say that people saw Jesus, how do they know it was Jesus? They didn't interact with him; they just saw him. So you're saying that no other person ever living has ever looked like or could have resembled Jesus at all?
Well, that's a logical fallacy, though. That's a logical fallacy.
But so is a guy rising from the grave. I mean,
What? How? Because you've never seen it.
Logically, it doesn't happen.
Okay.
Logically, it doesn't happen.
So did King? Did the
But
world
logically,
start
the miracle
14
shouldn't
billion
happen.
years
It
ago?
only happened in the miracle.
What was that, Evan?
Did the world start 14 billion years ago?
I have no idea.
Then what are you talking about? You're talking about things that that you have to put faith in something, right? Like you're talking about things that could happen.
Right. Well, all these arguments don't actually work on the atheist concept. Like I was an atheist for 30 years. I was probably more of an extreme atheist than most people would be because of how, like, I actually logically philosophically built my arguments through atheism. And so none
Let
of this
Elder
actually
cook, please.
means much. No, none of this actually means much. So you can say these things, but it's not going to actually convince them of anything.
Of course not.
Just because you don't know or that you think that you know something does not mean that you actually know.
That's the thing. That's what Elder. Did you have to have some sort of faith when you were an atheist?
No.
No. There was no faith at all.
No.
What was your how did you understand how the world started if you were an atheist?
I didn't worry about that. I wasn't a atheist that really engaged with any kind of science. I was only a philosophical atheist.
Okay. So there was no point in you being anything at all. You're just matter bumping into other matter.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you see what about like this kind of ties back to like the atheist or the
I also believed in string theory too. That gave justification for the amount of crazy things that can happen. And just because a tornado here couldn't create a SUV or something on the other side does not mean that there could not also be a universe constructed somewhere else in the infinitum of string theory that there couldn't be a universe that one did.
Wait, are you talking about M theory?
Yeah, no, like multiverse. Like, well, if there's infinite universes, then because this is how they came up with an argument against fine tuning, is they said, well, there could be infinite universes, and ours is just the one that happens to have life, but there's a bunch that don't have life.
Yeah, a bunch that are just nothing but
wait, hang on. Are we talking about M theory?
Mostly empty universe.
I don't know what M theory is, but it's.
Well, there's no such thing as string theory technically, right? It's called M theory.
Are you saying multiverse theory?
Right. That's what it would be. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. All right. Yes.
Okay. All right. So what about cosmology, right? Or dark matter, or
Well, he said he wasn't into that. But I wanna ask Elderline.
And even if just because I don't know what it is and you don't know what it is, doesn't mean anything.
But don't you have to hold a faith to say that it doesn't exist?
It does exist.
What does exist?
If there's dark matter there, then it exists.
Which one exists?
If there's dark matter, that is.
But hang on. This is logical fallacy. This is logical fallacy because what you're doing is that You'll have people who have
Why
like
should I hold to a
Luke
logical
quantum
fact?
gravity. There's people with dark matter. There's M theory. There's cosmology. There's simple mathematics. Like, what are you saying? Like, all these people disagree on these things. So how can you say this exists if they're all arguing about it?
I don't know whether if it does exist or not, but the way that it's described by these scientists, if it does, then yeah. It does
So
exist.
isn't that a type of faith?
No.
Okay. All right. I
Because
think you have to have some
it
sort of
doesn't
faith.
bother me. No, it
Believe
doesn't
that.
bother me either.
No,
way
no,
if
no.
it exists.
Elder. I'm not trying to bother you.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm being an atheist right now. So
Okay. So you are an atheist?
No,
I'm
it's not.
being one.
No, he's just.
Don't
Yeah,
get
no,
about
so
like
right now, yes, he is an atheist.
He's
Right now,
trying
he's an
to
atheist.
embody who he used to
But
be.
Elderline, do you think that there's
to
ever?
express what he used to be.
Do you think that there could be a possible world where you
Hypothetical.
didn't choose to believe in God and maybe you could have died before you ever found God?
Yes.
See, I don't believe that.
Okay.
I
that
believe
doesn't
God
actually
knew you were going to
what I
come to
just said.
Him before you ever did, and there's no way you could have died as an atheist.
Because what does it say in Psalms? He knitted what?
He knitted.
Why should I hold to some sort of ancient scriptures that have?
Why should you
ambiguous
believe
or-
anything anybody reads? Stephen Dawking's freaking
Psalms is just some sort of ancient scripture.
like look at there's Dawking's.
Right now I'm being
You got
racist.
Hawking.
Oh,
You got like those
Because
guys.
I
Those
actually
books are
probably know the
okay, but
words
like
of
we
all
go to
that.
the Bible and it's like can't be
He's
real.
still in character, yeah. He's still
And,
in
and,
character.
and why if the message was meant for so many people to be able to take in and live and whatever and live
No, it
as
wasn't.
the word says,
King.
then why is it
King.
so-
I got to stop you right there. Hang on a second. I'll let you
Okay,
cook
yeah.
in a second. Let me
Outline.
hang on, James, hang on. Let me refute that. So God spoke in parables for what reason? Do you know?
No, that was my whole point. Is why does everything have to be in parables? Why couldn't you just
Because
say
there's
what was easiest
things that
to be
people
understood?
wouldn't believe, and so he spoke things in parables, so everyone would somewhat in some way understand what he was saying.
I think parables is a better way to explain things to people. We do it all the
Okay,
time
so
when we
here's-
use metaphors, when we use analogies, hypotheticals. Like we speak in parables all
See,
the
I think
time.
I
to
think
help.
true, but I think
Well, parables-
personally, the parables muddied the water. Like for
No,
me
it
personally,
Yeah, it makes it
they-
harder to understand.
It did not
They
make it hard to
confused it.
understand. No, the whole point was that you're not gonna care. It's like okay. What's his name? It's with a J, not Jasper. Who's the fool that died and was rose again?
Well, that narrows it down.
Lazarus.
Right,
Sorry,
it
it was
starts
L.
with J and he died.
Lazarus. Sorry, it was Lazarus. Not.
Lazarus'
it was,
name doesn't start
anyways,
with a J.
Sorry, my bad. Okay, so what happened in that sequence, right? So you got Lazarus, and he's in basically heaven or whatever you want to call it, and you have the rich man, okay, and he goes, "Hey, just drop a thing of water on my tongue, I'll be good to go, and then make sure go out and tell my children and all the people that I know who you are and what this means and da 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 da." And it's like you're not gonna believe no matter what. And this is why God used parables, because these people weren't going to believe. It didn't matter. He did the whole 5,000, right? And that's just men.
Right. Okay. I can understand that, but then even if he would have used plain language and just explained it easiest way for people to understand and not use parables,
Sure.
the non-believers still wouldn't have believed regardless.
That's what I just said.
Here,
You
Ken,
just
I'll
made
give
my
you a better
argument.
argument to do kind of the same thing that
So
you're
then
trying to
why?
do right
So
now.
then exactly.
Why would a
so
God?
then
Why would
not
a God
use just
create
plain
anything
language?
at all
Why
if he
use
doesn't exist?
parables?
Wait, sorry. What did you say, Elderline?
I said, why would a God create anything if he did not need to?
Because he wanted them to worship him.
Why does he need that?
Why do you need to eat food?
See, you
Why
already
does
said
he, why does he need to? Maybe he just wants to.
It's a
See,
necessity,
oh,
right?
I said that. Why does he need that? See, this is the thing.
What do you mean?
Damn it! I would if it was.
If
me
you're
on
the
your guys'
creation,
side, I
if you're
would've
the
totally apart
creator,
with that.
why can't you do whatever the hell you want? If you make a video game, you make a building, you make whatever you want, you're the creator of that thing, right? You do whatever you please.
So why
You
does
don't
he
look
need
at
Why
Wait a
does
minute, you
but
can
why
be a
does he
creator?
why
Wait
does
a
he
minute,
need
wait a
people-
minute. You
why
can be
does
a
he need
creator
people to love him?
He's self-sufficient. He doesn't need love in
thought
that
earlier you
concept,
couldn't be a
right?
creator. I thought
He
God was
doesn't
creator.
need something. Does it? That a necessity isn't the reasoning behind it, right?
Thank you for
Well, then
finally
what's well then what is the reasoning behind it?
That he wants us to worship him.
He
sound-
desires it, not that.
So we're left to a petty desires of a
But again,
incomprehensible
Elder,
entity
you're
in the
going back
mind
to like a
off of some other
humanistic view
faith.
of Christ and God.
I don't.
and
Okay, I don't believe in anything
That's the
besides
same
human
reason
nature.
I have a pet dog.
yeah.
I don't need a.
Why
pet
do you like
dog.
cats? Why do you like
I got
dogs?
one
Because you
'cause
want
he's
someone to be
cool.
like, hey, what's up? Why do you want a wife?
But Jess,
Why do you want a girlfriend?
Jess, even though you have a pet dog, you're not claiming to create that pet dog. That pet
Yeah.
dog isn't living in
That's
your
not the
image.
same. No,
And you're-
that's a logical
you're not
fallacy.
telling-
King, come on.
Wait a minute,
King, you're better than that. That's a logical
breed
fallacy.
dogs
Stop.
to create a dog.
That's a logical fallacy.
No, you can't. Well,
Well, you can breed dogs to create a dog. Yeah.
Yeah,
What?
you guys did do a lot of
That's not
fallacy. You did something that was not
creation,
analogous.
Yeah, it is because creating is.
no, we don't. I mean,
No,
from
But
a,
that's not you doing the creating.
No, but there's multiple forms of creation, is there not?
I'm
There's
of the
not.
mind that we don't actually
Like,
create.
the
anything.
idea of,
Humans,
like,
humans don't create. Only
putting-
God creates.
Creating it out of nothing.
So, hey, James,
Nothing and-
if you have sex with a woman,
I'm creating
what,
a child,
what, hang
yeah.
on, James, if you have sex with a woman, what might happen?
You create a child.
Okay, what's guaranteed to happen?
You create a child. You procreate.
No.
Orgasm.
Yeah, thank you. Exactly. Whoever said that, thank you.
But
That
you-
was
you
that was
think
perfect.
created-
But if you orgasm, that leads to
Wait,
creating
who
a
created that child,
guaranteed.
James? You created that child, or God created that child?
I created that child because God.
Oh, damn!
James,
All right.
Come on, James. James. So then you're literally then you're saying that you are God, man. You're
No,
literally
James
just-
is God,
I'm saying
yeah.
I'm made in the image of
bro.
God. No, I'm saying I'm made in the image of God because.
Yes, but you're literally making the exact
So
argument that
pigs-
Jess was saying
pigs
earlier.
made in the image
How
of
people are claiming that God is in their image and you're not in God's image, and that's what it is. Is you're holding God
I'm
to
in
your
God's
image.
image.
I'm gonna push you a little bit
I'm
on
in
this, James.
God's
So
image.
if that is true that you created something, right?
Yeah.
Does that also mean, since that is an aspect of being the image of God, does that then mean that a pig is also the image of God because they can have a child?
Well, wait a minute. They don't have.
Is a
all-
pig
wait,
creating its babies?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Well, according to James's logic,
Whoa,
yes.
You didn't create the sperm. You didn't
Bro,
create.
is that
the
Elder right now?
egg. The woman
Yeah,
didn't create the
Elder lying,
egg.
yeah.
Oh,
All
This
you
is
did was
atheist.
some punching.
It's only atheist.
homie just cooked. That was good.
Wait a minute. Hey, hold up a minute.
That was
You didn't
good.
create the DNA.
Answer
You didn't
Elder's
create
question.
the.
Hold up, Dad. I want to answer Elder's question. Hold up. Yeah, but a pig is not an image of God because he doesn't actually have the other aspects though. Because you
Who created
are
a pig?
aspect of the image?
Who created a pig?
God, but God didn't give.
Did
So he has an
God
aspect,
not-
a partial image. So there are
James.
partial images of
Did
God.
God
God
not
just
create
makes
all
partial
beings in
images.
his image,
Together.
James? James, did God not create all beings in his image?
Hold on.
Okay, I'll listen. Yeah, go ahead.
He did not
Go
create
ahead.
pigs in his image. He created all of us in his image, not pigs, not animals.
Does it specifically exclude animals in the Bible, or does it say all beings?
It never says he made them in his image.
If it says all beings, then that would be animals inclusive. If the word is
It
beings,
didn't say all beings. It just says humans. It talks about just humans.
he specifically says all humans.
Yeah, it says
James,
humans. Let
can you
us
break
make
down
it
how man was
in
created?
our image,
Exactly.
after our likeness.
Okay,
For us to
James,
make man after
what
our
day?
likeness.
What day was man created, and what day was woman created, and how were both of them created?
They were created on the 6th day, the day
Okay.
before Sabbath.
Okay. Explain it for me. I pretend I don't know anything about Christianity. I want you
How
to
were they
explain.
created? They were created out of the dust of the ground.
Okay.
And
Who
he
was
took the
created?
breath of life
Wait,
from
who?
them.
Who was created out of the dust of the ground?
Man and woman.
That's incorrect.
Well, technically man, but the woman was created out of man, so therefore technically she's dust as well because she comes
Nope.
forth out of man though.
No,
when
how
she's
was
by
she
dust.
created?
She's created by taking the rib of the man.
Okay, so that's not
So,
dust.
But
It's not dust.
the what was man's rib made out of?
That doesn't
Dust,
matter.
right?
Bro, this is what
Yes,
I
it
think
does.
even the
Yes, it
atheists
does.
are
You gotta
arguing.
Go back to the ultimate root of it.
The
You
what?
gotta go back to the root.
No.
You gotta go back to the root.
What does it? What?
Well,
How
there
are
is a
animals
pretty good
created?
argument
How are
for a
animals
different
created,
way
James?
of
Was it from the dust of the ground?
The rib was made from the dust of the
No.
ground.
How were animals created? Was it from the dust of the ground?
Hold on. Was that from the dust of the ground for us animals?
Nope. It's very
Just accept we
specific
don't
when
create
it talks
anything.
about man.
Exactly.
It's very specific when it talks about man.
Even when you're content creating, you're not actually creating anything because God
Right.
gave you your mind.
Right.
God gave you the hands that you use to
Yep.
type. The camera comes
No,
from.
I'm not made in the image of God. Then, based on that argument, I'm not made in the image of God.
That doesn't make
So
any
God
sense.
lied. He said I was made in His image. He lied.
We just collect like
He
things and put them
lied.
together.
How did? Whoa! How did he lie?
God is a big
Oh, so-
liar.
So wait,
Yes.
what-
Yes.
God
God
get-
100% lies. What are you talking about, James?
Can God get pregnant?
God is a huge liar.
Can God make a stone that's bigger than him that he can't pick up? Come on, let's not get into that. That's silly.
Are y'all
No,
serious right now?
James, you still avoided my argument. Where did animals come from?
Oh, I was getting that. I had to pull up scriptures because I don't remember what the word.
Okay.
was.
Yeah, read the scripture for me.
Especially the animals because I don't remember that one.
All right.
Top of my head.
I can pull it up for you if you can't find it.
No, I got it. I got it
Okay,
here.
all right.
And God said, "Let the waters bring forth." This is about the
Yeah.
the things of
Just
the
yeah,
water.
keep going. You're good. Just keep.
Dude,
keep
I'm
going.
All
involved.
the talk about all the other animals
Yeah.
here too. It says, and God said, "Let the waters bring forth
Mm.
abundantly the moving creatures that have life."
Yeah.
And
So God
fowls
spoke
that
those
can
things
fly
into
above
existence, right?
the earth.
Did He speak
Well-
man into existence?
Yeah, but He spoke us.
Hang on a second.
You,
Did He? That,
but
answer the
used
question.
the dust of the ground though to create us.
Doesn't matter. Did He speak us into existence, or did He use existence to create us?
What do you mean? Doesn't matter? Everything matters, Evan.
No, it absolutely matters. Why would He just speak
You
the
said it
heavens,
doesn't matter,
the
though. You
earth,
told- you
the
literally
sun,
told me it
the
doesn't
stars,
matter.
the moon?
You didn't really
What?
finish reading this section of the Bible.
Okay. All right. I'll let you read it. Sorry, my bad. I'll be quiet.
Well, he did kind of speak all those things into existence.
And
He said,
found
"Let there be
things
light."
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
above The earth
All right.
and the open firmament of heaven, and God
Right.
created whales and every living creature that moveth with the waters, brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind. And God saw that it was good, and God blessed them, saying, "Be fruitful, and multiply, and fill the earth and the seas, and let the fowls multiply on the earth." Okay. But who's to say he didn't create it from the dust though? It doesn't express it. That I don't even think it finds it to be relevant.
What do you mean?
I don't think it tells everything in Genesis chapter 1 about the creation.
So it doesn't hit all of creation.
It just tells the main points.
Wait, are you being genuine right now?
I'm being genuine. I'm being serious because
Okay.
that doesn't make any sense that it tells the entirety of creation.
Okay. And again,
It's missing a lot of details. Like, where does the angels come in? Were they created at creation?
Yeah, see, James was given a perfect example why nobody should follow these ancient texts that actually are just mostly poems.
okay. You think it's just poems? So it's like everything's
He's
just a
playing
psalm?
with the atheist right now. You have to ignore him. He's playing.
Poems and bedtime stories to make you be good little boys and girls.
What?
It's poems and bedtime stories to make you be good little girls and boys. Like, what better way to make you listen to your parents and follow all the rules when you're being told that if you don't,
Wait,
you're gonna be
hang
put
on, Blackout. Are you being
fiery
serious right
pit
now?
of-
No,
You're going to be put in a fiery pit of death for the rest of your
Friday.
life. I mean, I'm kind of serious.
Okay.
Kind of
All right.
serious.
I mean, like really, like you as a child, we're given this picture that hell is a burning, fiery pit.
Well, that's
But
not even
but
real.
but can it be
how is that not
metaphorical
scary?
in any way, shape, or form? Do you know, like, okay, have you ever been so agitated in your life that, like,
Hold on, Evan.
Okay.
Evan, I understand metaphors, and I'm sure you do, and any person on the panel. But you tell me a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-year-old kid in Sunday school understands metaphors?
No, they
Do you
don't.
have to?
Yeah, when it comes to the Bible,
Why did God make it
that's
so metaphorical? Why did he
is that not what it
describe
is?
exactly what happened?
Everything's so metaphorical. Everything's spoken in parables. So how could you not expect children to take everything at the word?
Okay.
And that's when we're forming our beliefs, is it not?
So can I just read something real quick? It's going to take about like 3
Yeah,
minutes,
sure.
but okay. So let's just go Genesis 1 because obviously James didn't want to do this. So then God said, "Let the earth bring forth living creatures and their kind, cattle
I
and
did
creeping
do
things
that.
and
What
the
are you
beasts."
talking about?
You didn't read all this. Earth
Yeah,
of
I
the
did.
kind, it was so. God made the beasts of the earth and their kind, and the cattle and the kind, and everything that creeps on the earth, ground after its kind. And God saw that it was good. Then God said, "Let us make man in our image."
Are you talking after the part about the?
No, this is Genesis 1.
I didn't read that part.
So
I didn't want to
God
that part.
created
You
man.
talked about the animals.
Creeps on. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him, male and female. Right? He created them. God blessed them, and God said to them, "Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the earth and subdue it, and rule over the fish of the sea, and over the birds, and the sky, and of every living thing in the that moves on the earth." Then God said, "Behold, I've given you every plant yielding seed that is on the surface of all the earth, and every tree which has fruit yielding seed. It shall be food for you, and to every beast of the earth, and to every bird of the sky, and to everything that moves in the earth which has life, I have given every green plant for food." And it was so. God saw that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And there was evening, and there was morning, the sixth day. So show me, please, where somehow it's convoluted that God didn't make a prescription, not a description, but a prescription for humans, as opposed to anything else that was created.
Huh? Okay, can you reword that?
Okay. So there's in life there's prescriptions and there's descriptions, right?
Yeah.
So was Solomon a man whore with 1,000 concubines?
Yeah, quite a few concubines.
Okay. Was that descriptive
man
or was that
whore.
prescriptive?
Quite a few.
Whore implies
Brother
you're
had
selling
1,000.
yourself.
JS, come on. Literally. It was that descriptive or prescriptive what God was talking about?
That was
JS.
JS, leave you hanging.
What? Oh, I thought you were asking James.
I'm asking both of
No,
you
he's
since you
asking
just you
you.
stepped in.
He's
Was
going
that
after you
prescriptive
now.
or descriptive?
What was the question?
Okay. A man having 1,000 concubines, is that prescriptive or descriptive?
Has everyone been
It's
drinking
descriptive.
today?
You're right.
Yeah, this is what I was trying to think of the other day. There's God's descriptive will and his prescriptive will.
Right.
There's things that are determined to be that happen, but that's not the way God, like, see, it's tough. It's
I don't know where Evan's going with this, though. Where's he going with this? I don't see.
What I'm going
I
with
don't
is the
know where he's
fact
going
that you're
with
talking about like somehow we're like almost like we're animals or I don't know what is your
Who said that we were animals? Who said that?
the way you're
Are we
acting
still
where there's
on
no
do we create stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's saying
James
basically
said a
that
pig
there's
creates a baby
it's
pig.
unitary.
Wait, how's us creating stuff make us animals somehow?
You
said a
said you
pig
created
creates
a
a
child.
baby pig.
You said that was the image in a God.
The what? I didn't. I said we're
You
made
said
in the
being
image
in
of
the
God.
image
We're
of God
able
is
to
creating a
create.
child.
But we're not able to
Right,
create
yeah.
the same way that God creates. No.
But you did say that
But
earlier.
James,
No, I did not
you're,
say
you're,
that we
you
could create
said,
in a way
Okay.
that God
All right.
creates.
All right.
Colloquially, the
child,
way
I'm
we use the
saying
word
what God
create, we do
creates.
create, but
Yes.
the way that like
I'm talking about in the sense of the way God creates, where He creates stuff like the metals and the elements of the world to create.
But you
other
were
stuff
acting
that's
as if like
more
we were made no different than the sun, the moon, the
Like,
stars, the
literally.
people, like the sorry,
Who said
the animals.
that?
We were made completely different than them.
Who
We were
said
made to
that?
rule
I was
over
always
them.
making- it was me made
James,
completely
did I
different than what they
create
made
this
it.
Lego Millennium
What do you
Falcon?
mean? How was I arguing?
Or did I just put it together?
Wait a minute! Stop, JS. Stop. How in the world was I arguing that we were created?
That was good,
You
JS.
said
I like
I
that.
was arguing that we're created like animals. Like what?
No, you literally said that there's no difference, that we were created no different
I
than.
didn't. Where did you get that? I said there's no difference. Back that up. Where did I get that at?
Okay.
yeah, where did you get that at, James?
Maybe I'm mistaken.
That I said that. Where the did y'all get that?
That's what it sounded like you were saying. That there's no difference
I
between.
said we could
No, what
create.
you said is having a child is an aspect of being like God. That's what you said.
No, being like
And
in
I
the
said that a
like in the
pig can
image of
also
God,
create a
but
child.
Not necessarily being God, made in the image. After
Right. So then
likeness.
exactly, James. And then
Not
that brings us
literally
back to
God, though.
listen,
Not
James.
literally God.
But then that brings us back to the pig thing that Elder Lion was saying. If having a kid is what makes us in the image of God, being able to create a child, so then how is a pig not in the
No, but
image of
that's
God
one
if they can
aspect.
create a
That's
child?
not the fullity
think-
of the aspect. The fact that we're conscious.
People
That's part
like
of-
misuse.
the fact
People are
that we're
missing.
conscious, or we can actually have
Now
thoughts,
it
that's
has
part
to
of
do with
being in the image of God.
consciousness?
How do you know what is conscious?
No, it's consciousness.
James. James.
Made in the image of God doesn't
what about-
mean
what
that
about-
we look like God. It means the
Well,
way God
well-
imagined us, He made us.
James. James, how would you feel if you didn't have
That's what I'm
breakfast
talking
today?
about, in terms of characteristics.
James,
We're
how would
made
you
in
feel
the
if you didn't have
imagination
breakfast
of
today?
God.
We're made in the image of God
It's
in
a better
terms
way
of
to should
characteristics,
say.
not
We're not
physicality.
made. We're not made to duplicate the image of God. We are made in the imagination of God, is what it should be.
James,
Yeah, we're
how
not
would
a
you
mirror
feel if you didn't have
reflection of
breakfast today?
God.
No, I'm
You need
talking
breakfast.
about. Oh my goodness, what are y'all?
No. How would you feel
How
if
are
you
y'all
didn't have breakfast today?
misunderstanding Me? How on earth are y'all misunderstanding?
I mean, I sleep in the daytime, so my breakfast is actually dinner.
Okay. How would you feel if you didn't have dinner today?
How did
Well,
I
my
feel?
dinner at 7 a.m.
Well, I haven't
Oh.
eaten dinner yet.
Hold on, how are y'all misunderstanding me?
James, we're not misunderstanding you.
We're not misunderstanding you, brother.
That because you can have a child, that means that is an aspect of being the image of God.
That's one aspect.
That's the
but
only
you
thing I was arguing.
Right, and
Kinda
then you
got
said
convoluted
conscious.
there.
James, but then you said consciousness, and then I would argue, is a pig not conscious?
not conscious like us. We can.
That's not. No, that's not what he asked.
They have.
What is
Yeah,
God?
Don't. No, hang on.
The
He
pig
said,
has
"Is the pig
nature.
conscious? Is the pig conscious?"
But again, I was trying
No.
to describe the different
No.
aspects.
Is the pig conscious?
They actually have more intelligence than a
Yeah,
tree.
like when somebody says something, you don't ask if the pig is conscious. You ask what consciousness itself is. You don't ask if that animal is conscious.
Okay. What is consciousness then?
So, what is consciousness?
Yeah.
I don't know. You guys made a positive claim on what
James,
consciousness
what is
is.
consciousness?
Supposedly we have it.
Consciousness
You're in the positive.
Okay. So I would say consciousness starts at conception.
This is how you get somebody in an abortion argument
agree
when they
with that.
bring up consciousness. They'll say, "Well,
Consciousness is the
I
act
believe
of
I wasn't even going
consciousness
to bring
is
that
what."
up. Don't have to
being
bring that
able
up.
to be-
Wait,
be-
what?
Have thought and to have and be able to know that there's different like feelings based on like and there's taste and there's different. Having
Wait, are you
senses.
like a Parker
So,
fan?
so
Do
James,
you watch
James,
Dean
James,
and Parker
what about-
on freaking?
James, what about
I don't even know
what
who
about
that is,
people-
Evan. Like, who is that?
what about
Evan?
people what about people in a coma, James? Are they not people then?
They're not conscious. They're not.
No,
they're
that's
not-
what Hayden said.
Are
to
you
Dean
conscious when
Parker.
you're asleep, James?
Right. So then you go back and forth between the image of God, between when you're sleeping, you're not in the image of God. But
Again,
then
consciousness is
Do
one
you have
aspect.
free will
have
when
to
you're in a
put all-
coma?
you
That
have
was
to put
good,
all
King.
the-
Actually, I'm going to use that next time. That was
put
good. I
all
like
the
that.
same
That was good.
You have to put everything together.
See,
though.
that's why you bring up consciousness itself, not the animal.
It's one aspect. It's not the only
call it.
aspect. It's
What do you mean? It's not the only.
That's what you keep
causation
saying,
is
Gabe.
So consciousness isn't. Okay, so hold on. So consciousness isn't the aspect of the image of God. Creating a baby isn't the aspect of the image of God. What is the image of God?
Can you stop spurging and let me explain?
What? He asked you a question. That wasn't spurging.
I'm not spurging. I'm trying to.
He
keep
asked you a
on.
question. That was it. Yeah.
I'm taking everybody down because y'all keep interrupting me while I'm trying to fucking explain. My
Okay.
goodness. I can't
Wow.
even get out the fuck I'm trying to say. Don't shut up for 5 minutes. Consciousness is only one aspect of it. You have to have consciousness. You have to have the ability to create, not like God, not the creation like God does. Like I'm talking about in the sense of I can make a keyboard. I could create a controller or remote. I could create a TV. I could create you could go on forever with the different things you can create as a human being. You create a baby with a woman. And then consciousness, like I said, like I was trying to say there, Dave, consciousness is the idea of where you have the sense of the senses, it's one thing for us, what consciousness would be, and be able to, take in information and also to be able to think about the information, have a brain, have thought, and things like that. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a component. It's one component. Like being conscious is one component where you have to also have the creation component. Like there's multiple components to be able to be in the image of God. There's not one component. It's like how you have an arm and legs and everything that makes up your body. It's multiple components that come together, right, to make something happen. So it's different parts that come together to make something happen. It's not one individual part. You can't just have the head and have a body. It would be impossible just to have the head and to have a body, or to have the hand and to have the body, or a foot. You have to have them all in order to make up a body. It takes every part of it to constitute a body. So it's the same thing is what God did being in the image of God. It requires more than just one thing. I'm gonna go ahead and bring everybody back up. I think I might have kind of got it. Maybe y'all can.
Well, you kind of talk in circles because I can come
That
up
was
with
the
an animal
dumbest
that
shit
has
ever.
all those aspects as well.
Well,
that all
there's
animal
more
also
aspects to it. I didn't cover every aspect though. It wasn't just those aspects. That's
So-
2 aspects.
If you just have a
James, so
head and a
somebody-
torso, you're not a
somebody's
whole.
missing-
You're not a whole human.
I was just gonna say, James, if somebody's missing an arm and a leg, are they not a whole body?
No, they're not a whole body.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, they're not.
No,
Yes,
they're
they
not.
are.
They're missing
You have to have
appendages.
everything that
They're
makes
missing
up the
appendages, but they have a
You
whole
to
body.
Everything that makes the body in order to be a whole
No,
body.
the body needs a brain.
You're a part
It
of a
needs
body,
lungs.
not
It needs a
whole
heart.
body.
It needs a liver. That's all it needs. It doesn't need arms and legs.
Well, how does the body function without the arms and the legs? I mean, or at least.
I don't know,
something to
James.
help-
Ask all the
Look at
ask the
help it,
hundreds of
or at
thousands
least
of
something
people
to
out there
help
that
with
function.
the lack
James,
of
James,
it. You have to have
James,
something
ask-
to help with it,
James.
or you have to have it.
James. What about the people that
Still, it
are
wouldn't be a whole
quadri?
body. You
James,
have to
James.
help with
What
it.
about?
They still
Okay,
wouldn't be
James.
a whole body.
So then those people that
If
are.
you lose a leg or an arm, you don't have a whole body anymore.
Okay.
That's just how it is.
Okay.
It's just that black and white.
So if I'm born without a penis, I'm not a man.
You're born without one. That's
I'm not
birth
saying I have a
defect.
vagina. I'm just saying if I'm a man that doesn't have a
You have
penis,
nothing there?
am I
What do
no
you
longer
have?
a man?
Nothing down there. Ain't nothing there. Like,
What am I if I don't have a penis? What am I?
Will never take me off a panel.
you're
James.
not full body, but it doesn't mean you're not a man because you can tell
Right.
the
So that what I'm
characteristics.
saying is what you're doing
It's
is illogical
more-
fallacy.
You don't have to have everything in order to be constituted.
Bro,
as a
your
man.
argument is a
You
logical
don't have to have
fallacy.
every aspect. You can miss an aspect and still be that thing.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly,
Important
James. Right, right. So then, exactly, James. So then you just said it right there. You can miss a thing and still have like. So then, your argument earlier when you were saying that you can't have a body without an arm. Like you can still miss a thing and still have
But
a
you can't
body.
be a whole thing though. You won't be whole. You're a part of it. You're not whole.
Not everybody has a whole body though. That's silly.
Right.
That doesn't make us less human.
Or less of a body.
Right. Like let's just go with the simple thing of Down syndrome, right? Where they have the extra chromosome. Does that make them less human?
Or more, since they have an extra.
Right. Yeah, or more. There you go. Yeah.
But they're human, but they have a disability though. They're not
That's not what we asked.
fully there though.
They're not fully there? They have all the arms, they have the legs, they have the appendages. What's the problem?
Their brain's not fully there. Do you not realize?
That's what I'm saying. You're equating perfection to living and being. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but when we were made originally in the image of God, we were perfect. We made.
That's not. That's a false
God
equivocation.
purposely made us
No,
in the
that's a false equivocation fallacy. You can't do that.
God is the only.
That was a false equivocation fallacy.
Because you're telling me right now that
How many eggs you got, Jay?
because Adam and Eve were
got
perfect,
8.
that therefore
Nice. That's just enough, bro.
Well, I'm gonna
everyone
buy
else
more in the
was.
morning,
That doesn't make sense.
You can't dye eggs on Easter. That totally you're already a day behind.
You could dye eggs on Easter. Why not?
I didn't say everybody else was perfect. Did I say everybody else was perfect?
No, but you're saying that they were perfect, right?
Were perfect?
Oh, Cosmic
I
Fox.
said Adam and Eve were perfect, not everyone else. Like,
Right,
what?
that's what we're saying. So we're less of a human being if we're not perfect? If we're not a whole body?
What?
You were basically saying if we're not a whole body, then we're not fully human.
We're not fully in God's image right now, either.
What?
What?
Because
James,
we're not.
If you believe in God's image, we're all in. What the? Okay, all right.
But we're not fully in it though, because we're not fully taking on the characteristics of God's image.
We're not talking about sanctification right now, dude. We're not talking about sanctification or glorification.
We gotta be sanctified.
Right. We're not talking about sanctification or glorification.
We gotta be taking all those impurities out like
What is sanctified mean?
gold.
What?
You gotta take all the impurities out like you do gold. You
Okay.
Get rid of all the impurities. We're not fully in the image of God because we're not perfect.
Oh man, I don't know, man. All right.
So what about the quote? What about the quote? To err is human, to forgive is divine by Alexander Pope. James, what do you think about that?
To err is human, and to forgive is divine. What do you mean? What do I think about it?
Well, what do you? I think it's saying like all humans are imperfect, and so we should, forgive each other for our imperfections.
Okay, I agree. We should forgive each other for our imperfections. What's the point?
So, sorry.
It doesn't mean that we're fully in the image of God, though.
Should I have asked you that, Evan? Maybe I mixed up who was saying what there.
I don't care about philosophy. Sorry, Cosmic. I think philosophy is gay.
Divinity.
That's not saying divinity.
To forgive is divine. It's saying divinity is forgiving people for their imperfections. Do you agree with that, James?
No, it's not saying that you're gonna be divine. Right? I mean, it's saying that forgiving people comes from a divine source.
I don't think it is saying that. I think it's saying that if you forgive people for their imperfections, you are divine. To forgive is divine.
Well, I think one day we're gonna be glorified, but I don't think we'll ever be divine. Glorification is divine.
Wouldn't be
Well,
glorification.
you could have get more than 6 on.
We're gonna be glorified. We're gonna have glowing bodies.
What's up, Ricky?
We're gonna be in. We could go to heaven. whoever's the ones that go to heaven, then you got the
Got a
ones on
plug
earth
going in the
that are gonna
chat.
live on the forever
Because
renewed
you have
earth.
just totally fucking driven us away from God. You can't even agree on one thing.
See, that's a gamble, James. I want to focus on what we can do while we're
I think
here.
we're
for
having
sure.
constructive conversation, Brick.
No, you are very constructive. Very. So are we as well.
Oh,
We're just
and by the
going on
way,
you. We're
by the
forming a new
way,
alliance, right, with a different view on
oh,
God,
hold
like
on,
you all
hold on,
have.
hold on, please, Bricky, hold on. By the way, I want to go ahead and define perfect, for Carly when I got it on my mind. Well, perfect, when I'm talking about perfect, I mean like perfectly keeping what would be the image of God. That is perfect. Whatever, exactly that'd be keeping his law, from what I can tell, keeping his divine
What?
law. Would be
The
one
only
thing.
thing that's perfect is God Himself.
What?
Did I stutter?
I didn't even hear what you said. I'm sorry. I was thinking. in
The
my
only thing that's perfect is God Himself. There's no perfection outside of that. We're all inerrant. We're all different. There's no like
Oh, we're
perfection.
gonna be perfect. So one day when God makes us perfect,
Chair's perfect.
That's
He's
the
gonna
right.
make us perfect.
I don't
one
think-
day.
But that's
Do you think living up-
sanctification and
I don't think he's
glorification.
gonna make
That's
you perfect.
Do you think
He's-
perfecting the image? Do you think being the
He's
perfect image
supposed
of
to
God?
be making you perfect as He is sanctifying.
you can't be a
Do you think
perfect
being
image
the
of
perfect
God.
image of God is a reasonable standard for?
What?
a
You
human
can't
being?
be that, Cosmic.
Fucked up again, bud.
So then the apostles lied.
Literally just getting it sorted.
They
down
lied. Wait. How do they lie?
Have a laugh with it.
Because the apostles said through sanctification, at some point there's going to be a level of perfection. There should be. Once we get to the other, once God perfects us, and we get on the other side.
So sanctification, glorification equals perfection, but we're still not perfect in the sense that we always had sin in our lives. God did not.
Yeah, but ultimately when
We're
we get to the other
perfect in
side,
God's
when-
eyes and as the image of Him, but we'll never be perfect as Him. We're not God. Are you seriously saying like, is this like this like an
No, I'm
LDS thing?
saying-
Are you a Mormon?
No, I'm saying we're gonna be perfectly in His.
Are you a Mormon?
You're perfectly made the way He had imagined you to be made.
Sure.
That's what it means.
But
by
that's not
being
perfection.
In the image of God.
We're gonna be
What?
we're gonna be perfectly in the sense of our characteristics are gonna be. We're gonna characteristically be like God in the sense of characteristically. We're not actually gonna be God Himself. We're gonna be.
So then we can never be
we're
actually
gonna be
perfect.
In the image of God.
We'll be perfect in
characteristically
God's
wise.
eyes, but never gonna be perfect.
Right.
Yeah, but God
Yes.
is going to make sure we're going to perfectly follow His divine rules.
Right, again.
Right.
Perfect
Order.
in
James,
God's
James,
eyes.
He's
you're not
going to
listening
make
to
sure
Evan.
of it. It's not going to be us. It's going to be Him. It's
James,
gonna be
you're
us
not-
trusting Him.
James, you're not
to
listening
do
to
that.
Evan. You're not listening to what Evan's trying to say, though, bro.
What is he trying
He's
to
not
say?
he's not arguing the fact that we are going to be perfect in God's eyes, but due to the fact that God is the only being or only thing that is perfect, you could never measure up to God's perfection.
Exactly.
I never said me. I said God is making.
Oh my-
It's going to be making you perfect.
You'll
I
never
said
be
me.
made perfect.
God can't make me perfect. God can't.
Okay, when
No,
Adam and
because you
Eve,
had-
Adam and
because
Eve,
you had
right?
original sin,
The people with
Because you
no
had original
sin at the original thing, were they perfect? Because if they were, they wouldn't have eaten the damn apple, and Adam would have sat around
James,
jacking off
James,
while his wife's
listen.
eating the fruit. Come on, dude.
Don't listen to them, James. God may not be able to make you perfect, but Bricky's cult, that'll make you perfect. Right, okay? You'll have a perfect role in there, and you will fulfill everything and anything you possibly ever wanted.
I freaking love you, Bricky.
Just
Does
remember,
original sin
right,
not
there's a
conflict with
different
the
version of
notion
God
from the
out there
Bible?
that you can trust in, and it's through me.
Does original sin not conflict with the notion from the Bible that we shouldn't punish children for the sins of their parents?
I don't know if it's a whiskey or
That doesn't make any sense.
Original sin wouldn't be a sin of the parent.
That was a semantically null
Kind of
sentence.
is. No, it
That's
wasn't.
total
Evan.
depravity. Not everybody believes in original sin like that.
Yeah, man, you're committing sin being here right now, speaking with that voice, right? Okay, you've
Okay,
got
good.
testicles,
Mel,
love
did you
to
see?
eat.
I got your Melanie Cosmofox. I got
I'm a
cosmic
Satanist. I
eggs.
love sinning. Nice. I got mini eggs. I got the
I've got mini
Easter
eggs.
snack.
What'd you do? Chinese
Those are
plastic
those are
eggs?
just nuts.
No, the Cadbury mini eggs.
Oh, chocolate?
Not like advertising for them, but you made me say it.
Yeah, you don't get to dye those.
Yeah,
Do you know?
I just have to eat them. I don't have to know.
Do you know where the
Nestle
tradition of dyeing eggs
Honestly,
comes from?
From pagans and Christmas time. I'm just kidding.
Don't.
You know that they
Started,
actually.
Evan.
Did you know that they actually didn't dye the egg? They actually just
They
dyed the
decorate.
egg shell. They removed the egg contents. And just dyed just
Where
like
are these mushrooms?
No, during
Like,
Lent
in the
they
form, they look like
they
eggs.
fasted, and so that their eggs, they didn't have refrigeration, so they would save up the eggs and they would decorate them, and then they could eat them, or they would hard boil them so they wouldn't go bad as quick, and then they would decorate them during Lent, and then they would eat them on Easter.
So the reason we worshipped eggs like that is because amanitas would first start in like an egg kind of form, and you get really high and you start.
No, we
believing in
worshipped
God.
eggs because they were a food source. They were a plentiful food source. Chickens make a lot of eggs.
Good for protein.
Do you really think that domesticated chickens were common in that time and place?
No, all of a sudden they
Chicken-
just came about
Yeah,
after
that's
the
what-
dinosaurs. What are you
I
talking
was
about,
just gonna
Fox?
say,
And what
I know
time
there
and
was never any
place?
chickens back then. There was no
Welcome
Furbies
in,
back
Commander.
then either, but look
Welcome
what
in.
the
Hey,
world
hey,
fucked
Opera,
up
by
now.
the
those are
way.
wild chickens.
Well,
You're talking about
hello,
cattle
Cody. I should have
and
said hello,
pigs
Cody
and
earlier.
You're
sheep
talking
were
about
way-
in like the second
cattle,
and third
pigs, and sheep
century.
were way
I
more
think I already said
common.
hello to Jeremy, didn't I?
Like if you think about what the
Hello,
Bible
Jeremy.
talks about, right? Like cattle, pigs, and
Hello,
sheep were way
everybody,
more
it's
common.
Jordan.
No,
to
but the egg
domesticate
dyeing,
for
the
them.
egg dyeing came from the Catholics after Jesus. They weren't dying. There were no Catholics dyeing eggs in the Old Testament. This is a
Well, there was
later
no such thing
tradition.
as Catholicism until
Right.
Christ. So
Right.
Well, I mean, Easter wouldn't be a thing until Christ, right?
Right. Well,
I mean,
there was
isn't that what it-
Pascha.
isn't
There was
that-
well, it's
that
from
what celebrating
Passover.
Is his Passover, right? Is his Passover than his arising?
Isn't Easter
Yeah,
based
but it
off
comes
an
from
orgy?
the Passover in Egypt.
it's from the Egyptians. Yeah, it's
Oh,
the
okay.
it's that.
All
Yeah.
right, okay.
Which I wanted to ask James about, but that was like.
You
20
wanted to
minutes
ask
ago,
James
I
to
don't
have an
even
orgy?
know.
Fucking hell, James. JS wants to ask you to have an orgy.
So, Pharaoh.
I'm gonna go. I'll see you guys later.
Later, Elder.
Because there's an actual
Elder
atheist.
Lion,
Cheers,
we
brother.
Because there's an
orgy
actual
first,
atheist
get
I can
into a seat.
argue the shit. I'm not gonna say some blasphemous shit anymore. Anyway.
Elder Lion, I'll see
Well,
you
don't
later,
play
my
as an
friend.
atheist. Why don't you stay around and not play as an atheist?
I can play a
Yeah, you
character.
don't have to keep.
It's not necessarily bad.
You don't have to
You don't
keep
have to
playing
keep
the
being an
atheist. You can
atheist.
just hang around and just be you. Don't play the atheist.
Well, there's also I want to go smoke a little bit, and then become high as fuck, and then probably argue with JS a little bit later.
Yeah, he's gonna come back and attack me like last night.
Well, what the?
No, I have no liquor. I have no
Elder
liquor,
Lion.
so I'm not gonna be
Okay,
aggressive.
Elder Lion.
I'm gonna be really passive.
Elder Lion, are you gonna seriously just gonna go do a smoke sesh all by yourself? You know, you could just pack it up. Let me know. I could join you, and we could have a smoke sesh right here.
And then you could be the eggiest instead of the atheist. Right?
Quit
Well, I
talking
can't
about
take
it, 'cause
the,
I don't have
I
any
don't
pot,
use this
and I
on my
don't-
phone. If it was on Discord, you could come with me, but
You guys
I
are gonna
don't
make me
have
realize.
this.
Fair
on my
enough. Fair
phone.
enough. Fair enough. All right, we'll see you in a minute.
Those are triggering me.
It's not like a bad thing
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
the tradition comes from
yeah,
amanitas. It
yeah.
actually fits in to either whatever framework that you're talking about, and it makes sense, right? When you take psychedelic drugs, you feel like you're sorry. You feel like you're talking to God, or you feel like you are God.
Dude, I'm scared of lights when I'm on psychedelics.
I never said that I am God, though.
Bro, are you getting pounded like
I
right then?
said
Why were you like?
I said I'm God's favorite, right? That's what I just said.
Actually, God's favorite.
What the fuck, Evan? Don't do that ever again.
My cult. Don't try and infiltrate my cult and take over my fucking spot, right? The hive article structure, right, is a beneath. I was given the chosen fuck of it. Listen, Easter Sunday, right? I said I don't know if it's a whiskey or that I've been risen from the dead, but I'm gonna fulfill my fucking destiny, right?
Just rambling. Yeah.
Oh, look, coming
No, he's
from
spurging.
you, fucking coming
He's
from you,
spurging.
CVC, you're not gonna upset me today, you little fucking wrongin'.
Oh, we got a conflict here between.
No, I'm going to conflict.
No, so let me ask a question that I was pondering today. Let's try to move something on. Hang on.
Yeah.
Do we believe there's a difference between like cursing, cussing, and things like that?
Yes.
So if I say fuck, is that a curse word?
No,
No,
that's a
that
cuss.
doesn't mean anything.
Thank you. All right.
That's a cuss word. Cursing is completely different, especially if you want to go to like.
What can hang on, King.
Like ancient text or ancient scripture, like that's something that people always
No,
like,
but
when like back when they would use the word man and they meant it for human, like
yeah,
it's all those kind of things. Like words had different meaning back
right,
then.
King. Would a word like God damn it be a curse word and a also?
Well, no.
Hang on, Jazz.
I don't know why you're
That's what I was gonna
citing
say.
scripture
Damn
though.
it.
Because
Would God damn it be a curse word and also taking God's name in vain? Would be both those things?
I don't know why you're citing scripture though, because the word cuss doesn't show up until like the
I'm not talking to you, Cosmic.
Citing scripture.
Cosmic, I'm not talking to you.
The original God would know what I'm going to do, right?
So if I say God damn it, is that both a curse and a taking
both.
His name in vain?
Yeah,
I would think.
Wait a minute.
I would
You're
think it
literally
depends.
calling for something to be damned, which means
Right.
sent to hell.
Right.
So you're cursing them.
Cursing somebody, yeah.
You're saying, I'm calling on God to send this thing to hell.
Right.
And that's not your job. That's not good. I would
Well,
Yeah.
technically, God. Yeah, but the
So
word
then
that
that's
says
so then
God.
at the same
is not a
time,
name.
that's
The
why
name
you'd be
is
taking
the
His name in vain.
But saying fuck or shit doesn't mean anything. It's
Nothing.
just a
Yeah.
word.
No, it means nothing. It's
It's no
nonsensical,
different
right?
than If you say what the fudge,
Which one are you
like
calling
yeah.
on?
Hold on, Jay.
God, which one
Yeah.
are you
Hang
calling
on.
on?
Hang on. Let me hear what King says, James, real quick. Hang on.
Yes, I wanted to ask. So when you're doing that, is it the fact that you're calling God to curse somebody else? Is that what is? That's why it's taking His.
That's
name
what
in
I'd be
vain
saying.
also?
It. Yeah.
Or is it because you're still calling on God? So technically, are you still taking His name in vain? You're
Yes.
just calling on Him to do something.
No, I'm taking His name as a curse word, in saying.
It's not His name. God
So the
is
curse,
not
the
his
curse
name.
is the curse is
God
damn.
is not a name.
Yes.
Damn it.
yeah, but you're using it
calling
as
on
the
God.
name.
But I have a there's a
No,
prefix,
God is not
right?
a name. God is
God,
All right.
damn
I
it,
got
Even if
not
you just say
damn it.
Even if you just say
Right.
damn it, that
So,
would still
Blanca,
be a
what you
curse.
originally said was
God could mean.
But then
either
you're not taking His
Elohim-
name in vain. Though.
Because what does
Yeah, but-
damn it means? It
yeah,
means
but
send it
God
to
is-
hell.
Then you got damned and said, look at what we're going to do with that section of that there. We're going to dam it up, right?
I just got everybody all
Dam it up.
excited. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Not beaver. If
So
you
I'm gonna
say
go-
a beaver
Can I
dams
can I
it,
just say
that's-
sorry to everybody now, right? Because I'm not taking the Lord's name in vain. I'm not, right? I obviously, I'm going to obey Him.
No,
Right?
it's a title,
Well, you
Commander.
know,
God is a
Jesus
title.
Christ under-
This has nothing to do with what
God
King even
comes from the
originally
word
said, though.
Elohim and El,
Like,
because
check
that's
check
what
this
it
out, right?
translates God.
King's original
Now,
statement.
God's not even technically, correct from the Hebraic
Right.
perspective, though.
Okay,
Okay,
we're
James,
so off point from
stop.
what King was saying.
If you're
King,
gonna go
King originally
to the
said that there's a
deeper
difference between a cuss
understanding.
word and a curse word.
Yes.
Cuss literally comes from a vulgarized form
And why you
of
telling me to
curse.
stop on my own
It's
channel,
literally just
Evan?
slang. It's
It's
a
my
slang
channel,
word for
Evan.
curse that originated in the
Not
1700s.
yours.
There's no
Don't
difference.
tell me to
There's
stop
no
on
freaking
my
difference.
channel.
Kick me off, bro.
Okay, you said kick you out. Whoop.
All right.
Don't take
The
me off the
difference-
thing, James. I'm coming back.
The
No,
difference
I
now
didn't
comes
actually
into the
kick him. I just took him
context
off
of
the
the word.
screen.
Back
'Cause I ain't
back
that
then,
cool.
when people say no cursing, they're trying to say no cussing as the way we use the word now,
Right.
which is no
So
cussing.
they didn't think
no
that they were
cursing.
actually giving out curses.
Say what?
It had nothing to do with saying the Lord's name in vain. It was about public decency and not using
Right.
words which are considered vulgar.
It could refer to either the true God, or it could refer to false gods. The idea of God, because word Elohim could either be the true God or the false gods.
Wait, hang on,
Now,
James. Did you grow up in the LDS?
No, I did not grow up. Like I said, Pentecostal.
I don't know anyone that says Elohim outside of like the LDS.
Hebrews do. It's. What do you mean?
They
They're
don't believe in
Messianic.
God. They don't believe in Jesus. Like, why would they say? Sorry.
Elohim is not necessarily.
They say Yahweh.
That was just
They say
describing
No,
Yahweh.
they don't. Well,
That was
no,
just describing the angel.
Messianics say Yahweh. The Jews, the regular Jews, the regular little hats, they say.
I've never read a single Jew my whole life that says Elohim,
Or
and the
the
only people I know
divine
that say that
name.
is LDS.
But they use the term Elohim as far as the title.
What does Elohim mean?
Elohim is usually translated as God, but
Means
it's not.
father.
No, it doesn't mean father. Abba is
All right.
father. Abba means father.
That's two different languages.
Elohim does not mean father. Have you studied the actual words?
Yes.
You need to do some actual better studying.
Are you sure?
I've actually studied. I'll study under Jews. Have you studied under Jews?
Have I studied underneath Jew? No, because I'm not Jewish.
I've listened to Jews. They should know.
I've
words
listened
better.
to Jews. I haven't studied underneath them. I've listened to
studied
them.
under them.
Okay. So you're
So
basically like a
as a
Pharisee or
very
Sadducee?
confused atheist.
Is that your deal?
I've attended synagogues enough.
So are you a
I've studied
Pharisee
under
and a
them.
Sadducee? Is that what you're saying?
The what?
Are you a Pharisee and Sadducee? Is that what you're saying?
A Pharisee is not. What do you mean?
It's someone who studies under what is a Pharisee?
What are you? Oh my goodness.
What is a
Pharisee doesn't
Pharisee?
necessarily mean to study under a rabbi, because even the Sadducees had rabbis, teachers.
I didn't say they
Got
did.
some
Rabbi
eggs.
simply means teacher.
Oh yeah.
Simply means
Did you
teacher.
put them in
That's all it
cold
means.
ice water?
No, teacher
Not
is
ice
not
water, but I ran
Elohim.
cold water over him for
No,
a
teacher is rabbi. Rabbi means
Yeah.
teacher. Do you
Yeah.
not read the gospel?
Rabbi
Because
means
Jesus
teacher. Yes,
said-
yeah. So
Especially with the
God
beard.
even says that himself. He says, "Why do you call me
Rabbi
teacher?"
is teacher.
Yeah, he says, "Why do you call me teacher?" Yeah, I understand. Yeah,
Rabbi is teacher, not.
I never said it. What?
Let no man teach you.
Okay, so I have a question as a very confused atheist that I feel like you might all help me answer. If God sees us all perfect, as
No, he doesn't.
who's stated on this panel.
No, he
I'm
doesn't.
going
Who
off
said
of
that?
whoever said
He
that.
doesn't. Nobody said that.
No one said that because that's absolutely incorrect.
We literally said the difference is that we will never be perfect the way God is, but God sees us as being perfect. But
Nope.
okay.
I don't see that at all.
No. The way I explained it was perfect the way He had imagined us to be.
Right.
Right. So
And that's why that's
Hey,
the
hold on.
actual
Hey,
phrase of
I
in
wasn't
the image
talking
of
about.
God.
if we're in his,
I
I
wasn't-
like to ask my
I
question.
like to use my
Someone
ant
asked my
farm.
question.
Hey, hold on, people. I said,
Sorry.
hold on. I wasn't talking about Hebrew Israelites necessarily saying they were Jews. I did not say they were Jews. I was talking about the Messianic Jews, K-Hopper, that they use Yahweh. But the Hebrew Israelites do use Yahweh. They also use
Jehovah, not Jehovah.
No, Jehovah is Jehovah's Witnesses.
No.
Jehovah is the same as Yahweh.
Hebrew
just
Israelites.
with
What
different
what
letters.
camp are you talking about that uses Jehovah as far as the Hebrew Israelites? I've never heard one.
Jehovah's
camp
in
use
the Bible.
Jehovah's
in the
it-
Bible.
all over the Bible, bud.
But they don't. The Hebrew
James,
Israelites do
Jehovah
not
and
use
Yahweh
term
are the
Jehovah.
same exact thing.
They do
Yahweh
not
is
use, the Hebrew Israelites do not use the term Jehovah.
They also
James,
use
Yahweh is the
Elohim.
tetragram-
They use Yahweh or they use Jehovah.
That's Jehovah.
That's
That's the same as
Jehovah.
Jehovah, which is the same as
but
Yahweh. They're all
but
the
they
same
don't-
thing.
But they don't say Jehovah.
James.
though.
What the
Jehovah is
farce are you
J.
talking
J
about?
is only a
So you're
400-year-old
literally saying
letter.
like the way you say it is the
J is only a 400-year-old
James,
letter in English.
Can I explain this
there
to you,
was
James?
no J until 400 years ago.
That's when Yahweh became Jehovah. So the tetragrammaton is YHWH. If
Or
vowels,
YHVH.
hold on, don't interrupt.
Hey,
Listen,
hold on.
vowels did not exist yet. So YHWH, Yahweh, Yahweh. That's what that sound makes. Later we added vowels to it, and then later J's became a thing. So the J replaced the Y.
They
so
don't express the J though.
God.
Is
Hebrew Israelites don't express the J though.
That's what
They
they're
don't
all the
use
same
the
thing.
J though. He said they said Jehovah. They don't say Jehovah.
Yes, they do.
Don't use
Whenever
Je-
the
not
Bible
the
says
Hebrew
Jehovah, it's the
Israelites.
same as Yahweh.
Not the
Which is
Hebrew
the same as
Israelites.
YHWH,
I'm
which is
talking about
Ego
the
Wami.
Hebrew Israelites. I ain't talking about Jehovah's Witnesses or something like that. 'Cause it's
Right.
not just Jehovah's Witnesses.
Well, I
that
don't
use
know.
Jehovah's
I don't know what
Witnesses.
you're talking about Hebrew Israelites for. I'm just telling you, Jehovah and
Hebrew
Yahweh are the
Israelites came
same
up
thing.
because of K-Hopper's comment. He said Hebrew Israelites aren't Jews, and I never said that they were.
Okay, but what's
They
that have to
say
do
they
with
are
Jehovah
though,
and
right?
Yahweh?
They say they're the
Because they
chosen
use the
people.
terms Yahweh and
James,
Jehovah.
James, who's the
When people
chosen
say
people?
Yahweh is the name of God. No,
And I was
Yahweh.
trying to distinguish, but y'all wouldn't shut up to let me finish. Between the Hebrew
Yahweh just
Israelites
Bro,
means
you
and
were
I am
on
who
one
I am.
tonight, huh?
Jews.
All right.
I was trying to tell him I wasn't talking about Hebrew Israelites when I was talking about Jews. I was talking about the regular Jews, the regular
regular
small
Jews.
hats,
James,
the Orthodox, the
James.
conservatives, the Reformed.
The regular Jews as
Judaism,
opposed to those
Judaism.
irregular Jews.
Have you had your peanut butter and jelly today, James? Have you had your peanut butter and
I
jelly?
actually disagreed with Cosmic Fox. That was amazing.
I had
I
some
think you
peanut
need.
butter today.
I think you
but I
need
ain't
to
got
make
no
a
jelly.
sandwich. James,
I
you need
had
to make a
peanut
sandwich.
butter, but no jelly.
Right.
James,
okay,
this
James.
is $6,000
You need to get a
worth of eggs.
sandwich. James, you need to get a sandwich and a Coke or a pop or a soda, whatever you
No,
call
I
it down
need
there.
a
and
Snickers
you need to
bar.
chill out, bro.
I need a Snickers bar, right?
Yes, you need
What you
something.
angry.
You're crazy, bro.
Bar.
James is hangry.
You're on.
No, I'm just pissed. Cause y'all won't
You
shut
grab a
up.
What are you
Snickers.
pissed at?
Y'all won't shut up long enough for me to talk. Y'all keep fucking interrupting me on my own panel.
James, you're getting a bit of a god complex at the minute.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a good day to
A
have that.
Napoleon complex is what it sounds like.
He's becoming the image of God right there.
I like your picture though.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah,
That's what I
that's
said
awesome.
earlier. Yeah.
You're a
Yeah,
cartoon.
very cool. And actually, yeah.
All right,
it looks
James,
great,
Cook,
and-
explain all of what you were just saying to us right now. We'll all listen. We'll give you 5 minutes.
I
Explain
wasn't
it.
even talking to y'all when I was just talking a while ago. I was talking to Chaos. I wasn't talking to y'all. And then y'all interrupted and y'all butted in.
I butted in. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
I
y'all
wouldn't know
butted
what
in
that's
when I
like.
was
I
talking to
wouldn't.
Chaos.
I wouldn't know what it's like to be interrupted, James. I feel for you, buddy. It must be rough.
Well, actually, you do know what it's like to interrupt the mail, but okay. I mean, you was being jokey.
Sarcasm, James.
It
Sarcasm,
wasn't.
James.
Yeah, you was being sarcastic.
A little
Yeah.
bit, just a tiny bit.
Tiny bit.
Wait, hang on. Cosmic was being sarcastic? That's amazing. I didn't know that.
Oh, no,
I'm
that's,
supposed to be writing.
James, if you didn't catch it, Evan was also being sarcastic. Right?
Was he?
Don't read that.
We got
Hey,
you,
yeah.
buddy. We're not gonna. We got you. We're not gonna let your autism hold you back.
Fuck. Hey, Cosmic,
Well,
stop.
I didn't claim that I do know, Elder. Just saying. I didn't
I know.
claim
I'm
that I do
autistic.
know.
If anything, that was a jab at myself too for not getting.
Yeah,
things out
here's
at
the
time.
thing though, Cosmic. You can't be both like a progressive and funny. Quit it. Doesn't work.
I don't know. I've seen like the TV shows that right wingers put out in cold comedy, and I
What's
think we do
what
it
like
better.
what? Explain one.
Oh, what's that one? New Norm.
If you
The
say
New Norm?
anything with Tim Allen, I'm gonna punch you in your throat cavity.
No, like the New Norm from the Daily Wire.
Tim Allen? Hey, wait a minute.
Evan's
Tim
gonna
Allen was
forward
the
punch
one,
you.
what is that TV show? Oh, shoot, where he had the tools and stuff.
Yeah, Tool Time with freaking Home Improvement.
Home Improvement.
Gay.
Home Improvement.
Gay.
Will not listen to the answer.
Home
That fool's wife was in charge. Gay. No.
Yeah, he was a simp.
Yeah.
He was a simp? Oh, my.
Yeah.
Yes, he was.
He was.
Yes, go back and watch it, James.
It's called
He was a
Home
huge simp.
Improvements with Al.
You know who was the male patriarchy back in those days? Al Bundy.
Al Bundy.
Yeah. Or Alf. Or Alf was more male than most of the
Was
shows.
he a good representation of men? Do you think you want Al Bundy representing all men?
More than I would want Tim Allen.
No,
Yeah.
It is
That's what I
arguing
said.
either
Yeah.
way, Elder Line. It is
That's not what I said. I just said on TV.
But I was
at that
just saying the Hebrew Israelites don't.
Wait, hang on.
So,
Cosmic Fox. Who would you think is the best representation of males? Being a male,
Right now.
you would know this. So.
No offense to Mel, but Mel
He-
can't
he'd
really
say
tell you
something
about
like
who's
Dylan
the best
Mulvaney or something.
representation of being a male because Mel doesn't know if Mel's a male.
So right,
Mel is a male.
Evan,
So.
I'm trying to answer
Well,
his question. Evan,
Mel doesn't
do you
know
mean
that.
right now, or do
Okay.
you mean back to that time where?
No,
Al Bundy
anytime
was-
you'd like to pick. Choose any time in history
Okay.
where.
No,
Yeah.
I would say one of the best role models actually might have been Elvis.
What?
That's not a television show. But okay, so an artist. Okay.
Oh no, for television. There's God, that is a hard one.
Yeah,
Have
it's
you seen
hard.
the Larry Sanders show? I kind of like Larry Sanders.
No, he's gay.
You're gay.
Wow.
Okay, whatever you
That
want
was
to say.
blunt,
Sure.
Evan.
Another.
Yeah.
Here's another one. Another one is Uncle Phil from Fresh Prince.
No, he was gay.
How? He took
He
in
was-
his nephew and raised him like a
Yes,
son.
yes, but his contention always was money.
True.
money.
All right. Fair enough.
So,
fair enough.
that was gay.
He just had money.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. Fair enough.
It's gay to worrying about money, like.
No, he didn't have to worry about anything because he had money, James.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Andy
Well, how's
Griffith
that
now.
gay necessarily
Andy
if
Griffith
you're-
was gay. No, that's not a thing either.
Wait, how was he
You
gay?
know what? That guy who did this, I don't know the
How
show
was Andy
because I didn't
Griffith
watch it
gay?
enough. But
Let's
that
back
that
up.
guy was like, to the moon. That guy was more masculine than anybody in most shows.
The honeymooners.
Yeah, there you go.
Wait a minute, let's back
Okay,
up.
yeah,
How
no.
was Andy Griffith gay?
So
What are you
I think
talking
Evan's
about?
Doing the thing where
You said
anybody
Andy
who's
Griffith
not
was gay,
anybody
Evan. How
who's
was he gay?
so
Andy
note
Griffith
how
was
I
gay.
noted I mentioned Larry
How?
Sanders.
He deferred to
who's
his
actually-
his aunt constantly. He
Well,
didn't
well,
he
why
didn't think of
haven't you
himself.
not what
He
you
always
said
deferred to
gave
his
the
aunt
Hufflepuff?
and that retard of a cop he had helping him out. That's who he
not what
deferred
being
to.
gay- Evan, that's not what being
Barney
gay
is
is,
a
buddy.
cop,
That has
is a-
nothing to
is a
do with sticking
deputy.
penises into butts.
Oh my gosh, do you think I'm literally saying that gay? Oh wow. All right. Cool. I didn't say homosexuality. I said gay.
So I
But
think
gay
a
in the
good
classical sense of
representation.
the word gay, because gay nowadays refers to homosexuality.
That's not what it. What? Listen to
Yeah,
Christmas.
nowadays it
Hey,
refers to
hey, James.
homosexuality.
James, do you listen to Christmas songs?
If you mean happy, then that doesn't discount any of those
yeah, but
things as
that's
being
the
good role models
old
for men. So
form of-
you've stepped over your own argument, Evan.
I'm not stepping.
That's the
I'm
old
not.
definition
Yes,
of
you
gay,
did.
though.
You
Gay
clearly
now
just did.
refers to
That's a
homosexuality.
definition of
Yeah,
gay,
but
correct?
they took the term-
Just
they
like
took the
gay
term what
could just
gay
mean
meant back then
lame.
to be happy, right? To be
Then
happy.
it doesn't discount them being good
Now,
masculine role
what they're doing
models.
is because
It
they weren't
does.
Criticism doesn't mean
Because they were
shit.
being lame role models.
Right.
Do you
So the
think
word
being
gay
able
meant
to
Andy
admit
Griffith
that? Do you
came
think
out
men?
was
Do you
from
think
Mount
men
Airy,
being
North Carolina,
I'm trying to
technically.
talk to Evan, James. Just give me a second,
Well,
please.
it's my show. I'm trying to talk to my
Holy,
chat.
yeah, you know, but you're talking too much. You gotta let other people on the panel talk too.
I'm talking too much on my own show.
Yes, you also kicked the wrong person there.
I didn't kick nobody.
Oh,
He
I
just
thought
left.
you were doing a power move. I would have
No,
respected
I
it,
wasn't
but
doing
it
a
would have been
power
funny if you
move. I was
kicked the
doing a
wrong
power
person.
move. I would have did.
I thought he was doing a power
I would
move
have
as
did
well,
that if I
Alex.
was doing a power move.
Oh.
There's a power move for you. Welcome back.
Fucking
still not scared.
shit.
There's a power
Strangely,
move. You want to know about
you're-
power move?
Since your avatar looks like Caillou, I'm not scared of you.
Okay. Then you can sit back there for 5 minutes.
Oh shit. James, all right, that was manly. That was good. I like that.
James didn't even have to get a donut.
That was more manly than Elvis or Andy Griffith. So good job.
You don't talk down to the panel host.
Nobody's talking down to you, James. Disagreements
Yeah,
aren't
Mel
talking down.
was.
James,
Mel
James, hang on,
was.
James, hang on. When we talk to you and we disagree, that's not talking down. That's a disagreement. That's it.
I don't know if that was what Mel's intent was.
Yeah, I can't speak for him. Sorry, I can't.
Mel's just a cunt,
But-
James. You know that. Mel is a genuine cunt. But when we do it, it's out of love.
Blackout. Jackie Gleason threatening to knock his wife to the moon. How non-Christian of you and more red pill Andrew Tate. Ugh, Andrew Tate is a faggot. Shit, sorry.
Ooh.
Bundle of sticks. My bad.
Now,
I'm
Evan,
sorry.
you just made it-
I'm sorry. Sorry. Sorry.
Just name the F word like that.
I know. I'm sorry. God damn it.
You
I'm
don't gotta
sorry.
edit, just disavow it. I disavow.
Disavow an F word.
I
Evan,
disavow the word. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna put
dare
Evan
you.
down and bring him back up for saying the
All
F
right,
word.
I
Don't
know.
say F word no more.
Shit. I'm sorry.
We can't
That is
just
not
say F
allowed.
word
That
either.
is
We say F
homophobic.
word.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. I didn't mean it. Damn it.
Yeah, Evan, stop saying sorry because it's like.
He won't
Hey,
say fuck. He'll say
well,
fudge, but he'll
Hey
drop
Mel,
the other F.
I see what your chat.
Sorry, K Hopper. If we're gonna go with that line of argumentation, are you literally saying that it's better to have sex with a Megan Fox with a penis or a Hulk Hogan with a vagina. Like, are we going there?
Ooh, fucking hell.
That's his argumentation. I don't care if Megan Fox is that hot. She has a dick. I'm good to go. Bye. I don't. Ugh.
Wasn't that an Adam Sandler movie? What was that called? Where that female Hulk Hogan was in a what?
Compared to Effing, I'm a Saint. Get out of here,
But,
Melanie. What did I say?
What was it?
But now, like I was saying earlier to K-Hopper, if he didn't hear me, Andy Gribbler is technically from Mount Airy, North Carolina.
Okay.
I know that because my family probably know him.
Wait. Hang on. Are you from North Carolina, James?
No, I'm from Virginia.
Okay. What's the proper North Carolina barbecue
You
sauce?
don't remember? Oh, I guess you don't remember where you sent the package to.
No, it was. Yeah, I remember it was in the Boondocks. Cost me $55 just to send it to you, so I don't even know. What is the proper barbecue sauce in West Virginia or North, whatever it is?
I have no idea what the proper barbecue sauce is.
Oh.
I see whatever the store-bought barbecue sauce is.
I mean, is it sweet? Is it mustardy? Is it vinegary? Like, what's the?
I have no idea. Like I said, I buy the store-bought stuff. We buy the store-bought stuff.
All right, there you go. Yeah.
I would
I
have
hope
said
the
it's more
King's alright. He keeps dropping off.
Well, it's probably his connection. If he has Spectrum, like I do, it sucks. It cuts in and out
get
between like
antibiotics for that.
12 and 4.
Sure, you can get some antibiotics for that Spectrum, Evan, from the doctor.
Dude, Spectrum is balls. So.
Well, it's even worse if it's on your balls. That's going to be painful. You know, so you want to get some cream as well. Right, I'm stopping. Look, I do this all the time.
Listen,
because I try and have a
I don't
serious
need cream.
conversation.
I don't need cream. I just need my satin pants. All right.
He pulled satin pants out.
That's right.
Yeah, can you guys hear me now? Oh yeah, all right.
Bro, you want to be comfortable at night?
Mike,
Buy yourself some satin pants. I'll tell you what.
Fucking hell.
What the fuck did I come back to? Satin pants?
Yeah, bro.
King, he literally just pulled a pair of satin pants out because he's got Spectrum, something wrong with his rectum, I think, Spectrum something, whatever, and I said he needs to get some cream.
Bro, listen.
Cream in a donut pillow. Cream in a donut pillow.
What is it?
Cream, get some cream and a donut pillow.
Maybe
that
the
won't
bag
help.
of ice as well.
That won't help.
What is for real? What is I missed the whole satin pants thing.
Hey, so hang on. King, can I tell you a joke real quick?
Sure.
Hey, Shazzy.
Knock knock.
Who's there?
Interrupting physicist.
You fucked up the joke. You're supposed to say it before, as he says.
I get
who's
down with the
there.
knock knock.
No, knock knock.
You say knock knock. Who's the interrupting physicist like that?
No,
gotta
you
interrupt
don't, you
it.
dummy. That's not the joke.
No,
Oh, you just told you spoiled the joke.
Interrupting
now,
physicist,
both
ooh,
explaining
right.
it.
Muon!
It gets said.
You ruined the joke.
No, you ruined the joke, dummy.
It's like
Oh, what the world?
it's like what's the most important part of comedy? Timing.
No, it's the whole point of the joke is that you say muon when he's asking interrupting physicist who. You say muon. Or
And JS, yeah, like you're the one who fucked
Gluino
up the
or something
timing
like
there.
that. What?
Oh, okay.
JS, for someone who's not wearing a clown nose, you sure are a clown.
I'm a funny
Ooh,
guy.
that's
What
right.
can I
Evan
say?
stops reading
Yeah.
the scriptures.
You
They
Soon
used to
as
call
when
me-
it
they
says
used to call
wives
me
submit to their
Mushroom,
husbands
because I was
who
such a
work for their
fun
duties,
guy.
but doesn't continue reading as the duties of the husband how to treat his wife. Kay Hopper, can I ask you, or is your name Laurel? Are you my wife?
I was going crazy.
That sounds like
Yeah,
something my
no,
wife would say.
James, just because JS was talking and Evan was reading to himself.
Yeah,
so it
mumbling,
sounded like-
yeah, and I thought I was going crazy.
Sorry,
Like,
that's my
JS
bad.
Talking, and then Evan was like mumbling or whatever.
Is Kay Hopper my wife? That literally sounds like her argumentation against me constantly.
JS, another funny show, by the way, that literally has an episode about eggs, although it does have gay characters, so sorry to tell you that. But it's called Moral Oral.
Every
Oh my, yeah, you're gonna give me these fucking weird.
Yeah,
bullshit
more
facts
oral.
about
Everybody's
you.
seen that show. Yeah, that's comedy.
Oh,
That's
oh.
better have.
I haven't
That's
seen a
so-
movie or a show without a gay character in the past 10 years. So
Yeah. me too.
Exactly,
James, have
JF.
you seen Moral Oral?
No, I have
James,
not.
have you seen Moral Oral?
Wasn't
I've
that?
done
Isn't
all
that
of
Comedy
it.
Central? Is that
I
Cartoon
don't
Network?
think I want to see it. If it's got a gay character in it, no offense, but I don't
James,
want to
James,
see it.
do
Oh
you
no,
want
it's so
tribal?
scary.
Melanie, was
How
that
scary.
Cartoon Network or was
No,
that
it's the
Comedy
fact that
Central?
it's the
I don't
fact
know.
that it's
It was
Oh!
so
Cartoon Network.
It was
so
Cartoon Network.
wonky
Yeah,
and
that's what I thought.
so
Okay.
I'm
effeminate. I
Canadian.
can't stand it.
If I
I
remember
like
correctly, it was
Batman. I like
Robot Chicken, was it not?
Yeah.
And Batman's got ruined by all that taking away masculinity too. Batman got ruined. That's
You
why
know,
I
you
don't
can
like
be
the new
gay and
Batman.
still very masculine, right?
Hey, K Hopper, can you get on the show and explain what you're saying that I did? How do you know about me and my wife? What the fuck?
And that's
What
why
is happening?
Batwoman
What
wasn't
is
that good.
happening
Either.
over there?
I got a gay agenda in Batwoman, and not to mention the other woke agendas. Batwoman show.
You know, having other types of people than just straight white people all the time isn't an agenda.
Whoa, what you being racist for? You?
Other
Why is
people
an
existing.
agenda when they intentionally do it to something that didn't originally have that? When they intentionally do it
Did you
to
see how
something.
Mel went straight for like
So-
two demographics there?
When they go out of their,
Straight
when they
right.
go out of their,
You
when they go out
understand
of
that
their
like
world
like the
way
whole
to build a
history of
narrative,
theater.
No,
when
come
they
on,
go
Mel.
out of their,
Look at that. Why did you go for straight
I guess
white
James
people?
doesn't want to hear my
Why not
response.
about
It's fine.
straight
Go ahead,
black
guys.
people?
I want to
when they
hear it.
go out,
I'm waiting.
when they go out of their
What's
way
your
to
panel?
build a
Tell them to shut the
narrative.
fuck up so I can answer.
Okay, let Mel answer.
Shut the
So
fuck
that
up,
way...
Mel.
Go ahead.
Mel,
I
act
can
like a
hear you.
man, and then everyone will shut up.
So the history of theater, by the way, traditionally has men taking roles from women. So by your logic, we should have men doing all the roles and dressing in drag in theater.
Oh yeah, go
Oh,
get him,
it's not theater.
girl.
I'm not talking
Yeah.
about theater. I'm talking about Batman
Theater?
and how it was originally made. And
Cosmic, are you
Batman
honestly saying
movie.
that theater is like necessary?
Theater?
I'm not talking about theater. I'm talking movie.
No, I'm saying if you're appealing to like something being some sort of tradition that we have to uphold, then we should understand the
talking
true
about
tradition.
But that's what I'm
it's
saying.
made.
Do you find
Yes.
theater to be a necessity?
I'm talking about its originality.
I
I
don't,
ain't
I
talking
don't know
about...
why that matters. What I'm trying to
Well, because
explain
it
is if
doesn't
we're
matter
trying
at
to
that
uphold-
point. Then, if men are
Okay, cool.
playing women
If we're
because they're
trying
being
to uphold it,
homos,
we're trying to uphold a
what does it
tradition.
matter?
I'm still not finished. If we're
Okay.
trying to uphold a tradition, then it makes sense to look back to what was the original tradition. The original tradition was men in women's roles dressing as women. I think that makes you uncomfortable too, doesn't it, James?
I
No,
was
I don't-
talking about the original, how the original Batmans were made. There
What
was
are you
no...
talking about?
there was no
Elderline,
gay
there we go.
person
But that's
in the
not
original
traditional,
Batman.
Better
then.
The original Batwoman was
That's
not
all.
gay.
That's all Mel's trying
The
to
original
refer to because
Batwoman
men
was not
That's not
gay.
traditional
Have
then.
to play
But then there's
women's
no
roles as
tradition.
well.
It's already a bastardization of real tradition. So why are we upholding a
Why the
bastardization?
Farts
of
are you
real
talking
tradition?
about?
Why are you not going
Because that
back
wasn't
to Batman?
men
No,
didn't
no,
men
I'm
didn't
talking about
do women's
Batman. I
roles
wasn't
out of
going as far back
tradition.
as theater. I was talking about Batman and Batwoman.
No, but
and all the
I'm
Bat
saying
universe.
either that these are traditions that we have to scrutinize and uphold because they're very valuable and necessary, or
Bro, you are.
these are things that can
How you
change
go
over
back
time
so
because that's what
far?
happens in
Whoa.
culture,
Well, I'll
right?
be honest with you, Mel. What's happening to all the fucking women bricklayers and shit like that? Because I still
But
don't
hello,
see any of them made
hello,
one or
Greg.
two, and that's shit, right? Okay.
No, it's
So
Craig,
if you,
man.
Mel, have a
It's not
female
Craig,
friend,
Craig.
right,
It's
and the
G,
house is
not-
burning down, are you
no.
gonna run out
C,
and
not
leave her
G.
there? Are you gonna
Craig.
protect her?
Not
Are you
that
gonna
Craig,
take the
I'm
I
man
Craig.
can't hear.
woman
I
home?
can't hear what you're saying.
Probably best.
You're
you
both
didn't.
quiet and someone else is talking.
Yeah, I'm talking because I was trying to talk to Craig. Say hello to Craig, M. But y'all go ahead now. Y'all good.
Yeah. Go ahead, Break. I'm listening. I just
Yeah,
couldn't hear
I'm sorry. I'm done talking. You can fuck off.
you. Cool.
Jess, you muted.
So yeah.
Unmute yourself, Jess. There you go.
I'm talking to my chat.
Oh.
So James, I also wanted to point out, right, like even if they release an actual female Batman now, all the other Batmans that came before are still going to go down in history as being male. It's not like that those are erased.
There was already a Batwoman, and the original Batwoman was a woman, it was a regular woman, not like a gay woman. She was a
Okay.
straight woman.
There's no reason we can't have gay people in movies and stuff like that. It's totally fine.
And she also wasn't black, technically.
How common do
They
you think
made-
gay people
that
are,
TV series,
Cosmic?
They turned her gay and black in that TV series that they made. A Batwoman.
Hey, Cosmic, how many gay people do you think there are? Like, in like
Are
a
we including
commonality.
bisexual? Like,
Batwoman
are we
Too
including
many.
bisexuals like you normally do?
totally changed the narrative. They totally changed the story, and they had an agenda to change the story.
It's not
of
changing
Batwoman.
the story. Before I answer your question, George, I just need to know: are we
George?
including bisexuals like you, Jorts?
Jorts. Okay. I'm bisexual. How am I bisexual?
Are we no? Are we including bisexuals in how many people are gay into this question?
No, I'm asking. Like, okay, let's see.
Like,
How,
is
what
it
is
gay
this a better word?
bisexual two
How many
different
people are
things?
queer in society?
Oh, I'd say maybe as high as like 15%.
Because people that are bisexual, you could just class them as straight as well if you're going to class them as gay. Because that's you just taking a number and making it suit your fucking narrative.
Well,
Like
usually when you
always
guys talk
do.
about homosexuality, it's you're attracted to a man at all, even if you are attracted to women, so therefore you're gay, right? So maybe you should eat your own words for once.
Why don't
What?
you just eat your own
Hello,
shit?
Orthodox style. Welcome.
What's up, buddy?
What the hell did that even mean, Cosmic? What did you just say?
tonight.
That was like a
Oh,
was
that was
semantically
Breaking
null
Less than you.
sentence. That was semantically null. Stop.
I know your brain shuts off a lot, dude. I can tell.
Okay. I also, do I think I'm a man or a woman?
What is a woman?
What do you think
wanna
you
talk about
are?
non sequiturs?
Do you think that you're a man or a woman?
What does this have to wait? What does this have to do with anything I said? Are you admitting that this is a non sequitur and that you're conceding to everything?
Now
I
you
said
okay.
before?
So when I said that your sentence was semantically null, you made fun of me. But when I ask if you're a man or a woman, you can't answer the question.
I'm asking you if you're conceding to the last argument I made.
That's you didn't make an
You're
argument. You
answering
just
the
you just
question
ad
already.
hommed
Because
me.
you're changing the discussion, so
You
must be
ad
giving
hommed
up
me.
on the
That's not a
former
that's
line
not.
of argument.
all I
You
know is
change the
I
sex,
came
didn't
in.
you? You get to change
I
the
came
sex so
in
he can change the
stream,
discussion.
I came in stream and all I heard is like gay people in movies.
Yeah,
Well,
we're
yeah,
trying,
but I was
we're trying
talking
to
about
make you gay.
I
We're
was
trying to
talking
make you
about
as gay.
how they changed up the story of Batwoman, and everything. So I was talking
Well,
about.
I mean,
But not really, like,
Me-
like, if you
Melanie,
think about
sir,
it-
I know that you're trying to make us gay. That's evident by the propaganda, but
you don't really change the story though. If you think
Well,
about
they
it, right?
did
Like there's still
change
going to
the
be a
story
room.
now.
Why do we
Batwoman
have to
wasn't
put it?
originally gay, and also Batwoman wasn't originally black.
Why do
either.
we have to
James,
put a?
James, Let me ask. Can I ask James something, please? Can I ask James?
Love
Can I
story,
ask
why do we
James
have to
something,
put an
please?
emphasis on their sex? On them
Okay,
having
this
sex.
is how. Let me ask it this way.
That's
James.
goon, that isn't it? That's goon, isn't
You
it?
say that they're changing the story.
They made that like a big part of the Batwoman series. Was about her sexuality.
Look, man, we don't
No,
say
right
gay. We
wingers
say
did.
fabulous.
Right wingers did. It's hardly a part of a story. Let me explain. Let me explain how the story
Even
didn't
with
have
the
to
two
change. Right?
episodes that I watched, you
Let
could
me
tell they were
explain. Let
diving
me explain. Here, I just need a
sexuality.
moment to explain how the story did
Bro,
not.
there's
in
no
fact,
such
change,
thing
right?
as chicks with dicks. It's just guys with
Holy
dicks.
fuck! You people all need to learn to wait your turn.
You people,
So
nigga,
the
what you mean by you people?
Hey, it's my panel.
Dunning-Krugers who don't actually know how to make arguments and just take up space on panels. So James, the story did not change.
Manning, did you just accuse me of being part of the
story
Dunning
did
Kruger
not
effect?
change.
What's
So
up,
James,
Craig?
the story
Please
did
stop
not
what
change.
gender I am.
So
Yeah, it
James, the
did.
story did not change.
Yeah,
So
it
James, the story did not change.
Yes, it
If you think
did.
about it, there's still a romance. There's still someone who has to be
James
saved.
story
There's still a
change?
superhero doing
No,
what.
the original Batwoman
Can
didn't
James
even
story
emphasize
change?
what her sexuality
I would
was.
love
It
to
didn't even-
finish what I'm saying, but
didn't
apparently
really
you're too
super
afraid.
Let him
emphasize it.
finish. Let him finish. I'm
And
interested.
also,
It's got me hooked.
and also the
I
original
got you
Batwoman
all
was
shaking.
gay.
You can't even wait your turn. You're all
Shaking. You're not a
Now someone's shaking.
5'4" blonde woman with tattoos and daddy issues and an attitude problem. You ain't got me shaking.
So, do you want me to restart, or should I just land my plane now?
Just
So,
crash it and then
none
the
of
arrow
those,
bounce off.
none of the Batman story. None of the things that actually mattered to Batman in the story actually change, and the story never relied on Batman being gay or straight. It relied on him being a
Hey, we're
superhero
not talking
and
about
rich,
Batman.
and
Whoa.
having a family who was killed by a robber.
You
He's
know
a
what, Melanie?
vigilante.
I agree. I
We're
agree.
talking
So what
Batman.
does it
We're talking
matter? What
We're
does
talking
having him
Batwoman, not
sucking dick or
Batman.
eating pussy have to do with the story at large? Let's be real. What does it have to do with the story
in
at large?
that woman's series,
It
in
matters
Batwoman
towards
series,
James's
it
fan
emphasized her
fictions.
sexuality a lot in the 2 episodes that I watched because I just
I
couldn't
think
watch
I found Mel's
So
clip
the
today.
chick, the
all that
Catwoman,
sexuality emphasizing.
Catwoman's a
Okay,
canonically
but
supposed
how?
to be
We're
a
asking
super
you how,
slut.
James.
Batwoman, not Catwoman, Batwoman. Not
How?
sick
How
Batwoman.
was it emphasized?
That wasn't emphasized. It really emphasized it with her kissing her woman lover a lot. And
Hey, well,
not
first off,
the-
we ain't gotta hate
Batman
on that.
kissing a
That's
woman, that's
hot.
pushing a straight agenda.
like not
That's just
intimate,
pushing a straight
intimate, but
agenda.
she was
If
getting
Batman
like
kisses a woman too,
kissy
though,
a lot.
You mean the
if Batman
natural
kisses
agenda?
the woman,
You
if
mean the
Batman kisses a
natural
woman, that just
agenda?
pushes
The
a
things
straight
that people
agenda.
are doing for like
What I'm
10,
asking,
20
what I'm
billion
asking
years?
you though, when does
What you
Batman
asking
stop
me?
being
Read that. What you
Batman?
asking me? What you
Look, man,
asking me?
Take out the man. Take out the man. We're talking about a superhero, right? There's male and female superheroes. When does he stop being a superhero?
It's not a he. It's
When
a
he's
she.
gay.
Batwoman is she.
When he's sucking dick.
So
Yeah,
you're
like,
you're basically
no,
conceding that they
no,
continue
when
to be a superhero.
Batwoman
They
is a
continue to be a
she.
superhero. This is still a superhero
I have
story.
a
The
question
story
now.
has not in
Wait
fact
a
changed.
minute.
Thank you for
Wait, no,
conceding to my
but
argument.
Wait a minute.
Melody,
Wait
why
a
does it
minute.
matter? Why does it
Wait a
matter if
minute.
he's gay?
Hold on, Orthodox guy. No offense, but hold on.
Because
Um,
James's statement, no, I agree with
Wait
you.
a
But
minute,
James's statement was that
Mel.
the story changed.
Wait
I'm saying
a minute.
fundamentally the story cannot change.
I said, wait a minute, Mel, and you will wait a minute.
You're just
Have
reacting
you
to
ever?
an.
Hey, I'm gonna have to ask you a question.
Down,
though. You're
Furby.
gonna have to
Down.
calm
Bad Furby.
You're gonna have to wait a minute and calm down because I
Are
have a
you-
question that's important. Have you ever watched Batman and Batwoman in the first place? Because you clearly can't get the genders right. No, unless that's because you're so
Yes.
confused about your own gender.
Whoa,
Yes.
James.
And so far,
whoa.
all you've
Jim
described to
fucking
me.
hell, Jim. We
Yes.
got just having
And
a
so
laugh
far,
now,
all
James.
you've described to me. Yes.
Jeez,
So
James,
far,
straight for the
yes.
jugular.
Fucking
Yes.
hell. He's
Yes.
dead nasty, James,
Yes.
isn't he?
Yes.
Damn,
Yes.
James straight for the axe
Yes.
wound.
Yes.
Hey, jugular.
Yes.
Fucking Achilles heel there.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, you have
Yes.
watched
And so
Batman
far,
and Batwoman.
yes. Yes.
You didn't get
Yes.
your
And
genders
so
right
far,
then because
yes. And so
Batwoman
far,
is a
all you've
woman,
proven.
not a
Yes.
dude.
And
You
yes.
keep
Yes.
referring to
And so
Batwoman
yes.
as a
He's gonna
man.
pop. He's gonna pop. He's gonna
Yes.
pop.
You
He's
need to
gonna
get your
pop.
genders
And so
right.
far, all
He's
you've
gonna
proven to
go.
me.
He's gonna
Yes.
go.
Yes.
You broke him.
Yes.
You broke Furby.
I want to
Yes.
play with Alice in the back. Me and
Yes.
Mel's gonna be by ourselves right now.
Okay, so James, yes, I have watched it, but so far all you've proven to me is that there's a scene that you didn't like that gave you an ick factor. You haven't proven
It was
that
scenes, not a scene. Scenes. Because have you watched the TV series of Batwoman?
you haven't proven, but
Have you
let me
watched the
finish. You
TV
haven't
series of
proven.
Batwoman?
No, you're not
No,
responding to what
no,
I'm
no.
saying.
Answer the question. Have you
You're
watched
not
the TV
responding
series
to
of
what I'm
Batwoman?
saying. You're not
Answer the
responding to what I'm
question. Have you
saying.
watched the
You're
TV
not
series of
responding.
Batwoman?
This is irrelevant.
Yes,
This is not good
no, it's not
argumentation.
irrelevant. It's
It
relevant.
doesn't matter how many times it happens to my argument. My question to you is
It's relevant. Have you
when do they
watched
stop
the
being a
series of
superhero?
Batwoman?
When,
Answer the question when I bring you back over. You watched the series of Batwoman.
yes, I've already said yes, James. Stop asking redundant questions so you
You
can
said
filibuster.
yes.
Now
I
answer
didn't hear
my
you say
question.
yes.
No,
You said it
stop
didn't
running from my
matter.
question.
all right.
Stop
I
running
didn't
from
hear
my
you- I didn't hear
question.
you say
Stop
yes.
running from my question. Now, when do they stop being a superhero? Because I did not see that in the series at all. They continue to be a superhero. Continue to be a
But
superhero
that's not
story.
the point that I was making. That it wasn't that the person wasn't
Then the
continuing
story
to be a
didn't
superhero.
change. You
I
just got
didn't
icked out by
emphasize.
something. You
Yeah,
just
it
got
did
icked out,
change
then the
because
story
the
didn't change.
sexuality
No,
changed.
when you getting icked out by
The
something
fact,
does
the
not mean
fact
the
that
story
the
inherently
sexuality
changes.
even there changed
No,
because
the
the
only thing
original
that changed is you
Batwoman
went from being
didn't
icked, from not
emphasize
being icked out.
sexuality at all. That was
No, that's not because the core of the story isn't whether or not James gets icked out by something. It isn't about whether or not Batman's straight or gay. It's about being a
why you keep saying
superhero. So the
Batman?
story,
I said Batwoman,
the
not
story did not.
Batman. I didn't say Batman. I said Batwoman. Get it right. You can't get your genders right. You keep getting your genders mixed up.
Yeah, and you keep avoiding my argument, which is that the story itself never changes. You just got icked out versus from one story, and from a completely same story with straight versus gay people, you got icked out. But the
You
story
can't even
itself
get your
never
genders
changed.
right. You can't even get your
I
gender
don't
right.
give a fuck, James. That's not an argument. Make a real argument.
Well, that is actually an argument. You're not getting the gender right.
No,
'Cause you
how did the
calling-
story
you
actually
calling
change other than you
Batwoman
getting
a
icked out?
Batman.
How did the
It's
story actually
Batwoman,
change?
not Batman.
I don't care. How did the story actually change other than you getting icked out?
The sexuality changed. The fact that they emphasize
That's not a part of the
sexuality.
story. That's not a part of the story.
Actually,
Either
that
you're
is.
conceding.
Every aspect is
Okay,
part of the
no, it's
story.
not. No, it's not.
Sexuality and everything
No,
is
it's
part
not.
of the story. Every
When
aspect. is part of
well, before this, when did his straightness ever come up in the story? When did anyone ever say Batman? You have to be straight in order to be Batman?
Batman. I keep saying
I
Batwoman.
don't
Can you
care.
not get
Answer
it? I
my
never
question.
said
Stop
Batman.
running from the
I
question.
never
Answer
said
my question.
Batman. You
Answer
keep
my
saying
question. Answer my
Batwoman.
question. Stop running. Stop
Batman.
running.
I keep
Are you
saying
trying to
Batwoman.
win the
You keep
award
saying
for long
Batman.
distance runner or something?
To what?
What is my question? Can you tell me what my question even was without getting triggered by the words
Did
I'm
the
using?
character did something about the what about the character changed?
When did anyone ever say Batman or Batwoman, in order to be a superhero, you must be straight? Zero. I guarantee you it's zero.
Well,
It
wait a
matters
minute.
zero
No,
to
no,
the
no, 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 no,
story.
no, 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 no. The original story, she wasn't gay. In
It doesn't matter.
the
It doesn't
original
matter. Nothing
Batwoman wasn't
changes.
gay,
It's still the
and
same
that was
story,
my whole
James.
point.
Yeah, and you're
They
conceding that
deified
you're
the
conceding to my
Batwoman.
argument that you just got icked out. That's the only difference in the story. One version of the story icked you out, the other didn't. That's the only difference. The stories remain the same.
No, the story did not remain the same because
No, the
her being
characters change. You
gay,
realize there's a difference between a
emphasizing her
character and a story,
sexuality,
right?
totally changed the story.
The
'Cause
characters
the
change.
original Batwoman didn't emphasize her
What drives the
sexuality.
plot of
She
Superman?
was probably straight. You can't
Let's go
even
to
tell which
Superman for
way
a
she
second. Let's
was
go to
because they
Superman
barely
for a
ever
second.
emphasized any sex
Let's go to Superman
whatsoever.
for a
It may
second
have
so I
been like
stop
little
confusing you.
innuendos
No,
that
I
I
get
probably
your
missed in the
point.
original Batwoman because I'm all
Let's go to
onto.
let's try something new. Let's go to Superman for a second, right? When does Superman's straightness ever come into the story?
Well, they don't
When-
even emphasize Superman's sexuality other than him doing with Lois
right.
Lane.
It's the point. What
But
drives
the
the
thing
plot? What
was,
drives the
it
plot?
wasn't
What drives the plot?
emphasized. The point
James,
is, in
I'm
the
asking you some
series,
questions right now.
Batwoman was
James, I'm asking
emphasized.
you some
How
questions
many
right now.
times did you see?
I just need you to
How
answer
many
my
times
question.
do you see
James, I'm asking
Superman
you some
kissing
questions.
Lois
You got to
Lane?
ask me questions,
Even though
right?
you know he's with Lois Lane, you barely ever
Okay,
see him kissing Lois Lane.
okay, James, what drives the plot in Superman? Is it the fact that he's a straight male, or is it the fact that he's a superhero? What drives the
Well,
plot in
his
Superman?
sexuality is not even emphasized, unlike
What?
with
Okay, so what
Batwoman.
drives the
In the
plot?
TV
What drives
series,
the plot?
TV series
You're not answering my
emphasizes
question. What
sexuality.
drives the plot? James, you're running from my question. What drives the plot in Superman? The fact that he's a superhero or the fact that he's a straight male? You almost just answered it. You almost got there. It's the plot, right? And so it's the same in Batman. The
But
character
every
alone is not enough
aspect
to change the story.
around,
The character
every
alone.
aspect
Let me
around
lay
the
my plane,
plot of the
dude. Stop
story is
talking over
part
me,
of
you
the
fucking
story.
coward.
Everything
Stop
around
talking
the
over me,
plot
and I'll let you start
is the
finishing too, right?
story
But
too. It's not
you're not
just
showing mutual respect, dude.
the main point of the story. It's also everything around it that makes the
The
story. The
story,
whole
the plot
entire
itself,
thing
it
is
does
the
not
story.
change. The story does not change
Yes,
from
it
the
does.
character changing in a
Because her
superhero story.
sexuality is part of the
No,
story because they
you
keep
do not understand
emphasizing
how
their
stories work.
sexuality
You
because
do
they
not
have an
understand how writing
agenda.
works.
They have an
Have you
agenda,
ever
so
written
they
a book in your
emphasize their
life?
sexuality
James,
in that
have you ever
story.
written a story?
Have I ever written a story?
Have you ever written a story?
I had to write some stories in school, like
And what's the difference between something that is character driven and something that isn't?
that's character driven and something that isn't. Okay,
Do you want me to answer?
Hold on, let me think a minute. I haven't wrote a story in a while.
It's a character driven plot, right? It explains itself.
It's driven by the character.
Right. So as the
Not
character
driven by the
progresses and
character.
changes, so
But her
the
character changed because her character become
then they
gay.
overcome the obstacles in the story. Superman and Batman don't really progress as characters. They stay relatively the same throughout and they stick to their values. It's not a character driven story. The plot is driven by the fact
But
that they are superheroes.
their characters wasn't heavily, their sexuality wasn't heavily emphasized in their
Exactly. So
characters.
it doesn't matter that their
Like it was
sexuality
with
is emphasized
Batwoman.
now.
It
And
does
it doesn't
matter.
matter
With
now.
Batwoman, it was heavily emphasized with the Batwoman in the Batwoman.
No, it wasn't.
series. It
No,
was
it wasn't. You just got icked out more.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't. You just got icked out more.
Unless
It's
you're
not a
telling
character
me
driven
over the
story.
rest of
It's
the
not
series.
possible. It's not
Because to be
possible because it's
fair,
not a character.
hey, to
I
be
saw
fair
it too,
now,
James.
wait a minute. To be fair, I only watched like 2 episodes because
How many
I got
times does
icked out.
Batman kiss a woman? How many times in the series does Batman kiss a woman? More than once,
Batman?
right?
Why are you saying Batman? I'm talking about Batwoman, not
Because I'm pointing to
Batman.
heteronormativity.
Not Batman. I'm talking about Batwoman in the Batwoman series.
So
How many
saying
times do I have to
so my
emphasize
argument is that it doesn't matter if Batwoman kisses women multiple times because Batman kissed women multiple times. Both of their sexuality is brought up in equal proportion.
Yeah, but Batman's straight. It didn't give me the ick.
Exactly. Yeah. The ick factor is what's
It's,
driving your interpretation of these
gay is
things.
wrong because gay is sinful for my world.
So yeah, like if you don't like seeing things in a story because you think it's wrong, just be honest about that. Don't say the story changed because no, the story
No,
cannot
the story
change like
did
that.
change.
It's something that isn't
It gave
character
me the
driven.
ick, but
No,
the
it's
story
not character
still did
driven.
change.
You're
The
illiterate,
story
James.
did
You're proving that
change.
you're illiterate. James, you're proving that you're
No, the
illiterate right now.
story did change because
Just tell
everything.
me you're illiterate. Just tell me you're illiterate without even saying it, dude.
It. Okay, I'm done,
Like,
Mel.
if
I'm
it-
done. I can't do this no more. I'm done.
Thank fuck for that. You
I'm
you know what
done.
it is?
My goodness, if Mel
James,
can't get the story changed,
James,
whatever.
James. Sorry, can I just
You
say
should
that?
bring Mel
James
back up
knows
and
how
let
to
me
read.
and let me have at him.
Do you know what you done there, James? Literally, we nearly made and I had the Furby at boiling point. It was like a fucking chip pan with the lid on, ready to blow, and then you went, I'm gonna have me and Mel, right? And then Mel just got a massive bonk on, right? Okay. And he sat there and he got to do everything he wants. He's gonna go to bed now with a smiley face, right? Okay.
You
'Cause
should
he's gonna
bring Mel.
think he
You
got
should
the win
bring
on
Mel
you.
back. I want to argue.
Oh, it would have
That's
been
what
a
you need to
final
do.
cut.
Get Mel back on now. While he
Oh, Mel done
get him
left.
on, James. You
Mel
can't let
done
him get
left.
away with that.
Mel done left, Berkey.
Because you
Mel.
know he tried to get you to agree with his point so hard, but
Yeah,
the
he
story
did, but
the story changes because you take a heterosexual woman who is
And
a
make her
prolific
gay.
slut and make her gay for no other purpose than propaganda.
Yeah, your agenda.
Yeah, and so like it's not the story if the person is a heterosexual and you make them gay, you are changing the story. If you want a
Especially if
gay
you're
or
emphasizing it with it, if you're emphasizing it, it becomes an actual specific part of the plot. Because if it means nothing to the story, why would it change? Because that's like, especially if you're emphasizing it.
Yeah, they
You
were
know,
heavily emphasizing it in 2
so
episodes
then it
that I
changes the
watched.
whole fucking
They were
story.
heavily emphasizing it
But like
multiple
I say,
times. They
James,
were.
honestly, mate, I know you can present these arguments, but I know that, and you honestly, but you had him at the start. I thought you were going to have him right because you were like, but then he started to wear you down, and he does this to Furby, and he's got the same tactics. Don't talk about me. Don't talk about me.
I actually like Mel. Mel's a good guy.
So do I. So do I. Right, and that's why I don't like him, and it pisses us off. Right.
Actually, Mel, I'm a published writer, so I did not fail English class. Haha, joke's on you.
Well, I can't, Commander. I can't bring Mel back. Mel backed out, so I can't bring Mel back up.
Well, ask Mel to get the link. Look, Mel's got bigger balls than most of them, right? Honestly, he'll come back up here. I fucking guarantee he will. He'll want
He
dessert.
probably will because he wants
He
the
fucking
attention.
will. He will because he's
He
already
wants the
won new in his
attention.
eyes.
That's what he wants. He wants
Yeah,
the
well,
attention. He wants
but
the
that's what we want
publicity.
now as well, James. And as your panel guest, come on, bro. You're always on our shows and shit like that, man. So just let me have some fun. It's Easter Sunday. Right? If Mel's willing to jump back up, it's all in good faith.
Oh, this is the Good Brick. How are you doing, Good Brick?
I'm fucking sound.
That's great. Oh, other Brick.
I'm stoned and I'm drunk, like.
Oh man, see, I wish I could be stoned and drunk, but it's Easter and I'm a good Christian boy.
Yeah, but it's 420 day as well.
Well,
yes, H-Man's birthday.
Hey, guess what, Bricky? Hey, guess what, Bricky? You asked, now you've received.
Salutations, gentlemen.
I mean, James, I think you said it best when you said they never emphasized it much in the first place, so it can't really, and that just proves
Well,
my
I
point that
think
it
you
can't
said it
change
best.
the story much.
When you said nothing at all.
Why even change it to begin with? Why is there a need to change it?
Well, because Batman doesn't inherently have to be straight. Batwoman doesn't.
Why does he? Why do they have to inherently be gay?
Right, neither. So it doesn't matter if it changes.
Oh yeah, why does it matter?
But you
Exactly,
said it
no,
doesn't change
we're
the
agreeing
story,
there.
and you just said it doesn't matter if it changes. You've just contradicted
The only
yourself,
difference is
Mel.
whether or not James feels ick or not.
Well, no, because if a character is a heterosexual and you change them to being gay, you do change a portion of the plot. You change a portion of the yes, you do.
You change who they kiss.
You change that. No, you change that fundamental identity of that
You change
character.
who they save, and
You
change who
the
they kiss,
backstory to that character.
and that only matters in a character-driven
No,
plot.
sir, you do not. You change the entire character, the entire nature of that
Especially when
character.
you're emphasizing it as well.
So
You don't even have to emphasize it, right? So since Mel brought up failing English or failing writing, whenever you write a character, you give them a backstory 9 times out of 10, and that is a set identity for that character. Now, when you're telling a story narrative and you're writing, you can always change that throughout life experience. Maybe they get their dick sucked by a man, and it's like, oh man, men really know how to please men. I'm gay now. Because that was amazing. That person was once straight.
Okay, are you done?
No, I'm not. I'll let you know when I'm done, sir. Calm down.
Just figure it out. Figure it out soon.
So when you
Figure out where this plane lands.
Look, man, I don't land the plane, bro. We go cruising at high altitude and everything. I'm a
Okay, so I'm
spaceman
gonna
on
start
a
responding then because
journey.
you're just
This
filibustering.
fucker's fueled up
So
for
it's
the
clear
long
when
No,
you
dude,
look at
I am
Batman.
not
It's clear
filibustering.
when you look
I'm
at
actually
Batman,
explaining
the character
to
wasn't
someone
written
who
as
is
necessarily
angry
a straight
about.
character. Nobody
Mel,
who
you're,
writ
Mel, what you're
the
doing
person
is
who
you're just
first
trying to
made
get Mel.
Batman didn't
Come on,
say
let him
Batman
land his
has to be
plane, Mel.
straight.
He
It was
wasn't
maybe
really a
assumed,
straight
but it
character.
was not necessary.
Why does he keep going to Batman? I'm talking about Batman, not Batman.
Hello,
It doesn't. You can interchange Batman with Batwoman, James.
No, you
Just gotta
can't.
keep up.
Batman and Batwoman
Yes,
are
you
two
can.
different people.
They're both superheroes. They're both
I'm
superheroes. and that's what
just
drives
saying,
the
Mel,
plot
Mel,
in a superhero story.
Got a bit
Mel
of a
obviously
situation
does
going on
not
here.
have media
They're both
literacy.
superheroes. They're both vigilantes. They had parents who were killed. That's what drives the plot in a superhero
Actually, I don't know.
story.
Did Batwoman have a parents who
The
were
fact
killed?
that
I
they
don't
are
remember
straight
that.
or not straight does not drive the plot
I don't
in these
remember
stories.
Batwoman's backstory being
It's
that
not about
she
driving the plot. It's about the inherent identity of the
had
character.
parents being killed.
That's what drives the plot, and that's what James
Orthodox.
is talking
Orthodox.
about.
Can someone who's gay be a superhero? Yes or no? Just in general, at all.
Yeah, they can. They just can't be an established superhero.
Okay. So no, they can
That's
be a
not
superhero.
gay.
super gay hero.
They can be a
Look,
superhero.
man, I support gay man.
Yes,
All right, I
and
think
one
it's funny
thing
that
right,
it was
and it just
fully
landed.
Okay, so
No,
can,
no.
can,
My thing is, Mel. Yes,
is
a gay
there-
man.
is there
There
any-
can be a gay superhero, but it does not
is
need to
there
be
any
an already
superpower?
established straight
Is there any
superhero replacement.
superpower? I'm trying to establish some things. Is there any superpower that a gay person cannot have?
Are you writing the story? Are you setting up the universe?
No, I'm asking you
Because
fundamentally.
if I were to write a universe, I think it would be hilarious that no gay person could have, like, if they were a man, if they were a gay man, they could have no masculine superpower, and if it was a butch lesbian, they could have no feminine superpower.
Okay, whatever. Creative
I think
license
that would
to
be
you.
hilarious.
You're avoiding my question.
No, I'm not. I'm answering your question because I'm a creative person and I'm actually one of the people that would be writing
Is
these
there
things.
any superpower?
I want to buy that comic.
Is there any superpower that a gay person can intrinsically not have that it wouldn't make sense for them to have? Yes or no?
Aye, licking pussy.
Yeah, I was gonna say
I'm a
they
little
ain't
bit tired,
gonna be
Chris.
orgasmal.
gotta
I'll
give
tell
me
you
a
that
minute.
much.
I'm a little bit tired.
Gay people have orgasms. I don't know what you're talking about.
Do yeah, well, gay men don't want to lick pussy, do they? So what would be?
Yeah,
the
but
point of
transformers who
on a
go through
tongue?
gender conversion therapy don't.
That's true.
No,
That's
yeah,
true,
we do.
JM.
We do. So you're wrong yet again. So,
How do you
considering,
have an
let me
orgasm
land
from
my
a
plane.
gay
Let me land my plane.
Oh, you gotta
Let
land
me
it
land
first,
my
Mel.
plane. I'm
You
trying my
cannot
hardest.
gush, Mel. You cannot
I'm trying
fucking
to talk to
gush. Come on.
Orthodox, and I'm sure Orthodox wants to know where I'm going with this.
I do. I actually like Mel. So let's.
So since gay people can be superhero and there is no superpower that is inherently relegated towards gay or straight people, I don't
depends
think
on
it
the author.
has the capacity to change
But
the plot of a
that's not what we're talking
superhero
about.
story.
It does. It inherently changes the identity of the superhero.
No, the only difference is your ick factor.
No, it's not an ick. It's not an ick factor. You're literally obfuscating and creating a straw man when you do this. It's changing the identity of an established character for a propaganda narrative.
Does the villain
Write
have
your
to be
own
different?
gay and tranny superheroes.
Does the villain have to be different?
Yeah, that's what I gotta wonder. Why can't
Would
they
the
just
villain
write
have to
their own
change?
gay and training superhero instead of ruining what was already?
Why do you
Orthodox.
people have to do this for? Why do you have to destroy established characters? Why can't you
Orthodox.
create gay men?
I'm trying to
not just
figure out
take
where
your
the
own
story
character and
changes because
bring
you're
'em
not
up and-
actually substantiating your argument by saying where the story changes. Would the villain have to change? Would the car they have to drive change? Would the plot
These are
itself
these
change
are
in
all
any
these are
meaningful
all
way?
obfuscations and strawmen. So I'm not
Name
going to
one meaningful way the plot
You
changes.
changed
other
the
than them kissing a
identity
different
of
gender.
the character, Mel. If
They're
you
just
were a
kissing-
writer,
they're
you would
just
know
kissing
this.
and saving a different gender. That's all. That's all that changes. It's
Yeah, okay, so like
insignificance.
like most homosexuality, it's a cry for attention.
It's insignificant to the
Wait
plot.
there, Mel. Wait there. It's insignificant. It's a